Chapter 1 of The Hall in the Grove. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. Chapter 1 Little By-Paths. Mrs. Robert Fenton sat down in the little red-covered chair in the dining-room, broom in hand, and wiped from her usually bright eyes 2 large tears. That dining-room was a fair and pretty creation, a poem or a picture done into real life. Mrs. Fenton had never written a poem, never painted a picture, but she had woven a touch of the genius that has to do with these into the furnishing of this home room. A sitting room it was, as well as dining room. In fact, the proper name for it might have been the tea room, for the prosaic meals of breakfast and dinner were taken in a commoner spot, and the dainty teas, set out on fair damask, and garnished with china and silver, were all that she permitted here. There was nothing very remarkable about the furnishings. I am not sure that the Fentons had money enough to be remarkable. There was just that delicate blending of shades and tints, just that disposal of a few yards of muslin and lace, just that arrangement of a pot of ferns and a jar of fuchsias and a box of violets, that, united, form a fair whole, resting the eyes, yes, and the very hearts of lookers-on. As a housekeeper, as a wife, as a mother, Mrs. Fenton excelled. Her own small hands performed all the lighter duties in the home, and performed them well. Her bread was of the lightest and sweetest. Her chambers were kept in that delicate purity which rests weary heads and sometimes hearts. Her windows were as clear as hands could make them. Her snowy curtains were looped in graceful folds, and with just the right tint of ribbon to blend well with surroundings. Her vines and plants climbed and budded and blossomed in luxurious fashion. Her husband's buttons were always in place, held by firm threads of her placing. His collars and cuffs shone brilliantly, for her own hands clear-starched and ironed them. Indeed, in whatsoever department of home life you looked, you would be likely, after thorough investigation, to pronounce Mrs. Fenton a model. And yet, in the warm summer morning of which I write, she left her berries scorching on the vines, and her pretty tea-room in disarray, while she sat, with sleeves uprolled, and leaned her brown head against the broom, and let the teardrops fall unheeded on her white work-apron. Not many of them. She was not a woman given to weeping. She arose presently and brushed back the tears in impatience at her weakness, and swept vigorously, and reduced the room to its accustomed beauty, omitting no item of usual routine, all the while with certain sad-looking wrinkles in her forehead, and a sore spot in her heart. What was the trouble? Well, you remember that I said she was a model mother. Young Robert Fenton, her only boy, indeed her only child, was the darling of her royal mother heart. For 14 years she might almost have been said to live and breathe for him. She had sacrificed time and strength and quiet for him, in that royal way which is a characteristic of motherhood, with that grand whole-heartedness about it that never uses the word sacrifice, nor dreams that it has anything to do with her experience. She had rejoiced over the perfect limbs and dimpled arm and broad white forehead of her beautiful boy. With delight had she fashioned cunning garments for him. What a pleasure it had been to brush his rings of yellow hair! How careful she had been about his bath, and his milk, and his walks! How she had guarded his beautiful eyes from glaring lights! She had watched over the first doubtful steppings, she had watched over the first marvelous pearl that appeared in the rosebud mouth, she had rejoiced over the pearls of words as they began to drop from the baby tongue. Mamma, papa, baby. Will the English language ever beam for her again with the fullness of beauty that it had that day when Robbie Fenton first said papa? On through the years had the work and worship gone. Days of agony, nights of sleepless watching, when the small idol was fever-parched. Days of perfect thanksgiving, when the glow of health came again. How she had studied, this mother, to teach Robbie the most careful forms of speech. How she had watched to keep his heart and mouth pure. How she had entered into his childish plays and plans. She had been an engine or an engineer, a passenger on the train or a brakeman on duty, according to the changing mood of the boy for whom she played. She had learned the terms which the boys used at ball, marbles, and, indeed, all boyish games, on purpose to be able to talk sympathetically with Robbie. She had hovered over the bookshelves and counters where juvenile periodicals were stored, and studied the merits of this and that pictorial, lingered over pages filled with accounts of boyish exploits, and bought lavishly at last from a somewhat slender purse. She had talked over with Robbie the stories in his books, and treasured up sentences which indicated his preferences, to bring them forth in aid of her next buying. Never had a boy a more tender, thoughtful, appreciative mother, and he had well repaid her care. Through 14 perilous years of life had he come in safety. Straight as an arrow, morally as well as physically, a grand, truthful, earnest-hearted boy. Was there need for tears in connection with such a boy as that? Let me tell you, there had come to that mother on the very morning of which I write, a sudden, rude awakening. It chanced that her boy Robert was rapidly approaching the crisis of the disease known in these days as examination fever, and in his intense desire to pass, heart and brain were being strained to their utmost tension. He had been tempted to late hours over his books the night before, and had overslept that morning. Yet, between the hasty mouthfuls of breakfast which he took, he made dashes into certain studies in which he was to be examined that day. "Do you really suppose I'll pass, mother?" He asked the question for perhaps the 13th time as she came through the room, bearing an armful of fresh table linen. Be it recorded that, hurried and preoccupied though he was, he sprang forward and opened the door for his mother. "Of course you will pass," she answered, regarding him with smiling face and fond, proud eyes. "I don't know about it. The examination is awful hard this time. The fellows who went through it last year say this is about the toughest one we'll have. History is the worst, dates, you know. They go and mix themselves up so horridly. I'm awful on dates. I wish I had my book here. I don't see how I came to forget it." So the boy talked on, more to himself than his mother, who passed in and out, intent on household cares, yet wearing always a sympathetic face, and having an answer ready for whatever could be answered. Presently he appealed to her again, his handsome face clouded with anxiety. "Mother, if you'll believe it, I can't remember when that old Severus rebuilt his stone wall. I don't suppose you can help me?" It was hardly a question, though it closed with the upward inflection. It would have been plain to a listener that the boy did not expect help from his mother, yet there was a note of wistfulness in the words, an eager reaching out for sympathy and help from the mother who had sympathized with and helped him every day of his life. "No, dear, I don't remember anything about it, I am sure." The mother spoke gently, almost humbly, and turned at once, that her boy might not catch a glimpse of tears. He did not dream of tears. He was a quick-witted boy, but he was only a boy, and an eager, anxious one. "Oh, dear!" he said, a world of pent-up impatience in his voice. "How I do wish I had somebody to help me. All the other fellows have folks that they can ask when they get in a tight place." He did not speak to his mother. He did not mean any reflection on his mother. He was a boy who would have flushed to his temples in indignation had any one hinted that she was not the wisest and best mother that a boy ever had. She had passed on into the next room, and he was simply talking aloud. He did not know, how could he, that every single word he spoke felt like a stab in that mother's heart. I said it came to her as a revelation, this bitter truth that her boy was growing beyond her, in fact, had grown beyond her. Only 14 years old, and he talked about Severus and St. Alban and Ethelbert, and Athelstane, and the Saxon line, and the Danish line, and she knew not what else. Half the time she could not tell whether they were the names of persons or places. How much he knew, this boy of hers! She was proud of him? Oh yes, indeed she was. And yet, he was growing away from her. What was this stone wall about which he talked so glibly? It felt to her like a veritable wall, yes, and of stone, reaching up and up to the very sky. Aye, even beyond. Who could assure her that the intellectual wall now being reared might not put ages between them in the life to come? She had read a poem once, somewhere, about two lives that clasped hands together across a tiny stream scarcely more than a thread. The two had walked and whispered together. But the stream had widened and widened, and the hands had dropped apart, and the whisperings together ceased. By and by they could only shout to each other. And at last even the shoutings were lost in the roar of ocean, and the divided lives went their separate ways. The poem had saddened her when she read it. It came back to haunt her this summer morning, and it seemed to her that she could lean forward and distinctly hear the roar of that separating ocean. The little stream had begun. What was to hinder it from growing and growing until it divided her life from her boy's? And yet she would not have it otherwise, would not, at least, have that boy's rapid mental strides interfered with. Oh no, indeed. Yet the tears fell over the thoughts of his onward march. While she sat in her pretty little sewing chair she went rapidly over her own past. How did it happen that her boy was already ahead of her? Oh, easily enough. The same story has been often lived and often told. Her early life had been one of toil and poverty. 3 months at third-rate country schools in winter, and the eldest daughter of a large family struggling to live. Such had been her story. She had done well, better than many. She had been judged a smart girl. She had been the best parser and the best speller in the district school. But district schools were not then what they are now, and the ambitions and plans and the actual knowledge of her 14-year-old son were as Greek to her. "If I could go back now," she told herself mournfully, "and be a girl again, a scholar in the school where Robert is, I could keep step with him. But it is too late. He is ahead of me, and will go farther from me every day." Do you wonder that the tears fell? You have watched plants grow? You know how the tiny bud appears and grows, opening a little every day? You dimly perceive it, you hardly realize that it is growing, but suddenly there comes a morning in which it has blossomed. Apparently it did it all in the night. It is so with poisonous plants, I suppose. Mrs. Fenton had dimly felt from time to time, for months, that her boy Robert was getting into a world of his own. When he came to her with questions born of pondering over his lessons, questions about things of which she had not even heard, she had felt it. And yet it was as if the full blossom of this bitter truth had flashed before her but this morning. Still, she did not continue to sit in that little sewing chair and weep. As I told you, such was not her nature. She brushed aside the tears with impatient hand. "Well," she said, "if I don't know who Severus was, nor when he built a stone wall, nor why he built it, nor anything about it, I know how to make a pudding for dinner, and I don't see but Robert enjoys puddings quite as well as though he had never heard of Severus and his stone wall. I most wish he hadn't." So she put her pretty home in order, and made her pudding with special skill and care. And Robert's father ate and enjoyed and praised it. Yet the mother's heart was sore. She could not forget Severus. He represented to her a long line of worthies, past and to come, in her son's life, about whom she knew nothing. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. CLSC. When afternoon quiet rested on the pretty house, Mrs. Fenton dressed herself with careful hand, and set forth to find rest for the weariness of her heart. She could not settle down to sewing. There was no housework to do. She did not feel like reading. She would make some calls. Not that she did not read occasionally, other than juvenile literature. She had read Mrs. Henry Wood and Mrs. Mary J. Holmes quite extensively. It had been a mere matter of chance that she had fallen in with those authors. She did not know what to read, and Mrs. Wood's East Lynne had fallen in her way, and therefore she had read it. In her youth no one had directed her reading. She had read what she happened to. She continued to do that still. But Mrs. Henry Wood and Mrs. Holmes failed to satisfy her on this June day. She wanted to get away from herself and her surroundings. She determined to call on her friends. She had many friends, pleasant, chatty ladies, who talked with her cheerily about their homes, their furniture, the trials of hired help, the discomforts of housekeeping, the faults of even the favorite dressmaker, and the queerness of the latest fashions in bonnets, all the little narrow circle of interests around which they danced. For excitement there were bits of gossip to discuss. Somebody was always doing what he or she ought not, and affording food for thought and comment to the more circumspect. It was among such friends, and such interests as these, that Mrs. Fenton hoped to forget Severus. I do not know that it made her heart less sore to remember that the boy's father had an interest in common with his son, from which she was shut out. Robert Fenton Sr., without being what scholars would call a mathematician, was quick-brained where figures were concerned, and his business life had developed skill in the use of certain common-sense rules, by which he arrived at mathematical results in a way that surprised and won the respect of his son. So, many an evening, the two bent over columns of figures with interested faces, and the mother, looking on, was glad and sorry, if you can imagine both these states of mind possessing her at once. Behold her presently ushered into the pleasant parlor of Mrs. Chester, a calling acquaintance a trifle higher in the social scale than was Mrs. Fenton. That is, her parlor was larger, was carpeted in body Brussels, and the tables were marble-topped, and the upholstery was done in satin damask, and about it all there was a certain air of style which told the looker-on that money was plenty. Into the fashionable darkness and coolness of this room went Mrs. Fenton, and dropped into one of the great easy-chairs with a sigh. She was just in the mood to wish that the money so lavishly displayed about her had been hers. If it had, in her youth, she would have known all about Severus and everything else by this time. While she waited, she took up first one book and then another with a listless air, and laid them down again. Library of Poetry and Song. She was fond of certain kinds of poetry, or had been, but she couldn't imagine what would tempt her to read a poem to-day. She thought fiercely of that one which she had read long ago about those "divided lives." She wished she had never heard of it. She reached after a ponderous book, it had such a handsome binding, and laid it down quickly, her sigh heavier than before. History of All Nations. What an immense book! How could people ever read it through, much less study it? All about Severus was in that, she supposed. All about everybody, people with whom her Robert would make acquaintance and grow familiar, and whom she would never know. Mrs. Fenton was astonished at and ashamed of herself. She felt a strange lump in her throat, and resisted with great difficulty the temptation to break down just then and there and have a good cry. She dived after more books. She must in some way get her mind away from this one subject, or she would disgrace herself. There was a little pink paper-covered volume, hardly 6 inches long, lying at one side. A child's book, she thought, and she reached after it, telling herself a little bitterly that "children's books were just suited to her capacity," and mechanically turned the pages. Suddenly a pink flush spread over her face, and, with bright eyes and eagerly parted lips, She stopped over this sentence: Severus the Emperor, 89 years later, A.D. 210, rebuilt this wall of stone. Lo, here was Severus himself, or at least definite knowledge concerning him. Emperor of what, was he? What stone wall did he rebuild? Who built it first, and for what? Every one of these questions she found answered for her, in the space of 6 lines, in that wonderful pink book. Here were the magic figures that had troubled her Robert in the morning. 210 years after Christ. She had never known that date before. Be sure she will never forget it. She searched eagerly through the book for more information concerning Severus. Her enemy he had been all day. She didn't like him. It would relieve her to know that there was nothing about him which ought to demand admiration. While she was searching the small record, the door opened and Mrs. Chester, fresh from an afternoon toilet, rustled in. "It is very warm," she said, after the first greetings. "I hope you will excuse my keeping you waiting. The truth is, I was in the hands of my dressmaker, and she was particularly trying this afternoon. She twisted and turned me around as though I had been a lay figure, and ripped out and pinned up, and I believe, after all, she has the darts too low. And that, you know, is a most exasperating fault. I am just worn out." Now, Mrs. Fenton had been exasperated and worn out scores of times by the very same dressmaker, and Mrs. Chester naturally looked to find in her a sympathetic spirit and fairly launched on the subject of dressmaking, the trials to undergo in darts too low and darts too high, and short waists and narrow chests, and awkward loopings and ill-hung skirts. Every lady knows there is no end to the subject. Instead of sympathy and commiseration, Mrs. Fenton, with a very animated face and voice, asked abruptly, "Mrs. Chester, whose book is this?" "That," said Mrs. Chester in a surprised tone, bending forward and looking at the little book as though she thought she might need a magnifying glass in order to view it properly. "Oh, that is a little thing belonging to Miss Katie Wells of Brooklyn. She is visiting my girls. She is quite a little student. Leaves her books around everywhere." "A school girl?" "Well, no. She graduated from school 2 years ago. One would think she might have done with school books, but she seems not to be. She belongs to some society literary, you know and she studies a little every day. I tell her she might as well be in school yet, but she seems to enjoy it." At this moment there was an influx of young ladies, bright, sparkling girls in airy summer lawns, with delicate laces at throat and wrists, and a general air of bewitchingness about them. The dining room door that opened to admit them from outdoor life somewhere showed a glimpse of a trim figure in neutral tinted calico moving deftly through the room, closing blinds, folding newspapers, setting back stray chairs, restoring the room to after dinner propriety. She looked with appreciative eyes after the billows of muslin that floated past her. Those creatures belonged to another world than hers. She lived in the workaday world. Mrs. Chester's dining room and kitchen and cellar bounded her horizon. "Caroline is a good faithful girl," Mrs. Chester said from the depths of her easy chair, in answer to the question that her caller could not help asking. She was a friend of Caroline's. The mistress watched the deft fingers with a complacent face, feeling a certain comfortable sense of ownership therein. The door between the 2 rooms having been carelessly closed, swung open again, and Caroline, moving to and fro, was occasionally visible. So the working and the talking went on together, with only a half open door between them. Mrs. Fenton watched Caroline with almost a look of envy on her face. The probability was that she cared nothing about Severus. She was contented with the place which she filled. She had no boy to grow away from her and grow ashamed of her. These thoughts recalled the existence of the little pink covered book, and she addressed Miss Katie Wells with eagerness. "Why, that," said Miss Katie, responding in a tone equally eager, "is a Chautauqua text book. I belong to the C.L.S.C." I am afraid you would have laughed could you have seen Mrs. Fenton's puzzled face. She lived nearly 1,000 miles from Chautauqua, in a town not especially noted for literary attainments, and her reading, you will remember, was on a somewhat limited scale. She had actually never heard of Chautauqua. The word sounded to her like the jargon of an unknown tongue. She knew less about C.L.S.C. than even about Severus. Miss Katie, seeing the wonder, hastened to explain. You know about Chautauqua? No! Well, why, dear me, it is everything. I don't know how to describe it, where to begin, you know. It is a lovely city in the woods on a lake. We go there every summer. We have a cottage there, and we attend the meetings. Wonderful meetings! Grand speaking and grand singing and, well, everything to enjoy. I like it better than the seaside, 10,000 times. Miss Katie was young, was, in fact, in the very zenith of the adjective abounding age, and she loved Chautauqua. Mrs. Fenton, however, retained her bewildered look. What had a fashionable summer resort, with an occasional lecture or concert for the benefit of the pleasure seekers toying away the summer there, to do with this small book full of hard names, Severus and the like? Do they have a literary society there? She asked the question timidly, feeling that she was stepping beyond the bounds of her knowledge. Oh, yes, there and everywhere, almost. The C.L.S.C.'s are springing up all over the land. We meet once a month, our circle does, and we have most delightful evenings. Some of the studies that I used to hate at school, and that I managed to learn very little about, I must say, as we take them up in the circle, are really delightful. Mrs. Fenton could not suppress a little sigh. It must be very pleasant to have wealth and leisure, and to go such places and improve oneself, she said earnestly. Did Miss Katie detect a quiver in the tones, or being a born Chautauquan, couldn't she refrain from breaking into a glow of explanation? But you don't need to have wealth and leisure. That is one delightful feature of the scheme. It reaches those who have neither. Why, in our circle, some of those who have done the best are hard-working men and women who must have very little opportunity indeed for study. There is a Miss Harris, a sewing girl. She told me herself that she had never been to school but 9 months in her life, and she actually stood first in our examination. She studies evenings and mornings, and when she is walking to and from her work, and, well, she says she hardly knows how she has found time to do it, but she will get her diploma without any doubt. I should be afraid she would neglect her sewing if she were working for me. Mrs. Chester said this with a languid smile of indulgence, both for the enthusiast and the offender, since the latter was not working for her. Miss Katie turned toward her with flashing eyes. No, ma'am, she doesn't. Because she is trying to improve her mind is no reason why her hands should be less skillful in the work that they have learned. And she is an honorable girl, so of course she doesn't use time that doesn't honestly belong to her. No, Mrs. Chester said, but a preoccupied mind is so apt to make mistakes. Suppose, for instance, that my Caroline out there should be seized with a whim for improving her mind, which I earnestly hope she won't. Do you really believe she would be as useful and happy in her present position as she is now? I'm sure I don't see why, if she happened to become interested in history and biography and literature generally, why should you expect it to affect her skill in bread making or table setting? Mrs. Chester gracefully shrugged her graceful shoulders. I don't know about it, she said. I am afraid I am not in sympathy with these new ideas. I fancy that people would do much better to stay in their proper spheres instead of trying to creep up into higher ones. Whereat the flash in Miss Katie's eyes became very apparent. It was evident that with this sort of talk she had no sympathy. However, she controlled her voice to answer quietly. As to proper spheres, ma'am, I supposed that in this country one's sphere was what he made it. I am sure neither you nor I can tell what Miss Harris may be called upon to do in life. Even if it should be always to make dresses, I shouldn't expect mine to fit any less perfectly because she will know how to talk intelligently with me, or with her children, for that matter, if she should ever have any." Mrs. Fenton's cheeks glowed. For 14 years she had been able to talk intelligently with her boy Robert. Oh, to do something to make sure of being able to be his intelligent companion in the 14 years to come! She almost turned her back upon Mrs. Chester in her luxurious indolence. She questioned and cross-questioned Miss Katie. She made a most unfashionably lengthy call, but when she left she went directly home, bubbling over with new schemes, as thoroughly posted in regard to the plans and aims and directions of the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle as a half hour of contact with a young enthusiast like Katie Wells could make her. "I didn't know that Mrs. Fenton was literary in her tastes." This was what Mrs. Chester's daughter said as she looked after the departing steps of their caller. The mother smiled with that superior air which some women know how to assume, as she said, "I am afraid, dear, she is one of those persons who like to appear literary, without understanding much about it." And Miss Katie, who had taken a fancy to the trim little woman whose cheeks had glowed so sympathetically for her dear Chautauqua, answered with spirit, "It is a real relief to find a woman occasionally who even wants to appear literary. So many of them seem to want to appear like nothing but lay figures dressed up to set off the latest fashions to the best advantage." One little additional feature of this day stands out pleasantly in Mrs. Fenton's memory. At the supper table she said to young Robert as she served him to berries, "Well, my son, did you pass in history, do you think?" "Oh, mother, there is no telling yet awhile. We had a tough time. Still I'm pretty certain about most of it. Don't you think the old fellow that I was worrying over this morning was among the first questions on our list?" "Who, Severus?" And the silly mother's hand actually trembled as she passed him a glass of milk. "Yes'm, and I'd give 50 cents this minute to know whether I got the dates right. I know it was either 210 or 102 after Christ, but I couldn't, to save my life, tell which. I said the figures over 20 times, and each time I was less sure which to take." "And which did you take finally?" "Well, at last I said, 'Here goes for 210, right or wrong. I won't change again.' And I didn't." "I am glad of it, for 210 is correct." The mother's face was smiling, but her foolish heart beat so loud that it almost seemed to her husband and son must hear it. Young Robert dropped his fork and gazed at his mother. "Are you sure, mother?" he asked her eagerly. "Quite sure, my son. I was reading about him only this afternoon, and took particular notice of the date." Then young Robert, without further ceremony, dashed back his chair and came around to his mother and placed a hearty kiss on each flushed cheek. "Hurrah!" he said. "Then I don't believe there is a single miss in my history paper. That was the only question I felt real doubtful over. Wouldn't it be just splendid, mother, if I were perfect in history?" This little scene confirmed in the mother's heart, if it needed any confirmation, the determination to belong forthwith to a Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle, if she could find one to which to belong. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Outlook. It often happens that what we cannot find in this world ready-made to our needs, we proceed to manufacture. Mrs. Fenton, after diligent search, discovered that the little town of Centerville had neither part nor lot with this new and fascinating literary association. So, though it was new business to her, as soon as ever the midsummer canning and preserving were attended to, she set about bringing a circle into being. Casting about in her mind which way to venture first, shrinking from Mrs. Chester as one who would think she was trying to creep up out of her sphere, and heartily wishing that Miss Katie Wells were a resident, instead of a visitor, she determined to call first on her pastor, the Reverend Mr. Williams. He was a literary man. He wrote very learned sermons that she did not understand, and read them carefully to his congregations. Surely he was the proper person to be interested in a literary society. Perhaps, if they could start one, and study diligently, after the lapse of years she might acquire learning enough to understand some of his sermons. Who knew? So behold her in his study, eagerly recounting what she knew and wished, after which, listen to him. My dear Mrs. Fenton, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. This is not a literary community. You would find it hard to interest them in anything of the sort. Oh, I don't know, she answered, laughing. I am not in the least literary, and I am very much interested. It seems to me we have a good many young people who might be so much benefited. I was thinking of the Ward boys as I came by. They seem to have so few friends and so few interests. No mother, you know. What if a society of that kind could get hold of them and help them? Wouldn't it be a good thing? Don't you think, Mr. Williams, they are in danger of being led into very great temptations? Mr. Williams smiled on her benevolently. My dear madam, I am afraid you do not realize that the list of lessons which you have read over to me would be like actual Greek to the Ward boys. The course is really for scholars, and the Ward boys belong to a class who have neglected what few advantages they had earlier in life, and must suffer the consequences. Then is there no help either for people who neglected their advantages, or for those who had none to neglect? Must they be content to be dunces? Well, not so bad as that, my friend, in tones exceedingly benevolent. Not so bad as that. There are comforts in life, even for those who do not understand Greek and Latin and the like. The truth is, there are two sides to this question. There is a mischievous side to it. I really think that to set young people at work over studies about which they know nothing, and about which they are destined to know nothing, will have a tendency to unfit them for the places which they are to occupy, arouse false ambitions, and encourage false hopes. That this was the baldest nonsense, little Mrs. Fenton felt in every nerve, but she did not know how to set about refuting it. She was no logician. However, after a moment's silence, she rallied sufficiently to say, Well, Mr. Williams, if James Ward were my son, I would run the risk of rousing false ambitions, and encourage any sort of hopes that would keep him from hanging around the street corners smoking third-rate cigars. Mr. Williams smiled good-naturedly. I appreciate your motives, he said in his most patronizing tones. But, my good lady, I am really afraid that the Ward boys are beyond the reach of any circle, save that in which they now move. The Sabbath school has failed to reach them, and I confess I have very little hope that any literary effort will accomplish it. Now, Mrs. Fenton, who knew exactly how the Ward boys had been managed in the Sabbath school, was by no means so hopeless of reaching them, but she did not know how to talk to Mr. Williams. Then you really are not in favor of having a Chautauqua circle here? She asked him after a pause, in a disappointed tone. Why, my dear friend, I see no material out of which to construct one. You are an energetic lady, I am aware, but I hardly see how you can, of yourself, compose an entire circle, scientific or otherwise. Whom could you possibly secure to start the matter for you? I did not know but you would head our list with your own name, sir. And now Mr. Williams's surprise can be better imagined than described. Well, really, he said, his whole corpulent little body shaking with laughter. At the risk of appearing very conceited, I shall have to remind you that I completed the circle of studies which you were so kind as to read over to me, when I was about the age of your boy Robert, or a trifle older. Mrs. Fenton's entire face was covered with a mortified glow. She was a courteous lady, having great respect for her pastor, and had meant no offense. The gentleman's manner had obliged her to think that his dignity had been offended. Besides, what was to be done with a man who believed the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle to have chosen a course of studies so scholarly that it could reach none but scholars, and at the same time so juvenile that he was through with it at 14? Had Mr. Williams been other than her pastor, certain bright little sarcasms that fluttered through her brain would surely have found voice. As it was, she made haste to answer with blushes. "I beg your pardon. I did not mean to intimate that you needed the study for your own benefit. I have heard that clergymen and professors and many eminent scholars take up this course for the sake of encouraging the young people." "That is very laudable, certainly," Mr. Williams said, resuming his benevolent manner. "That is, if they have time for such things. The truth is, my time is so fully occupied now with my own studies and my large congregation that I have no leisure left to devote to school teaching, even if scholars could be found." From this interview Mrs. Fenton went home in haste, and ordered her house vigorously. She canned peaches and grapes, and made jelly, and cleaned her china closet, made a very black fruit cake, and began a new set of shirts for her husband. 3 bright long days did she give to intense physical labor, trying thus to shut out other aims. She worked laboriously, but while her hands were busy, so was her brain. She could not get away from her recent awakening. The circular of the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle, and the private letter of instruction which had accompanied it, appeared to her as if by magic whenever she opened her drawer. Once she thrust them in desperation under a pile of unfrequently used clothing, at the very bottom of the drawer. But young Robert in a spasm of frantic haste sought a clean handkerchief, and tossed and tumbled everything into royal confusion, and behold, there was the C.L.S.C. circular, the topmost article in the mass. Besides, the said Robert, busy with his vacation pursuits, appealed to her constantly for sympathy as heretofore, keeping ever before her heart the possible desolation of years to come, when his pursuits should be entirely among the world of books, away from her. For young Robert was a born student. One sunny afternoon she pushed an unfinished shirt from her with the energy born of decision, and made known to the sewing machine her determination. "I just believe I'll try the Butler girls. They have nothing of any consequence to do, and they are young, and energetic about some things. They were good scholars in school, I have heard." Now I am really sorry that my usually quick-witted little woman made the blunder of going to people who had arrived at a grown-up age without finding "anything of consequence" to do, expecting to enlist their immediate interest in anything worth doing. But she did it. She mistook their position also. In their own estimation they had work well worth doing. Miss Effie believed that to have "a perfectly exquisite dress," and 10-button kids, and slippers of just the right size, and to go to Saratoga or Newport or Long Branch or Niagara, or anywhere that there were hotels and hops, and dance nearly every set nearly every evening, and appear on the following mornings in bewitching costumes of white lawn and yellow lace, and take walks with unexceptionable partners down to the Congress or the Columbia for a glass of water, or down to the beach for a view of the tide, or down to the falls for a dash of the spray, anywhere, these minor accessories were of the very smallest importance, so that the white lawns and the sun hat and the partners were unexceptionable, was sphere enough for any person. Between the dancing and the dressing, and the walking and the sleeping, to lounge on the bed with a copy of the latest novel and read the sensation portions, this was Miss Effie's idea of existence. Between these periods of life, to shop and consult the dressmaker and the milliner, and to fashion new lace sets, was employment enough. Imagine Miss Effie getting through with 40 minutes a day of Merivale's History of Rome. Miss Irene, the elder sister, was of a different stamp. To put it in simple language and small compass, she was a dauber. She sat for hours and hours and hours daubing away at a square of canvas, making square-looking cows, and preposterous-looking people, and bluish-green foliage such as never grew, and hills in danger of toppling over and upsetting the cows. From Miss Irene's window, where she sat and daubed, with her mussy palette and her many-colored fingers, there waved and glowed a picture of hill and vale, and gleaming water and shimmering sunshine, such as would have filled the heart of a real artist with great throbs of joy. I do not think Miss Irene ever spent 15 minutes in studying the living picture. In truth, she thought it exceedingly commonplace, and would have judged a person queer who admired it. She presumed to sit there, so near to that wondrous painting, and daub her miserable caricatures of lake and sky. She puttered in pottery also, spending large sums on old grotesque-shaped jugs, spending hours on designs that made them more grotesque still. It was on such a couple that Mrs. Fenton called for sympathy and cooperation. Miss Irene was daubing, creating a stormy sky looking down on a peaceful sunny landscape. Why should not thunder and lightning and broad still sunlight appear on canvas together, if artists of Miss Irene's stamp chose to have it so? Miss Effie was lounging, novel in hand. "I have heard of Chautauqua," she confirmed. "Katie Wells goes there every summer. She just raves over it. But I should think it would be decidedly slow. She says she never heard of a hop while she was there. They don't even have lawn dances or anything. Just go to meeting from morning until night. I am sure I don't know what would tempt me to go to such a place." "If they would have an artists' reunion there, I might be tempted," said Miss Irene, daubing away complacently. "But I don't believe I care much for the other things. I should really enjoy meeting those who could sympathize with me in my profession." "But I'm not talking about going to Chautauqua," explained Mrs. Fenton. "I'm sure I haven't the faintest hope of ever going there. It is about the literary society that I want to talk to you girls. Come now, Effie, close your book entirely and sit up straight, and let us talk about it. I want you to get the others interested. We can have a real large society here if we set about it." "I think literary societies are just horrid," exclaimed Miss Effie, rising on one elbow. "We belonged to the Bronte Club once. We read Shakespeare and Milton and all those, the dullest evenings I ever spent in my life, perfectly dreadful. I used to say then that I'd never be such an idiot as to get caught in another literary society." "Oh, well," explained Mrs. Fenton, "these circles are different. It isn't just listening to one person reading something that you don't more than half understand. You have an opportunity to study the subject and find out all you can about it, and then get together and talk it up. Why, the members pledge themselves to give 40 minutes a day to study." "Oh, horrible!" said Miss Effie, sinking back on her couch. "You needn't talk any more to me, Mrs. Fenton. The idea of studying anything for 40 minutes a day is not to be endured for one moment. If you had spent as many years in school as we have, you would know how perfectly insufferable any such notion must be. We really are not equal to it. You see, we have been through the mill." "I haven't time for it," said Miss Irene serenely, as she daubed into existence a wicked-looking dog, with ears and tail such as were never seen on created dog since the world was. "If I were not so absorbed with my painting, I might give it some attention, but this passion that I have for art consumes all the time I have." "I'm sure I don't see why you would want to paint any more pictures," Miss Effie said, discontentedly. Her sister's "passion for art" was as great a bore to her as was a literary society. "Our house is just overrun with pictures. I was telling mamma only yesterday that the parlors looked like an auctioneer's rooms, and she said she knew it. Besides, paints and frames and all that cost ruinously. I should think you could use your money to better advantage. I'll tell you what it is, Mrs. Fenton," her eyes brightening as she saw a chance to vindicate the literary tastes of the family, "you ought to talk to Jack. He is at home, did you know it? Yes, he came last week. Jack is literary, you know. He'll appreciate your scheme. I mean to call him." Now Jack was 23, and wore immaculate linen and gold eyeglasses and carefully nurtured a mustache and carried a cane and had just graduated. Little Mrs. Fenton knew him well as a boy, but as a man and a graduate he quenched her. "Oh, Chautauqua!" he said, crossing one shining boot over the other, and looking down upon her from under his shining glasses with an immensely superior air. "I know all about that. It was a chimerical idea in the first place. You can't take people who have grown to be men and women and make them over into scholars by a few hours of study. And as for the people rushing off there in the woods to spend their time, anybody who understands human nature might have known how that would end. American people rush into anything with enthusiasm, and rush out of it equally fast. It would do very well for once, something new, you know, but who, except a visionary person, would expect it to last?" It happened that the bright-eyed woman who listened to this outburst of superior wisdom had not met Miss Katie Wells several times for nothing. She was thoroughly posted. "But when are they going to begin to weary of this place?" she asked the oracle. "The meetings have been held there for several years, and every year the crowds increase, and the same persons keep coming. I should think it was time for a little reaction, if the idea is simply an excitement. Why, I am told that the numbers who gathered there last year were far in advance of any season yet." "Oh, well," said young Jack, shifting his position uneasily, and putting the left shining boot over the right one, it was not so easy as he supposed to talk about a matter of which he knew almost nothing, provided the person addressed knew whereof she spoke. "I suppose people enjoy the fun of going there. It is much cheaper than watering places generally, and a certain class like the sound of going to a literary gathering, even though they haven't two ideas in regard to literature or anything else. What I object to is this false idea that ignorant boors can buy a dozen books and read at them less than an hour a day, and then go through an examination farce, and graduate and receive a diploma, and all that nonsense. It lowers the standard, Mrs. Fenton, it really does." On the whole, it was a good thing for Mrs. Fenton that she had come in contact with this young man. The insignificant absorptions of the young ladies had disheartened her, but this mustached, bespectacled, embryo man, so wise, so vain of his diploma, so determined that no one else should secure one, inspired her with a determination to earn a diploma of some sort at the earliest opportunity. She was good-humored. He did not irritate her. He seemed too young and too pedantic to waste ill-humor on. She laughed at his sneer as she said, "I don't see why I shouldn't know as much as I can, even if I have no chance to reach the heights of wisdom that you college boys attain. As for the diploma, I suppose it is given only for the work that is actually done. I should like one. I mean to earn it if possible. What is the harm in learning all one can?" "Oh, there is no special harm, I suppose, if you really enjoy that sort of thing. But I can't quite understand the taste. Why, dear madam, it isn't learning, it is simply skimming. Superficial work, you know. The whole Chautauqua scheme about which people talk so much is just as superficial as possible. And really we scholars shrink from that sort of thing." Whereupon Mrs. Fenton laughed again. She couldn't help it. Not at his idea, for the frank truth is, she did not understand it. She was not sufficiently skilled in the use of language to be absolutely sure what that word superficial, that rolled so glibly and so frequently from this scholar's tongue, meant. Of course she had a general idea of the use of the word, but who knew whether this wise man could not trip her up on some of its finer shades of meaning? She would not venture on doubtful ground, but she could laugh. She knew enough of books and of study to recognize the folly of the words, "we scholars," from the lips of this fair-faced youth. "I don't know," she said pleasantly. "I am not a scholar at all, but I can't see any reason why I shouldn't try to know as much as I can." Then there came a new element into their conversation, even a pale-faced, quiet-voiced mother, a mother of many cares and anxieties, a woman who had come up from grinding poverty into comparative wealth, without being able to lay aside the sense of care and perplexity that had been a constant accompaniment of her earlier life. Worried about her children, she was too. Not that she was not proud of Irene's paintings and Jack's wisdom and Effie's beauty, but she was a mother who had wanted more for her children. For herself, the life she had led, the burdens she had borne, the perplexities that had swarmed around her, would have been unendurable but for that other life hid with Christ in God. She had longed to see her children feel the power and yield to the spell of this inner life. For years she had prayed daily for their conversion, and as yet none of them had seemed to give the vital question a serious thought. This mother, who had slipped quietly in during the conversation, listened to Mrs. Fenton and the girls and Jack, getting thus, bit by bit, the history of Chautauqua, the story of the sewing girl who, out of her limited time and meager opportunities, was getting so much, and the habitual look of perplexity deepened on her face. Then, as one suddenly resolved upon breaking the silence of years, she dashed into the very heart of the subject. "But, Mrs. Fenton, wouldn't you be afraid that anybody so eagerly interested as that sewing woman is, would be tempted to neglect—" "Oh, to neglect her sewing, you mean," interrupted Mrs. Fenton, a touch of impatience in her voice. "That is what Mrs. Chester says; but I am sure I don't see why, because a woman is interested in study, and willing to give her bits of leisure time to it, she should at once be suspected of growing unprincipled, and robbing her employer." "I wasn't thinking of that," Mrs. Butler said, speaking meekly. "But I was wondering whether she wouldn't be tempted to neglect her Bible, and—well, yes, I will say it—and her praying. It seems to me sometimes as though folks who got all buried up in an idea, like Irene here with her painting, forgot all about the next world, and about studying their Bibles, and praying a good deal, and getting ready for the end of it all. I was wondering whether this kind of study that uses up the little bits of time wouldn't be likely to be another thing in the way of their Bibles and their prayers." Now, to Mrs. Fenton this argument was as a bombshell. It vanquished her. Why? Because she had no personal knowledge, no experience in the matter. She could not explain, "Oh, no, Mrs. Butler, the tendency of these earnest studies is not to draw the mind away from God, but rather to strengthen faith by enlarging the circle of thought; and, absorbing though they may become, they bear no comparison with that other, higher absorption, the union of the soul with Christ. If you allow them to press in between you and your best friend, Jesus, and separate you, it is your own foolish turning of a genuine help into a hindrance, and not a necessity of the plan." None of these things could Mrs. Fenton say, because, with all her unselfish love for her son, she had never given him that best earthly treasure, a mother's prayers. Wishing the best that even Christ could do for her boy, and heartily believing in Christ as the Saviour of the world, with strange inconsistency she had never asked him to be the Saviour, the friend, aye, the elder brother of her boy. So she had no argument with which to meet Mrs. Butler's question, other than to say, "Why, I'm sure I don't see what the two things have to do with each other. I mean, I see no reason why a person couldn't be a member of a literary society and a Christian at the same time." And Irene, as she sat back to get a better view of the last splash of paint that she had transferred to canvas, said, "Why, Ma, what a strange idea! People can't read their Bibles all the time." "No, of course not," the mother answered hastily. "I didn't mean anything." Then she heaved a disappointed sigh. The silence of years had been broken, and nothing accomplished. She had meant her oldest daughter's devotion to art, and her son's devotion to himself, and Effie's devotion to dress and dancing, as much and more than she meant the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle, and none of these had understood her. As for the son, he pushed his impertinent glasses higher on his nose, and tapped his boots with his tiny cane, and smiled down inconspicuous superiority on both these small, silly women, and believed as little in his mother's Bible as he did in Mrs. Fenton's literary aspirations. He had risen above both these follies. Oh, for a Katie Wells, with her warm heart's love anchored on the rock, and at the same time her enthusiastic love for study to have enlightened them all! As it was, Mrs. Fenton went slowly homeward, having food for thought. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Pick 'em up, Caroline. She poured her tea that evening with a somewhat preoccupied air, and presently said, "Robert, what is the precise meaning of superficial?" "Shallow," answered her husband, laughing. "Who have you found this afternoon that is described by that definition?" "Jack Butler, I believe," she said, joining in the laugh. "Only he hasn't an idea of it. He thinks he is as deep as the Atlantic at least. Is that the exact meaning?" "Shall I see what the old fellow himself says about it?" This was young Robert's way of alluding to Webster Unabridged, and he dragged the great book from its shelf, and gave himself up to the study of superficial. "Reaching or comprehending only what is obvious or apparent, not deep or profound," he presently read. "Is that what you're after, mother?" "Yes," she said. "Then it is actual knowledge as far as it goes, isn't it?" This to her husband. "Why, yes, only it is shallow, as I told you." "Oh, well, I should like to know if even a little knowledge isn't better than ignorance. Suppose a stream isn't very deep, if it is water that we need, it is much better than no stream at all, isn't it?" "What are you driving at?" was Mr. Fenton's wondering query, whereupon she gave him the history of the C.L.S.C. as it had grown in her mind, omitting all particulars concerning Severus, and making no reference to Mrs. Butler's bombshell, which had troubled her all the way home. What if she ought to give herself up to the study of the Bible, and win young Robert's attention to that? But he was not interested in the Bible, and, lamentable truth, neither was she. And he was interested in study, and would continue to be. She must be able to sympathize with him. It is a pity to have to record it, but the sad fact is, she had never come in contact with a mind that had impressed her with enthusiastic love for the Christian life, as a half-hour's talk with Katie Wells had impressed her with Chautauqua. Doubtful as to how her husband would look upon this new enthusiasm, whether he would laugh at it as simply amusing, or frown on it as folly, she watched his face, and discovered a swift, keen look bestowed upon his son, which telegraphed to her as plainly as though he had spoken, the fact that the father had his hours of foreboding, lest the present advantages he was able to give his boy should put leagues between them by and by. Beyond this sudden look, however, he offered no opinion, but young Robert was eager with his interest, and voluble in expressions of delight. "Let's you and I have a circle, mother, and next summer we'll go to Chautauqua. I know all about that. Sam Wheeler's Uncle Will goes, and he says it's just grand. Wouldn't that be a splendid plan, mother?" All this time, and although it has taken but a short space to tell about it, the actual living stretched over several weeks, there was one person eagerly interested in Mrs. Fenton's efforts to establish a branch C.L.S.C. This was none other than Mrs. Chester's deft-handed Caroline. A few words are needed in order that you should understand this handmaiden's character. Among her earliest recollections was the one of being carried across the fields, through the dew of the early mornings, in her mother's arms, and established on the kitchen floor in the home on the hill, there to amuse herself with clothes-basket and clothes-pins, with an occasional treat in the shape of a bar of soap and a row of shining real pins. By and by there came to her a delightful opportunity. The fair baby from the nursery on the hill came out in white garments, and was established on a bright rug spread over the clean kitchen floor, and she brought, oh joy, gaily painted blocks, red and yellow and green, with wonderful pictures and wonderful letters gleaming on them. "Pick 'em out, K'Arline," the mother had said, her strong bared arms akimbo, as she watched the small hands finger the blocks. "Pick 'em out if you can. Maybe you can learn 'em all, who knows?" And in course of time K'Arline did pick 'em out, every one. And the little incident serves to give the key note to her life. Pick it up, K'Arline, maybe you'll have use for it, who knows? Whether it was a chance to learn the gaily painted letters, or to learn to write, or to learn to make bread, or sweep a room, or cut a garment, this one idea, with variations, was held before her by a wise and ambitious mother, a mother who had nothing but strong, good sense, and unwavering faith in God to leave as a heritage to her daughter on that day when, just after the girl was 15, she was suddenly called upon to leave her laborious life and enter upon her inheritance. Since which time, Caroline, accepting the dowry, had gone steadily on her way, picking out and picking up, saying often to herself in tender, reverent tone, "I may have use for it, who knows?" This principle carried out had made her clear of brain and quick of hand, thoughtful, watchful, invaluable in the kitchen, in the sewing room, in the sick room, and had brought her face to face at last with the Chautauqua literary and scientific circle, eager to pick up from it. She may have use for it, who knows? One evening, just as the delicate china teacups were being washed at Mrs. Fenton's, Caroline presented herself, arrayed in one of her favorite gray and white calicoes as carefully made as though it had been a silk, and, quite as a matter of course, so unused were her hands to idleness, reached for the tea towel and dried the pretty china while she talked. She was somewhat acquainted with Mrs. Fenton. They had washed dishes together before. Mrs. Fenton was an invaluable aid at church fairs and festivals and sewing societies, and as Mrs. Chester's share in church work of this sort was always performed by proxy, namely by Caroline, it had followed as a matter of course that the two efficient women had worked together and grown to understand each other. "Mrs. Fenton," she began, with characteristic directness, "may I join your C.L.S.C.?" "Why," answered Mrs. Fenton, astonished, yet laughing, "if we only had one for you to join, I would be glad. I don't seem to find any people who are willing to be made into a circle." Then the whole subject was carefully discussed, both women entering into the details of their experience, Caroline last. "I never had any regular opportunities," she explained. "Mother did her best, and did wonderful things for us, too. But father was sick, and times were hard. They always are hard, you know, Mrs. Fenton, to people who have nothing. And I just had to work, even when I was a baby. Why, I never went to a regular school but one afternoon in my life. I have just picked up things. Now it has come to be second nature. I almost have to keep picking up whether I want to or not. This time I want to. I know about that C.L.S.C. I happened perhaps a year ago to hear some people talking about it. They had been to Chautauqua, and they sat before me in the cars. That time I went to Chicago, you know, to take care of Rennie Chester, and bring her home. And they talked nearly all the time about the meetings at Chautauqua, and the new literary society. I learned a great deal that afternoon. I made up my mind then and there that I would be a circle myself as soon as I could bring it to pass." This last with a modest little laugh. "I wrote to the superintendent about it. Fortunately for me, a young girl in front of these ladies grew interested and asked a dozen questions. So I learned just how to proceed. He answered me, a good letter. I think I shall always keep that letter, for more reasons than one. Do you know, Mrs. Fenton," speaking slowly and with a hesitating sense of her own great poverty, "it is the only letter I ever received. I bought one of the books when I could. I have to do things slowly, you see. I've commenced and I like it. But there are a great many things that I don't understand, and I long so to ask questions of somebody. Miss Katie Wells was very kind to me. She told me a great deal about the circle. I didn't tell her I was trying to do anything in that way. I thought Mrs. Chester might not like it. But when I heard a few days ago that you were going to start a society, I decided to do a very bold thing and ask to be allowed to join." Now, at the risk of lowering my friend Mrs. Fenton in your estimation, I shall have to admit that a struggle had been going on in her mind during this interview. She was not a proud woman in the unlovely sense of the word; at least she did not know that she was; but she had looked forward to the thought of gathering around her scholars, men and women of cultured minds to whom she could look up, of whom her son Robert stood in admiring awe, of whom she could learn. It did seem a downfall to have, instead of the minister and the professor and perhaps a lawyer or two, only Mrs. Chester's second girl. She meditated telling Caroline that she was discouraged, that there was no use in trying to form a circle in that town, and she meant to give it up. But as she listened to Caroline's quaint yet quiet story, her mood changed. "Then you actually have a circle already established!" she exclaimed in great astonishment. "And here you are asking if you can join mine, when I haven't been able to secure one member yet. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll join yours right away, and we'll have a C.L.S.C. in spite of them." You should have seen the pretty pink flush that stole into Caroline's cheeks at the sound of these cheery words of fellowship. She had lived a lonely life hitherto, serving others, yet never coming into the magic circle which meant friendship. For years she had felt herself hovering on the outside of things which she was capable of enjoying. In Mrs. Fenton's hearty words she saw a chance. Surely here was something for her hungry heart to pick up. The C.L.S.C. had already widened the boundaries of her life. One doubtful backward glance did Mrs. Fenton give as she turned away from the china closet, all the pretty dishes safely housed within. She knew well what a busy life Mrs. Chester's second girl must live; how few the spare minutes for study must be. Where was she to find even 40 of them in a day unless she stole them from needed sleep, or from something else? Caroline was a Christian. What if Mrs. Butler were correct, and all these new plans should tempt her to neglect her Bible? Mrs. Fenton neglected her own Bible. Had she not been such a careful housekeeper, the dust of disuse would have accumulated upon it. But then, Mrs. Fenton was not a Christian, and by some curious process of reasoning she made herself think that that was a good excuse for neglect of her duty. She had no desire to lead Caroline astray, and she determined to sound a note of warning. "Do you never feel afraid that books and study and matters of that sort may tempt you to neglect more important things? I don't mean your work," she hastened to add, as she saw the pink flush deepen on Caroline's cheek, and guessed that she might have been called to bear hard hints of this sort from her mistress. "I know you are strictly conscientious, but well, I mean more important things, you know. I have heard people say that there was a danger of neglecting the most important book for others." Then did Caroline's eyes brighten, albeit there was a wondering look on her face. "Dear Mrs. Fenton," she said earnestly, "do you know one great reason why I want to study all these things is to know more about this wonderful world that my Father has made? I want to study the works of his hands. Don't you see this could not make me less interested in the book that he had written for me? And surely learning more and more of the things which he has done will not make me less eager to talk with him. You never become so much interested in Robert's clothes that you forget all about Robert's real self, do you? And yet I know that there are people whom study tempts to neglect the Bible and the closet. I have watched young ladies and gentlemen whom I thought were doing that very thing, but it seemed to me all the time that their motives for study were a good deal at fault, and also that they really knew very little about real communion with Christ at any time. I don't think it was the fault of the studies. You know people can make a temptation out of anything. At least, I suppose they can. I have never had any temptation to neglect Christ. Dear Mrs. Fenton, since my mother went away he has been my only friend. Until now he has grown so dear I could not get along without his constant presence." And Mrs. Fenton, watching the earnest face from which the clear eyes looked out, felt an immense respect rising within her for Mrs. Chester's hired girl. Also, she decided that there was evidently a type of religion about which Mrs. Butler knew nothing. Also, she made one resolve, that come what would of it, she would from this time forth be Caroline's friend. It happened that the evening which followed this inauguration of the Centerville C.L.S.C. was a somewhat eventful one in Mrs. Fenton's quiet world. She and Caroline having planned what they would do and how they would do it, Caroline went home happy-hearted. Young Robert closed his books, kissed his mother good night, and went away to his room. The father, after carefully turning the keys on the outside world, came and stood in front of his wife's chair, and looked thoughtfully down at her. "So you can't start your circle, eh?" "Oh, yes, indeed. Or rather, I found one already started. Mrs. Chester's Caroline began several months ago. She is the first sensible girl I have found in 6 weeks." Over this information her husband whistled. He had always liked Caroline, but he had felt a suspicion that his wife remembered that she was Mrs. Chester's second girl. "Two to a circle, eh?" he presently said. "Suppose I come in, and we make it a triangle." "Will you, Robert? Oh, will you?" And in her eagerness she rose up and stood beside him. "Why, I don't see anything to hinder. You and I have started out together in enterprises before now, and made a comfortable thing of it. I must say I approve of this idea as far as I understand it. I fancy it will be a good thing for the boy to see us interested in what just now interests him most. Besides, it will help to keep him in sight. We've got a smart boy, Martha, a talented boy, and we are proud of him as we should be. We don't want to hold him back, and we don't want to lose his company. The only way I see is to trot on after him, and I'm ready." Now, only those who have had a dreary sort of unspoken feeling that the absorptions of business and the wider range of thought offered by the outside world are possibly drawing away their husbands' interests from the home and the wife, can understand the throbbings of Mrs. Fenton's heart. Was it possible for this circle to draw the family into a closer circle? As a usual thing, every town of considerable size has its intellectual giant, its man of mark, looked up to, quoted, admired, and reverenced. Centerville had such. The Reverend Gilbert Monteith, D.D., a very eminent professor in a very renowned college, a linguist of unusual powers, a pulpit orator, a scientific man in a special sense, a travelled man who spoke of the old world with the freedom and familiarity that others used in speaking of their native village, a cultured man in the largest and best sense of that sometimes abused word. What of excellence or strength, mental or moral, could not be applied to Dr. Monteith? And Centerville was his native town, and he had come home to it for a year of rest. Within a few days after the forming of the triangular circle, as Mrs. Fenton was passing out of her front gate, Dr. Monteith came down the elm-lined walk, lifted his hat courteously, and paused with a genial, "Mrs. Fenton, I believe." Mrs. Fenton, much fluttered, for she had not even a bowing acquaintance with the great man, admitted that such was her name. Whereupon he proceeded to state that he had heard that she was about forming a Chautauqua literary and scientific circle, that he was much interested in those societies, had looked into their method of work with a great deal of care, watched their growth and success with pleasure, and if it would be agreeable, would like to be considered a member of their branch and attend the meetings when he was in town. Imagine Mrs. Fenton's sensations! She, blushing and stammering, tried to explain. It was only the weakest of weak little efforts, not worthy of being numbered among the C.L.S.C.'s of the land. It had almost no members. The great man smiled on her genially, was glad that she had not been disheartened by trifles, hoped and believed that she would succeed. He would like to review the studies of his early days. Perhaps at the same time he was refreshing his own memory, he might be helping along some of the younger ones. Of course others would come in. There was no reason why the enterprise shouldn't succeed in that town as it had elsewhere. He would himself invite certain of his young friends to join them, if she was willing. In short, when Mrs. Fenton finally took leave of him and walked away, it was with the feeling that the success of their poor little C.L.S.C. was assured. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Ward boys discuss the situation. They were respectively Jim and Joe. It is doubtful if they realized how the full Christian names would sound as applied to themselves. 17 years, in fact nearly 18 years, had they lounged through the world being familiarly known by those shortened names. Twins they were, and the mother who had delighted in them for nearly 8 years had suddenly left them. They vividly remembered standing together shivering in the gloom of a rainy autumn day drawing near to its close, and watching with terrific curiosity the ugly-looking box lowered into an uglier-looking hole in the ground, feeling sure that within that box was their mother. Hadn't they seen her lying there? They vividly remembered how the wind groaned among the leafless branches of the great old tree which stood just at the foot of that awful hole. They vividly remembered just how the feet of the bearers sounded as they shuffled through the dulled yellow and brown leaves that bestrewed their path. I don't think that either of them in all the intervening years had ever listened to the toll of the church bell without being carried instantly back to that day and that box and that hole, and thinking just how the earth sounded on the box as the sexton rattled it in, and the minister said, "Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust." There were certain other things about those early days that they vividly remembered. For instance, their mother's kisses. For she had been a mother who had kissed them often and tenderly, stealing sweet little chances to do it when she washed their faces and brushed their brown curls, for in those days they had brown curls. She had not said "Jim and Joe," but "Jamie, dear," and "Little Josie." Sometimes in especially gloomy weather, nights when the lights were out, they almost fancied they could hear her voice, but they never spoke of these things to each other. They never heard the diminutive names any more, and they had never, since she went away, received any of those little tendernesses which boys as they grow older are half ashamed of, and always love. Their father was a good sort of dull man, silent by nature, repressive, loving his wife and mourning her truly, yet never speaking to her of his love, nor showing it in 100 nameless ways dear to a wife's heart, rarely speaking of her after she was gone. Loving his children truly, yet showing it as little. Silent at home and dreary. Apt to speak sternly when he spoke at all. Absorbed in business, disliking noise, whether it were made by shouting and loud laughter or by quarrelling. Equally stern in hushing both. I do not know that it is much wonder that his boys grew up unacquainted with him, shrinking away from him, seeking to find their pleasures elsewhere than in the dreary house, nor do I much wonder that they were a sore disappointment to their father. Perhaps it was in the inevitable nature of things that these two results should be. I know they would have been surprised and incredulous had any one hinted to them that their father loved them. He was invariably severe nowadays. Not that they wondered much at that, they knew as well as any persons could that they had grown up to be street loungers, with nothing in or about them to admire. There were times in the darkness of those nights of which I spoke that they were sorry for this result, but this they never said to each other. On the particular evening in which I introduce them to you, they were sitting in their own room. A dingy room it was, in fact it was that dreariest sort of a room, One where there was furniture and material enough out of which to make a pleasant place had only skillful and also loving hands had to do with it. As it was, the carpet was dingy, not only with long use, but with careless sweeping. The chairs were broken or maimed. The bedstead had lost part of its lower posts. The bed was spread up with a dark blue and brown comforter, while clothing and toilet articles, and old boots and old hats lay about it in wild, and at the same time desolate, confusion. A mother would have known that no mother ever entered that room. For that matter, there are some fathers who would have been sure that no father came either, and they would have been correct. Mr. Ward long ago ceased to look for his children in their room. Something of interest was being discussed, or at least considered. Jim, his feet lifted to a comfortable position on the table before him, in dangerous proximity to the smoky lamp, thoughtfully chewed an unusually large quid of tobacco while he gazed at a sheet of note paper whereon certain lines were written in a delicate feminine hand. "What is this C.L.S.C. anyhow?" It was the smaller, and though they were twins, what appeared to be the younger brother, Joe, who asked the question. He sat just across the table, meditatively nursing his knee, his eyes fixed on an envelope which had evidently covered the letter, and which was addressed, Messrs. James and Joseph Ward. "Well," said James, withdrawing his limbs from the table and spitting vigorously before he answered, "it's a sort of a literary society, just as she says. You read the letter." "But what do you suppose it's all about?" "Why, it's for fun as much as anything, most likely. There are different ways of having that article, you know. I think likely it is made up of a kind of people that get most of their fun out of books. They discuss things, I presume, like a debating society, or something of that sort. This Chautauqua is a kind of camp meeting place. I heard Bob Fenton telling the boys in the store something about it last week. Crowds go there every summer, and have a kind of a genteel spree. I don't know what they do. It isn't exactly a camp meeting, for he was telling of some very funny times they had there, comic lectures and the like. There's a fellow who makes pictures with chalk quicker than lightning, real good likenesses too, so that the folks recognize them. I couldn't make out quite what it all was, but I know this thing, this CLQPX, whatever it is mixed up with it. Bob seemed to think it would be jolly, but then he is all for books. That's a cute youngster, that Bob Fenton. He is better company now than lots of the older fellows." How would young Robert's mother's heart have throbbed in foreboding could she have heard that admiring sentence about her cherished boy? Well for Mrs. Fenton that she had designs, real motherly designs, on the Ward boys, and had already spread her net to try to catch them. She may do more toward a shield for her own boy Robert by this movement than she will ever know of this side heaven. Not that the Ward boys mean to do him harm, but they have been street loungers, not to use a harsher term than that, for several years, and they have already discovered that Bob is a cute fellow. The boys had company this evening. He sat now in his favorite lounging attitude, his elbow leaning on the dusty table, his frowsy head leaning on his hand, while with the fingers of the other hand he beat a tattoo on the table, leaving marks of his fingers in the dust. This was Paul Adams. How he chanced to be given a name which was so utterly at variance with his character would be a mystery if sensible people had the naming of children and were in the habit of waiting to see in what direction they would develop before settling that important question. However, I do not know that people who were acquainted with Paul Adams's mother ever wondered at her choice of name. He was her one treasure in what had been to her a world of trial and disappointment. He was but a cooing baby when his father died suddenly and violently, leaving Mrs. Adams to take up life's burden alone, and support herself and baby as best she might. This is such a commonplace statement that it will at once commend itself to you as true. I suppose there is hardly a person in the world who cannot recall a history similar to this. In spite of which fact, each person's sorrow remains distinct and individual. Such things refuse to be lumped. And still the old heart cry goes on, There is no sorrow like unto my sorrow. Mrs. Adams had a little bit of a neat house and a tiny garden to help her along, but there had been times when she had mournfully said, "If it were not for my house I would go away and try to get work somewhere else, but it seems as though I must stick by my place to live in, though I can't eat it nor burn it." From such a home as you can imagine that to be, had Paul Adams come up until he was in his 18th year. A queer boy was Paul. His mother was the only one who wouldn't own, and yet certainly she was the only one who was keenly alive to the fact, that he was a disappointment. In her way, she was as careful a mother as Mrs. Fenton. She had spent hours over the darning and patching that she patiently did for him, forming plans for his future, plans to give him an education, to start him in the world, to make life brighter for him than it had ever been for her. This was when he was a little boy. She had struggled and sacrificed in order to keep him neatly clothed, and to give him tastes now and then of what other happier boys with fathers had to brighten their lives. Secretly, she had earnestly desired that he would grow up to be a great man. Yet she was a true mother in that she put, first of all, the desire that he should be a good man. For this she worked the hardest in her weak, timid way. Often and often she read over the story of his namesake, Paul the Apostle, glorying in the power and moral grandeur of that character. It was a dim memory of this great man that had caused her to name her 2 days old baby Paul. Perhaps the very absence of courage in her own nature made her long the more ardently to see it develop in her boy. But it gradually became apparent, even to her, that there were certain things that Paul would not do. In the first place, he would not take kindly to the idea of an education. To be sure, his opportunities had been confined to the commonest of country schools, with one of those poor drudges for a teacher who taught because she knew nothing else to do to keep soul and body together, and who concentrated all the powers of her being in a grand hatred of her work. But the fact remained that others had come out, even from such teaching, with a passably fair start on the road to learning, and had acquitted themselves with credit afterwards in the academy 10 miles distant, which was the centre of Mrs. Adams's educational aspirations. Paul was not a credit to himself during the days which he spent in the stuffy schoolroom full of vile smells and flies in summer, and slippery with mud and snow in winter. He whittled much. He made and threw many paper balls. He ate many apples. He tripped the feet of any careless boy who passed that way. But as to studying, he did just as little of that as possible, and made so uncreditable an appearance on examination days that when he was 14 his discouraged mother took him out of school altogether, and set him to hoeing in the garden. This was less trying to his nerves than the schoolroom. Still, it was anything but a desirable life, and young Paul soon learned how to manage so as to get along with very little exercise of that kind. Not that he ever refused to work. When his mother hinted that the garden ought to be hoed, he went at it. The main trouble lay in the fact that he did not stay at it. Long before noon his hoe would be found sticking in a hill of potatoes, and Paul himself would be down at the corner lounging on the steps of the largest grocery in the town. In short, from any standpoint that you were pleased to look at him, Paul was a bitter disappointment to his mother. Perhaps, if it were not a strange thing to say, I might also hint that his mother was in a sense a disappointment to Paul. She never scolded him outright, but she made endless whining talks at him that sometimes drove him as near to distraction as a good-natured boy can come. By means of these weak talks, she led him gradually to feel that the ugly little kitchen in which she sat and sewed was the most dismal and hopeless spot in all the wide world, and every opportunity was to be seized for escaping from its atmosphere. Yet his mother would have promptly and unquestioningly have given up her life at any time to save his. She loved him so; and certainly he, in his lazy fashion, loved his mother. If the mother had known the truth concerning him, The reason for his utter lack of application at school was not because he had not fair mental powers, but because he had failed to see any occasion for using them in that direction. The teachers into whose hands he had fallen had an utterly unfascinating way of presenting truths. To Paul's mental vision there was simply a confused drawl of words to spell, and words to read, and figures to count, without a suggestion as to how they were to be applied outside of the spelling book or arithmetic. Paul could not see any way in which they would be likely to help him either to hoe the garden or get rid of hoeing it. He had no occasion to spell words. Why should he care to know how they were spelled? He had no letters to write. Why should he desire to write well? He had no calculations to make, nothing to buy, or what was equally to the point, nothing to buy with. What earthly difference could it make to him how much 6 per cent. Interest on a certain sum of money would be in a year? Where was the money? Not in his hands, certainly, nor in his mother's, and those who had it seemed entirely capable of reckoning its market value without his help. This was the way that young Paul had reasoned. Not aloud, mind you. He knew various platitudes that might be urged against this sort of talk had he ventured to produce it. They did not strike him as having any direct bearing on himself, and he didn't want to hear them. All he wanted of life was a good time, and, let alone, he fancied that he might be able to make one. The fact is, Paul Adams' faculties were all asleep, and nobody with whom he came in contact had brains enough to awaken them, or interest enough in him to try. Which was it? His religious education was not one whit in advance of the intellectual. Not that in this his mother could not have been his teacher, at least in a degree; for through all the trials of her life she had kept an abiding faith in her Lord, and was absolutely certain at times of this one thing, that a crown of life was laid up for her; for sure she was that she should "love his appearing." Yet she was like many another Christian, in that the cares of this world and the deceitfulness of poverty had made her look upon the crown and the glory as sure indeed, but so far away that their light was obscured by mountains of daily frets and cares that rose between. Also she was one of those strange mothers, who though she had an eager, and at times I might almost say a consuming desire to see her son a Christian, yet never mentioned the subject to him in a direct way, but contented herself with feeble hints which exasperated him. So far as he had been able to discover, religion was a wishy-washy affair, amounting to very little, and that little he neither understood nor cared for. Since the feeble restraint of school days had been withdrawn, and the garden had proved too dull and dreary to endure, and the woodpile, by reason of its smallness, really required very little time, Paul had degenerated into a street loafer. His vices were not strongly marked. As yet he drank nothing stronger than cider and an occasional glass of beer, the reasons being that he had no money to spend in that direction or any other, and no hereditary tastes in that line to indulge. However, as the force of example was strong about him, his mother lived in constant terror, for she was only too well aware that money seemed always to be forthcoming for the indulgence of such tastes. Every night she went early to her bed in winter to save lights and fuel, and in summer for very weariness of herself; but she lay awake listening for the sound of her boy's footsteps, afraid that she would not hear them, that he would be tempted to late hours and the vices which accompany them, afraid to hear them lest they might be staggering, rising on one elbow at last to listen for their nearer approach in an agony of fear and apprehension, and lying down at last with a tremulous "Thank God for one more night," when they sounded firmly on the walk. Strange to say, young Paul was rarely out later than 10 o'clock, the sole reason being that he had a good-natured desire not to "scare" his mother. He smoked cigars when he could get them; not that he began by being particularly fond of them; in fact, he found it unusually hard work to learn. He had to devote to this accomplishment the courage and perseverance that would have told well for him in other directions. but it is a taste that once acquired a boy will gratify if he can. So, to put it in brief, at the time our story begins, Paul Adams is an ignorant, good-natured, tobacco-chewing, cigar-smoking street loafer. He had one friend. In fact, I ought to say that he had two friends, namely, the Ward boys. It was so rarely that the names of the twins were separated that it seems unnatural to use the singular number in connection with either of them. Yet it was Jim who contrived to be the leading spirit both of his brother and of Paul Adams. Not that they were in the least alike. If I must admit the fact, Jim Ward was a quick-witted, energetic young scamp, much farther along on the downhill road than was Paul. Perhaps their intimacy might be explained in part by the fact that it was Ward's nature to lead, and Paul was sufficiently good-natured, as a rule, to allow himself to be led. Occasionally, it is true, he resisted the other with a steady, off-hand determination that surprised and vexed him. For instance, there had been plans developed several times that involved staying out nearly, if not quite, all night. Those plans Paul had steadily refused to carry out. All coaxings and all ridicule fell on him unheeded. He good-naturedly replied to the one and laughed off the other. He simply would not stay out all night, nor half the night, and scare his mother. "She has botheration enough, the land knows," he was wont to explain, "and I'm bound she shan't have that." By degrees the Ward boys learned that when Paul spoke in that quiet tone which hinted at a sort of reserve strength, they might as well coax a stone. The trouble was, he very rarely used that tone, but good-humoredly allowed himself to be led along the downhill road as fast as the Ward boys cared to travel, without putting forth a hand to hold himself back. On the evening in question, Paul Adams, as I have said, sat in a listless attitude, seemingly uninterested in the conversation between the brothers. Social distinctions are very queer things. It is an unspoken, but at the same time clearly recognized fact to the Ward boys, that they were several degrees above Paul Adams. Why, perhaps, would have been somewhat difficult for them to explain. It is true that they lived in a brick house of large size and respectable appearance, at least below stairs. It is also true that Mr. Ward Sr. had a respectable bank account and was adding to it steadily. Yet why these things should have actually added to the importance or social standing of his sons is perhaps a problem. The affirmative answer to it seems, however, to have been accepted by the world. Certainly the Ward boys never doubted it, therefore the conversation concerning the C.L.S.C. had been carried on entirely between themselves. Presently their guest raised himself to a sitting posture, took deliberate aim, and snapped a peanut shell so skillfully that it hit Joe on the nose, as he said, "I s'pose you would be kind of astonished if you knew that I had had a bid to that meeting." "You!" The tone sufficiently indicated the astonishment. "Yes, sir, I. Just as sure as you live and breathe the breath of life. It's my opinion that it is a nicer looking one than yours. The writing is nicer anyhow, handsome enough to be print. Signed with a flourish, too, such as they say would be about the hardest to counterfeit of any that are made. I showed it to that new bank clerk this very day, and he said he was pretty good at copying, but he shouldn't like to have to undertake that." "Who wrote it?" "Well, to the best of my knowledge, the man wrote it who signed his name to it. The writing is the same. It's a private letter, you see. None of your circulars." And with visible signs of pride on his face, young Paul unfolded and spread before the two pairs of eyes that immediately bent forward to examine it, a sheet of heavy cream-laid paper, which contained in a few cordial sentences a hearty invitation to be present at the next meeting of the C.L.S.C., to be held at Mrs. Fenton's, signed Gilbert L. Monteith. The Ward boys stared at the name, then at each other, with astonished and significant glances. They hardly knew what they thought. Still, whatever they might come to think of it, the present fact was, that, for some reason unknown to them, Paul Adams had been very highly honoured. They could not help having a feeling of respect for a fellow who held in his possession an autograph letter from Dr. Gilbert Monteith. James Ward rose abruptly, strolled to the one window and looked out into the darkness, while Joe carefully refolded the valuable letter and returned it to the owner. Presently he at the window spoke his mind. "I tell you what it is, boys. I for one am going to that meeting. I mean to see what there is of it. I've got a chance to see, and I mean to. You can do as you like, but I intend to go." Up to that moment Paul Adams had been extremely doubtful about his ever putting in an appearance at the C.L.S.C., whatever that was, but on being appealed to by Joe as to what he was going to do, he replied with alacrity, "I've no kind of a notion of not going. Suppose a fellow would slight such an invitation as that." "Well, then," said Joe, somewhat ruefully, "I don't see but I've got to go. There's no fun in staying away alone, but I'm blessed if I can see any fun in going." Thus was the momentous question decided. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Launched. Paul Adams had an item of news to communicate to his mother the next morning at the breakfast table. He commenced it in the form of a question. "Mother, have I got a clean shirt?" Mother opened her eyes in surprise at the question. Paul was not given to caring whether his garments were clean or soiled, and was apt not to don the carefully ironed and carefully mended garment that she regularly laid out on the bed for him every Sunday morning, until after earnest explanations on her part that she must have the other one to wash. Behold, now it was only Thursday, and he was inquiring for a clean shirt. "Why, yes," she said, hesitatingly. She had a habit of speaking hesitatingly, as though she were never sure but what she was about to say would not be better left unsaid. "Your Sunday shirt is all washed and mended, and looks nice, though the bosom is giving out a little. You ought to have 2 new shirts, but I don't know how to manage it, I really don't." "Never mind," in utmost good nature. "I don't want 2 shirts, one will do. But I want it to night. I'm going out this evening. Likely as not I won't be in quite as early as usual. Can't tell." The widow Adams set down her cup of weak tea untasted, and gazed in dismay at her son. It was coming now, that nameless, dreary something which she had been dreading all these years. Paul was going to fix himself up and go off to some disreputable place and do some disreputable thing. "Going out!" she repeated, dismay in voice and manner. "Why, where are you going?" "Oh, going to spend the evening with some of the fellows. I'm not going far away, but I may be later than common." "Well, but Paul, you always spend the evening with some of the fellows, or somewhere else. I'm sure I can't tell when you've spent one with me. There's something more than that, because if there isn't, why should you need a clean shirt? Your Sunday shirt. Remember, if you put it on to night, why, then you won't have one for Sunday, as far as I can see. I can't wash and iron and mend the other between this and Sunday, I don't believe, on account of that sewing for Mrs. West that I promised this week. Don't go off with any of them disgraceful fellows, Paul. Don't do it." Paul chuckled. He had a vision of himself sitting in Mrs. Fenton's parlor. He had passed the house and glanced up at it often enough to feel secure that there was a pretty nice parlor within, himself sitting there in company with Dr. Gilbert Monteith, for instance, and his mother calling him a disgraceful fellow. For some reason not understood by himself, he was not disposed to tell his mother anything about the invitation out. "The shirt will do well enough for Sunday, too. Don't bother." This was all the explanation he offered. "But why should you want a clean shirt in the middle of the week?" she persisted. "There's some goings on that you don't tell me about." Whereupon the graceless boy chuckled again. I'm going to the C.L.S.C.," he giggled. "Going to join it." The look of horror on his mother's face satisfied his ideas of fun. He knew very little about those mystic letters himself, but still he was certain that he was better posted than his mother. He was dimly conscious that he had been honored. His mother would be sure to think that it was something disgraceful, and the idea was irresistibly funny. "What's that?" She fairly gasped the words. "Blest if I know," said Paul, laughing so hard that his cup of tea nearly choked him. "I'm going to night to find out." "Don't do it, Paul, I beg of you, don't. It's one of them disgraceful secret things, I've heard of them. Oh, you needn't laugh. I'm older than you, and I've heard of a sight of things that you don't know nothing about. As long ago as when your father was a young man, they tried to get him to join, and he never would. I won't do nothing that I can't tell my mother about if I'm a mind to, he said, and he stuck to it. How many times I've thought of that, and hoped that my boy would never do anything that he couldn't tell his mother. And here you are going into it, and you'll go right straight down to ruin, I'm sure of that." Paul was in no way dismayed at this prospect. In truth, he had heard enough about it to become hardened. His mother had been sure, ever since he could remember, that he was going to ruin, and had told him so with tears. He was inexorable. He would make no explanation, and he would insist on putting on his clean shirt that very evening, and going to that disgraceful C.L.S.C. I hardly know how to explain to you how it was that a boy who had always been so regardful of his mother's "scares" as to refuse to stay out late at night, should yet have allowed her to work her poor nervous heart into spasms of fear over this new departure, when a few words of explanation would have filled that same heart with motherly hope and pride. "I don't know how to explain it to her," he told himself, as he shut the door with a little bang, vexed at her tearful face when there was no cause for tears. "I know it's nothing that she need cry about this time, and that's enough. S'posing I should tell her, she'd go and talk about it, tell all the old women on this street, like enough, and be pleased and all that, and I dare say it won't come to anything, it isn't no ways likely I'll ever go more than once, and then she would just be disappointed, and what's the use?" And I really believe that the strongest motive he had for silence was that vague fear of another disappointment for his mother. Yet he disappointed her in one way or another every day of his life. He was certainly a queer boy. Poor Mrs. Adams! She had a miserable day. I offer no excuse for Paul. I am ashamed of him. As for his mother, shall excuse be offered for her? She was an adept in borrowing trouble. She had practiced for years. True, her life had been one of real practical troubles. Yet it is also true that some of her most severe trials had been borrowed. Wrought out in the darkness of the night, lived over in anticipation, wept over, struggled with, in a measure endured, and they never came. Yet, so far from learning wisdom by this long experience, she still expected them, or others worse than they, and wrought at her sad problem all the same. She looked again at her boy's shirt, making sure that every button was in its place. She sought out a clean handkerchief and laid it beside the shirt. She brushed his best coat with careful hands, and mended a tiny rip in the sleeve, and she had an hour's labor with the shining shirt front, dampening, rubbing, ironing, because there had plashed on it 2 or 3 hot tears. Had Paul known that the tears really fell, he would have made some effort to relieve his mother. As it was, he came home from his business of lounging earlier than usual, dressed himself with marked care, taking most unusual pains with his hair, and looking altogether so neat and respectable that his mother felt a little thrill of pride rise up among her fears as he passed through the kitchen. She had not ventured further opposition. The only question she asked was the tearfully put one, "How late do you expect to be, Paul?" "I have no kind of an idea," he said cheerily. "I don't know where I'm going, you see, nor what will be done with me." And the mother groaned. Ah, but had you been able to peep into Mrs. Fenton's pretty parlor that evening! Paul was right in his surmise that it was a particularly pleasant room at all times. But on this occasion, the first regular meeting of the newly organized C.L.S.C., its mistress had done what she could to make it more than usually attractive. She had labored half the afternoon to make her ivies and ferns trail and droop in just the right direction, and at dusk came Caroline, fresh from Mrs. Chester's greenhouse, bearing a choice collection of cut flowers. It was late enough in the season for these to bring special joy to Mrs. Fenton's heart. "See," said Caroline, "they are all going out this evening, and Mrs. Chester said the beauty of these would be gone by to morrow, so if I had any friends who would like them, I was to take them. Wasn't she nice?" "Very," said Mrs. Fenton in glee, and while she arranged them in her pretty vases with skillful hand, she wondered whether Mrs. Chester would have given her flowers, had she known they were destined that very evening to help people up out of their spheres. All four of the burners in the pretty little chandelier had been lighted, Mrs. Fenton remarking apologetically, when her husband laughed, that she did like light. The delicate bell-shaped shades drooping over the gas jets added their beauty to the general effect. I have before told you that Mrs. Fenton was an artist, so far as regarded the adorning of her home, and she had exerted herself to the utmost to make it an attractive spot on this first evening of their venture into the world of literature. I ought not to use the word venture. It had already passed beyond the limits which surround that word. The preliminary business meeting had been a success, both as regarded numbers and enthusiasm. There were found to be those in Centerville not too much absorbed in painting or self-esteem to appreciate and join hands with the new scheme. Whether the imposing name of Dr. Gilbert Monteith, announced as president of the organization, had much to do with rapidly swelling the list of members, who shall say? Certain it is that Mrs. Fenton had on her list a comfortable sprinkling of names from high sources. In fact, she had one or two that Mrs. Chester had tried in vain to secure at her fashionable evening gatherings. Yet she had been true to her first motherly ambition to get hold of the Ward boys. This desire she had mentioned, not without some anxiety, to Dr. Monteith when he called one evening in an entirely informal way to talk over their plans, for the bright little woman had been unanimously chosen secretary. Would Dr. Monteith think she was lowering the standard of the C.L.S.C. by trying to introduce to its membership such doubtful young men as these? Also, what would he think of Caroline? These questions made Mrs. Fenton's heart beat fast. But I rejoice to tell you that she set her pleasant mouth in firm lines, and told herself that whatever Dr. Monteith or anybody else thought of Caroline, she was to belong, provided she, Mrs. Fenton, had anything to do with it. If any person objected to Caroline, it should be the same as though they had objected to her. The Ward boys might be doubtful, perhaps they were, perhaps it was foolish to try to do anything with them, in that line at least. But Mrs. Chester's Caroline was another person. She was not left long in doubt as to Dr. Monteith's opinion. His handsome eyes flashed instant sympathy, and his cordial voice said, "My dear Mrs. Fenton, that is one of the best of the good thoughts that you have had concerning this movement. If we could get hold of these two young men, we might save them, and through them I am half frightened to think how many others." And then he, in his turn, astonished Mrs. Fenton. Did she know anything of a boy, or a young man rather, by the name of Adams? His mother was a poor struggling widow, and the boy was no comfort to her, was always hanging around the street corners, was constantly with the Ward boys and others of their stamp, was going to ruin, he feared. And yet he fancied the boy had capabilities. His father was a man of unusual strength of mind. Dr. Monteith had known him when a boy, and although he had had almost no advantages, he had picked up a good deal of various sorts of knowledge, and was a man of sterling worth and much promise at the time of his sudden death. Dr. Monteith, by reason of his busy life, had lost track of the boy until quite recently, a fact which he regretted. Did Mrs. Fenton think it possible to reach just such a boy as he was through such a channel? Mrs. Fenton felt that her fair face was showing crimson blushes. She was so astonished. Yes, she did know Paul Adams, by sight at least; and she knew his mother very well. Mrs. Adams occasionally did fine starching and ironing for her when she was pressed for time, and many a nice bit of comfort from her cellar and pantry had found its way to Mrs. Adams' home. She did not tell Dr. Monteith all these things, but her voice at least must have expressed her surprise, for he smiled as he said, "I am not at all sure that we could reach him. I don't know that he has an idea of ever trying to be other than what he is, but for the sake of his father I should like to get hold of him. Would you have any objection to my inviting him to join us?" Oh, no, indeed! Fancy her making objections to any one whom Dr. Monteith might choose to invite to her house! But after that she had not deemed it necessary to commend Mrs. Chester's Caroline to his special forbearance. That same Caroline looked very pretty on the evening in question. She had not in any sense stepped aside from her usual dress. It was a dark, plain dress, costing so little by the yard that it would have surprised even Mrs. Fenton, who was a practical economist. But it was made with exceeding care, was perfect in fit, and the soft, cheap lace at throat and wrists set it off as much as real lace at an unmentionable price would have done; better indeed, because of one's instinctive sense of the fitness of things. While at work among the flowers, Caroline had, from force of habit also, pushed into the braids of her hair a cluster of scarlet fuchsias, and, whether she knew it or not, they fitted her perfectly. As the peal of the bell announced the first arrival, she turned away from the flowers with heightened color and a little laugh, as she said, "It seems to me as though I ought to retire to the kitchen, or the nursery. Where shall I sit, Mrs. Fenton?" "Just where you please," said Mrs. Fenton promptly. "Don't you go to being foolish, Caroline. There will be no one here who will not respect you in proportion to the respect which they have for themselves. That is our president, I think. Isn't it grand that we have such a president?" The parlor filled rapidly. Mrs. Fenton was jubilant, and yet not quite satisfied. She had not before realized how eager she had been to secure the Ward boys; but, as often as the bell would peal, a flush of expectancy would rise on her face, to fade again as only others of their immediate circle were admitted. A close observer would have also discovered that the genial president was on the alert, watching for what had not as yet appeared. They came, however; the three came together; somewhat late, for, at the last moment, Jim's courage had failed him, and he had announced his intention of "giving it up." Not so Paul. He was astonished with himself for having entered into any such engagement, but once having donned a clean shirt and blacked his boots, and spent unusual thought and care on his personal appearance, he was resolved that it should not be for naught. On this Joe agreed with him, and, by dint of much coaxing, they finally prevailed upon the one who was usually their leading spirit to reconsider. I don't think I shall be able to set before you a description of the effect of that brightly lighted, flower perfumed room on those three young men. The Ward boys were almost as unused to such scenes as was Paul. It is true they had a parlor at home, but it was always closed and dark, the dust having gathered about even their mother's old-fashioned portrait. As for Paul, the neat clean kitchen, lighted only by one small lamp, so old that it was always out of order, was, you will remember, his daily lesson in the refinements of life. Of course he immediately adopted extravagant views as to the beauty of Mrs. Fenton's parlor. But while taste and elegance undoubtedly had their effect on these young men, they were as nothing compared with the courteous and cordial greeting which was given them. Dr. Monteith arose from his chair of honor near the study table, and, coming forward, gave a hand to each, while in few words of pleasant greeting he assured them of their welcome; and every member of the circle chose to follow their leader's example, albeit some were amazed at their own action. Certainly, whatever the C.L.S.C. might develop for these three, their first impressions were exceedingly pleasing. I will admit to you that they all three understood little of the subjects that were discussed during the evening. "Merivale," said each to himself at intervals. "What is Merivale, or who is he? Does it mean a man or a woman or a place?" Now each had that degree of self-respect, if indeed that is the proper name for the feeling, which made him resolve to discover as soon as possible all about Merivale, without admitting for a moment to the others that he was not thoroughly posted. Rome! What about it? Did they mean that little village on the railroad 40 miles or so north of here? It wasn't likely, for who ever heard of anything happening in Rome worth talking about? Yes, they knew, every one of them, that there was such a city or country or town across some ocean, renowned for something. The momentous questions were, which ocean, town, city, or what? For what renowned? Curious material this, do you think, for a literary and scientific association? Let me tell you, they took certain steps that evening, without which there would be no scientific investigations, no literary men or women. They resolved, every one of them, to find out. The talk went on in the form of general and interested conversation. No, not general, for our three boys, who began this evening for the first time to suspect that they might be young men, could not join in it. Presently James Ward, the more daring spirit of the three, leaned forward and possessed himself of a book that lay on the table, exactly like one in Mrs. Fenton's hand, to which he could see she occasionally referred. Merivale's General History of Rome. Merivale was then, doubtless, a man, and had written a book about Rome. So much for knowledge! You need not smile if I admit to you that James Ward felt in a certain sense triumphant. He had one fact which an hour before he had never heard of. Young Paul, whose keen eyes were in all portions of the room at once, quietly held out his hand for the book as James was about to return it to the table, and in a twinkling placed himself on a level with his friend. He went farther. He opened to the title page and read, "A History of Rome from the foundation of the city to the fall of Augustulus." Rome, then, was a city, and of sufficient interest and importance to have a book written about it. Paul had an immediate desire to know where it was situated, how it was founded, who Augustulus was, and where he fell to. He opened curiously to the first chapter and read the heading slowly and with great care. The Site of Rome. "My!" said young Paul to himself, "that's queer spelling," his only knowledge of the word being derived from sight. He read on. Its configuration and geological formation, a glance at the Italian peninsula, at the basin of the Mediterranean, at the empire beyond it. All Greek to Paul Adams. He laid down the book with a hardly suppressed sigh, and there flitted before him the memory of sundry wasted days in the old dingy schoolhouse. He wondered curiously whether had he studied more and tripped boys less, he should understand this sentence this evening. What of it? Why should he care to understand it? What difference did it make to him where Rome was, or where Augustulus fell? Why had he come here this evening? Why, indeed, but that... As he raised his eyes at that moment, he met the genial ones of Professor Monteith, and something, he was not metaphysician enough to know what, made him immediately wish for a second time that evening that he knew a little something. Although Professor Gilbert Monteith was heartily interested in the literary and scientific circle, and meant to give it his utmost strength and the benefit of his thorough education, it gives me great joy to tell you that he was more interested in human lives and human souls than in any phase of scientific truth that could possibly be presented. He meant to aid the few earnest students gathered about him, and he meant also to save these three boys if he could. He gave his mind to so shaping the questions, so commenting on the answers, that the whole was well calculated to awaken the curiosity of those who knew nothing concerning that ancient city. In short, he so skilfully introduced our novices to the 7 renowned hills and the flowing Tiber, and the curious legend of Romulus and Remus, that not only was Mrs. Fenton heartily interested, and Caroline's eyes glowed, and young Mr. Bennet, the law student, declared to himself that this was something worth having, but, what was infinitely more to the point, 3 young men on the high road to ruin roused themselves from their lethargy of ignorance and indifference, and positively resolved to keep the vantage ground that they had gained, and put themselves in a way to hear these people talk. Moreover, in the course of the evening, young Robert Fenton, without the least intention of adding to the spell, without the slightest knowledge that he did any such thing, pushed his chair closer to Dr. Monteith and began to question. The Palatine, and the Aventine, and the winding Tiber, and the Vatican, were names that rolled so easily from his young lips, and the questions he asked were so promptly recognized as of importance, and so carefully answered, that, while Mrs. Fenton's cheeks glowed with motherly pride, the cheeks of the Ward boys glowed with shame. "Just to think," murmured James to himself, "that fellow is only 14." And young Paul said within himself, "That youngster knows enough to ask about what he don't know, and I vow I mean to learn so much anyhow." The first regular meeting of the C.L.S.C., viewed from human standpoints, was certainly a success. The pleased circle detached itself into little groups when the formal meeting was over, and discussed the hopes and plans. "We shall have to be very busy, some of us, to get 40 minutes a day in which to read." This Mr. Bennet remarked in a general way. "Merivale is interesting, but he doesn't say much about law, and I have to keep Blackstone ever before my mental vision." Whereupon Caroline thought, but did not say, "Merivale may be interesting, but I fancy he doesn't say much about setting tables and clearing them off, and making desserts and dusting parlours. I shall certainly have to be very busy." Chapter 7 of the Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Isn't it nice? "Isn't it nice?" This was what she said to James Ward, a little pink and white girl who could hardly reach to his elbow. Not an intellectual girl at all, one who knew almost as little about Rome as did the young man before whom she stood, save that she had a fashionable seminary education, and knew the names of things tolerably well. A girl who frizzed her hair when frizzes were the height of the fashion, and banged it when that style was in vogue. A girl who wore trains one day, or round dresses reaching just to the tops of her boots the next, according to the dictates of the most fashionable dressmaker whose advice she could ask. If you had been going to select a woman to give an impetus to a dawning intellectual sense, the last person you would probably have chosen would have been this small pretty Amy Allison, with features like the latest Parisian doll, expression and all. Yet those 3 words, spoken in the softest of feminine voices, were destined by fate, or no, let us be reasonable beings and say by Providence, to work as complete a transformation in the plans and purposes and final destination of James Ward as can possibly be imagined. How could they do it? Well, who can account for these things or explain the subtle law by which they work? It was not that James Ward fell in love with this small bit of flesh and blood beside him, whatever that coarse expression may mean to those initiated. It was not that he realized any special personality in the matter. It was simply that he had watched young men and young women heretofore from a distance; they up a story or two, at least, he below looking up; never, by any chance, beside them. He had seen this very girl at church, seated in her father's pew, shielded by her father's presence, surrounded by an atmosphere of respectability and choiceness. He had seen young men, her friends and companions, greet her familiarly, on passing in or out. He had from his seat in the gallery, or his position in the upper hall, looked down on all this, and still felt himself looking up, not down. It had all been above him. This he had never reasoned over, but simply in a dulled sort of way felt; accepted as a kind of necessity of circumstance. Now he stood beside her, in a carefully adorned parlor, she surrounded as usual by that atmosphere of safe, pure respectability; Professor Monteith on one side, Mrs. Dayton Allen on the other, and Mr. Bennet, whom every one spoke of as destined to be a brilliant young lawyer, just in front of them, and she had looked up to him, James Ward, and said, "Isn't it nice?" Do you see what I mean? There came at that moment to the young man a sudden revelation of the fact that there need be no precipice between him and all this safe nicety, he forever below and they above. This small, pretty girl stood on a level with him now, nay, looked up to him literally, and addressed him as one of them. What was there to hinder his trying for a place that would make it a matter of course for her and all such to at least greet him on a level? I declare to you that, so insensibly had this motherless young man slipped down hill, he had never realized that there was a time when he was not necessarily down there, and there had never occurred to him before a possibility of climbing back. He had accepted his worthlessness as an inevitable birthright. Amy Allison would simply have laughed had she known how her good-natured little question set his pulses to throbbing. Yet Amy Allison never had so great reason to be proud of her brainless little frizzes as on that night when they helped to awaken the energies of an immortal soul. He looked down at her, this boy of about 19, on this girl of 17, who had been miles above him always heretofore, with a curious feeling that he was older by years than he had ever been before, and that she was younger. "What is nice?" he said. He hadn't the least idea how to talk with a young lady. He had no sister, and the few girls whom he knew well enough to shout a greeting to in the streets as he passed them, he felt now that he wished he did not know at all. "Why, this idea, all of it, the meeting together and talking and studying it over, and having such grand men as Professor Monteith and Mr. Bennet and all those to help us." Us! Whom did she mean by that word so glibly used? Actually herself and him, James Ward? It sounded like it. Did he think it was nice? He had told himself not 3 minutes ago that he was a fool for being there, and that he would never be caught in that trap again. It was one of the many revulsions of feeling that he had endured. He suddenly resolved to be sincere, and see what answer he would get. "I suppose it is nice for you people who know all about these things, but I am nothing but an ignoramus. I never took kindly to any books," this sentence closing with a half bitter laugh. "Oh, I don't know much about these things." Her sentence closed with a little laugh too, not a bitter one though, fresh and girlish. "Don't you?" He looked down at her now, smiling partly at the pretty features, and partly at himself in wonder that he felt so much at ease talking with a well-dressed young lady who belonged to the upper circles. "No, I don't, really. I used to study history in school, of course, but I always rather hated it. It seemed so dull, you see. My little sister was asking me only this afternoon what was the principal river in Rome, and do you believe I could tell her? I'm glad I have discovered this evening. I know so much now, anyway. I think it would be nice to know one new thing every day, don't you?" He hadn't a clear idea what he thought, except that for some reason utterly unknown to himself, it gave him intense pleasure to hear her confess her ignorance of Rome. Someway, it reduced the precipice that was between him and people. Why did this fair bit of flesh stand talking with him when Mr. Bennet stood almost at her elbow and was entirely willing to talk with her? Oh, the reason was simple enough. Little Miss Annie had been a good deal astonished, possibly a trifle scandalized, when she saw the Ward boys march into the room. Why, everybody knew they were just street loungers. As for Paul, he was not on a level enough with her social horizon for her to know him at all. She had been in a puzzle for some seconds over the others, but when Dr. Monteith actually laid aside his books and arose and shook hands with them, and gave them a general introduction to the company, little Amy settled it behind her frizzes that they must be rather "nice" after all. Anyway, people whom Dr. Monteith introduced were to be talked to, for the time being at least. So she talked to James Ward because she happened to be standing nearest to him when the circle broke up. It was all a "happen" then? Yes, just as much of a happen as anything is in this carefully planned world. Well, it helped to send James Ward home looking thoughtful. Joe put his hands in his pockets and whistled. What he thought about anything he kept to himself until they reached their favorite corner. Then he halted, waited for the two who were coming along in silence behind him, and said, "Let's go in and have a smoke and talk it over." Whether it was Miss Amy's influence, or the combined influences of the entire evening that made his brother James so unusually gruff, I cannot tell. Certain it is, he answered with most unnecessary bearishness, "I won't do it. I'm going home." Joe, though generally good-natured, was not proof against such uncalled-for growls as this, and answered promptly, "Bow wow! Go right along. Come in, Paul, and have a soothing puff. I'll stand treat." "Can't," said Paul laconically. "Why not?" "Oh, because I can't. It's late. I'm going home." "It isn't late, either. It's just a few minutes after 10." "Well, that's a few minutes later than I generally am. I don't mean to stop nowhere to night, so you needn't coax." It was the quiet tone of decision that meant just what it said. "Oh, bother!" Joe said. "You're both cracked to night." And he, too, made a virtue of necessity, and went home. It was unusually early for the Ward boys, and as their father, lying awake, heard them stumbling upstairs in the darkness, he wondered with a gloomy sigh what those fellows had been about now, to get in so early. As for the widow Adams, her pillow was wet, and her nose was red, and her eyes were sore, all because of tears that had dropped in a slow desolate way ever since 8:30, when she had turned her lamp down until it gave one dim wink, and went to bed to wait and watch for the coming of her idol. The worst had come at last. She felt it in every nerve. The ruin that had been menacing her so long was about to burst upon her. In what form she had been fruitful in conjecturing. Certainly there was no danger of her being taken by surprise, for she had had her boy brought home shot, drowned in the creek, thrown from a disreputable carriage with all his ribs broken, carried helplessly intoxicated in the arms of two boon companions, all this since 8:30, and it was only 10. How late would her nerves hold out? What else was there for her to imagine? Oh, don't laugh at poor, sad-hearted widow Adams. Send your only boy out to walk at night over streets spread with snares and pitfalls at every step, as our large towns are, and see how you will feel. Her poor elbow was sore with its duties of lifting her up and letting her down again, as she listened while step after step crunched on the gravel outside, and none of them were his. "He won't come till midnight at the very shortest," she murmured. "He said he would be late. I knew what that meant. I've been expecting and expecting it." Then the weak tears dropped. The widow Adams was too enfeebled in body, too utterly worn out with hard work, even to cry hard. It was 15 minutes after 10 by the old-fashioned clock in the corner when she raised herself for the 50th time on that much enduring elbow, to say, "Oh, dear, that's his step," and then, "No, it isn't. Oh, dear me!" But this time she added, "Yes, it is. I'd know his step anywhere, even if it was unsteady. Oh, dear!" Then the door was carefully opened. "Mother," a steady, low-toned voice, "are you asleep? Don't get up. I see the lamp. All right, good night." And he clambered up the steep staircase. Then the tears came faster, in very astonishment and satisfaction. Yes, his step was steady once more, and his voice was steady. There was no smell of liquor came in at the door with him. She hated liquor, did this long-suffering widow Adams. She could detect its scent, it seemed to her, almost miles away. But then, "He has been somewhere that he oughtn't to have went," she said drearily, "or else he would have told me about it. Oh, dear me!" I can re-echo it from my soul. Oh, dear me! that in our Christian country mothers' hearts have to be wrung by so many terrors that are so liable to be. As for Paul Adams, he was unusually quiet. He whistled not a note as he made steady preparations for bed. His mind was full of grave thoughts. There was no room for whistling. The problem looming up before him that he intended in his heart to meet and conquer was, "How shall I go to work to get a Merivale's History of Rome?" It was an actual fact, though a lamentable one, that Paul, almost young man as he was, with a widowed mother whom, by all means of Christianity or civilization, he should have supported, had no settled business in life, nothing definite to do, save to split the kindlings when there were any to split, work in the garden when his mother could coax him to do it, shovel paths when he had to, and pick up odd jobs as they chanced to fall in his way. His mother, poor thing, comforted her heart by saying with her lips that it was a "dreadful bad town for poor folks." There was her Paul couldn't find any work from one month's end to another. Down deep in her heart she knew that there was nothing that Paul tried for so little as something to do. Also she knew that Farmer Judkins, who had known her in her girlhood and who occasionally brought her a bushel of apples or a spare rib, said as soon as he got out of the house, "Sho, what a worthless coot he is. I'd risk, but he'd find something to do if he wanted it." All the same, the mother respected Farmer Judkins for keeping his lips closed before her. Even she did not know what spasmodic efforts had been made in her favor by the carpenter around the corner, offering Paul steady wages, small indeed but steady, for steady work. Paul had shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't believe you better try me, Mr. Tucker. I ain't steady at anything but eating and sleeping." But this episode his mother didn't know. On the evening in question, one of the boy's employments seemed to be deserting him. He could not get to sleep. Through the moonlight he could count every knot in the wood of the unfinished room, and for a time he could not fix his mind on anything but the act of counting them. "What the mischief do I care how many there are?" he said aloud and angrily at last, and then he set himself to work in earnest to find what it was that was keeping him awake. And, strange as the experience was to him, he discovered that he still wanted very much indeed a Merivale on Rome. Why? Ah, that was what he could not have explained to you. He had had a glimpse into another world, and he liked it. But he had by no means as yet decided that it could be other than glimpses which would fall to his share. Nevertheless, the determination grew to secure a Merivale in some way. "I wonder how much the thing costs?" he asked himself, and asked in vain, having less knowledge of the market value of books than of almost any other thing. A few moments of silent thought induced the next explosive sentence. "Folks that are at work making money, getting regular wages, can buy books when they want 'em." It seems a strange thing to say, but really Paul Adams was getting his first touch of respect for labor, by reason of forcing himself to think of its remarkable results. What else he thought, as he lay there staring at the posts of the old-fashioned bedstead, he kept to himself, only announcing the result in the tone which the ward boys called his stubborn one, and from which they knew there was no appeal. "I vum I'll do it to-morrow morning." Then he turned on his side and went to sleep. Meantime pretty little Miss Amy Allison simpered home in the moonlight with young Bennet, the law student, and tried to be wise and talk about Rome with its 7 hills, and was duly flattered by the attention which the brilliant young man bestowed on her, but acknowledged in her secret soul that she felt more comfortable while talking with James Ward. It was a little difficult to keep the 7 hills located where they ought to be, and not to confuse the Vatican and the Apennines, not being entirely sure as yet which either word represented. Now, with James Ward it had not mattered. "By the by," said her companion, suddenly leaving Rome and coming down to Centerville, "how did those Ward boys and that Adams youngster happen to stray into our gathering, do you suppose?" "I'm sure I don't know. Wasn't it funny?" with an amused little laugh. "Rather. I presume they felt somewhat like the historical fishes we occasionally hear about. I saw you trying to make talk with one of the Wards. How did you succeed?" "Why, he talked quite well," Miss Amy said hesitatingly, not sure of her ground. Perhaps this was an absurd thing to say to the brilliant young man. "Did he, indeed? I am surprised to hear it. I didn't suppose he had 2 ideas in common with people having brains." How many brains had Miss Amy, had he been able to measure them? Young Bennet didn't know, but he knew she was a pleasant little thing to walk home with. As for Caroline, young Robert Fenton got out his cap and walked home with her, his mother remarking as she stood in the door and looked after them, that she wished young men had common sense. Why didn't Mr. Bennet see her safely home? It was right in his way, and that simpering little Amy might have thought of, and proposed it to him if she had any brains. And her husband had laughed and replied, "You are good at planning, Martha, but when you get young Bennet to come down from his height long enough to walk home with Mrs. Chester's Caroline, let me know." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. I know I shall stick. Young Paul opened his eyes, intent on the same subject on which they had closed the night before. Neither did it seem less important to him by prosaic daylight, as things are apt to do. More difficult to accomplish, perhaps it looked, but he meant to accomplish it. Therefore he made a hasty and even more silent breakfast than usual, ignoring his mother's wistful hints that he would tell her how he passed the evening, and went out up town with a quick step, utterly unlike his usual lounging gait. His object was regular employment, such as would bring money. Where to look for it he did not know. It was an unpropitious time of year in which to find work that he was capable of doing, whatever work that would be. He fully realized that his qualifications were limited. But behold, as he turned the corner, a placard hung in the window of one of his favorite lounging places, "Boy wanted." This looked encouraging. It might be merely an errand boy. Well, certainly he could run of errands. And it tells well for the downright earnestness of Paul that he did not shrink from this form of work, so much younger than his years. On the other hand, if they wanted one to stand behind the counter and sell tobacco and cigars, why certainly he was capable of doing that. "Can't need much brains for such work," said Paul, with a contemptuous sniff and a dawning sense of the intellectual inferiority of "such work." Then he boldly turned the knob and went forward. The proprietor was well known to him. He vouchsafed him at first no answer beyond an astonished stare, and then a hearty laugh. "Honour bright, Paul, do you really want something to do?" "Honor bright. I mean business, and you'll find I can stick to it." "What do you want me to hire you to do? Now, honestly, smoke cigars?" "No, only wheedle others into buying them and make 'em think a miserable little 2-cent one is a prime lot, best brand, and worth 5 cents at the very lowest. I know how, and I can do it." The proprietor laughed and flushed. "You know too much," he said, "altogether too much. You have smoked too many cigars to be able to do much at selling." "Then you won't hire me?" "Not if I know myself, my boy. I mean to have a clerk who hasn't learned how to smoke." "You want the pleasure of teaching him yourself, do you? All right." And Paul shut the door and walked on. A curious sense of having had his good intentions ill treated came over him. It was a new feeling to have to bear. Heretofore his life had been on too low a plane to have been troubled with sensitiveness. He stood at the corner perhaps 5 minutes trying to resolve not to go down to Tucker's. It was not the time of year to expect work of a carpenter, he argued. Stores and groceries were more likely places now that the holiday season was coming on. To be sure there weren't many stores to try, and help had always seemed wonderfully plenty. But then perhaps he better try them. So he did, walked up the main street on one side and down it on the other, stopping at every probable and finally every improbable place. It was not until towards noon that he came back to that corner and strode resolutely down the street towards Tucker's carpenter shop. The truth was, he thought he didn't want to be a carpenter. And though he did not put it into words, he had a half defined feeling of energy about him which he expressed afterwards by the sentence, "You see, I knew I should stick to it that time, and I wanted to be rather careful. I always know by my feelin's when I am going to stick." Mr. Tucker, though for the sake of the boy's father had several times offered and urged work, was not in so accommodating a mood now. Truth to tell, he had announced some time before that he had "washed his hands of Paul Adams, and should never try to do anything more with him. He was a shiftless fellow, and always would be, and he was going to the bad as fast as he could, and he, Jonas Tucker, couldn't help it." But then, all this was said under the firm belief that Paul Adams would never come his way asking for work. He wasn't ready to give it. He was suspicious of this sudden outburst of industry. He half believed there was some trick hidden away under the apparent honesty of purpose. But for all that, Jonas Tucker, being a good man in his way, found it not easy to wash his hands of a responsibility after all. He argued the case with Paul, however; assured him that this was not the time of year when carpenter work was flash, and that he would have no idlers about him, nor slippery fellows. Everything had to be up to the mark, and if he should ever hire a boy to work for him again, which was doubtful, he should certainly discharge him for the first mean trick he did. And every word of objection he uttered developed in Paul Adams a curious determination to carry his point and get to work in the carpenter's shop. What he had started out upon reluctantly, as a last resort, he found himself doggedly bent on accomplishing. "I know I shall stick," he said to himself. "I feel it all over me, and I ain't sure but I shall kind of like to stick just here." "What started you up all of a sudden?" questioned Jonas Tucker, breaking in on his argument to ask this point-blank question. The answer was unhesitating. "I want some money." "Oh, you do! I should think it was about time. You've been acting all along as though you didn't know there was any such stuff as money in the world. What do you want money for? To help your mother?" "No," said Paul Adams as promptly as before, but a streak of dark red blood began to creep up into his cheek. The question had roused 100 others. What if he should earn money for his mother, support her as he had heard of sons doing? What if he should buy a carpet some day for the horrid little kitchen, and a lamp that didn't smoke, and a stove that would bake? It was an actual fact that the boy had slept so effectually through his 17 or 18 years of life as never to have considered before that such marvelous results were possible. But he had no idea of telling Mr. Tucker about the new ideas, so he added to his no only this explanation: "I want it for myself." "For yourself!" said Mr. Tucker in scorn. "A great boy like you! What have you done yet for your mother but give her plenty of sleepless nights and red eyes, I'll be bound." And feeling by this time that he had no more washed his hands of the young man than he had gotten rid of his own heart, he determined to improve this opportunity, and then and there, standing in the shop door, the north wind blowing advance flakes of a coming snowstorm all about them, he read the boy a solemn lecture on the sins and follies of his youth, and the probable evil disposition which he was about to make of his first earnings, provided he should ever earn anything, which was extremely doubtful. Little of which did young Paul hear. He was occupied in thinking if he should ever be able to buy a new lamp for his mother, what sort of a lamp it should be, and should the shade be pure white, or have pink flowers on it? But he stuck, and was hired; no less to Mr. Tucker's astonishment than his own. Not many days thereafter, young Bennet stepped into the one large bookstore which Centerville possessed, and, while stating his order, stopped in the midst of a sentence to say to the clerk, who was a friend of his, "What's the matter? You look as though you had seen an apparition." "I have, and it has stunned me. The millennium is coming, or the world is coming to an end, or else there is going to be an earthquake." "Why?" laughing at his dazed air. "What has happened?" "Do you know the Ward boys?" "Oh, yes, I know them when I stumble over them at the Corners, or some other lounging place. What of them?" "What would you say," asked the clerk, leaning over the counter, and speaking in a confidential tone, "if you should see one of them buying a book?" "Why, it might suggest the millennium, I admit," Bennet answered, laughing. "I didn't know they ever purchased any sort of book. A dime novel, I suppose?" "No, sir, it wasn't. It was a history, the toughest of its kind, too. We don't sell a copy of it in 100 years. In fact, I believe we never sold a copy nor kept it to sell until Dr. Monteith ordered a couple, and we sent for a dozen. But I'd like to know what had got into people all of a sudden. Come to think, they're all gone but one, and we've got an order for 2 more. What do you suppose is up?" Light began to dawn on young Bennet's brain. "Oh, you are talking about Merivale's Rome, I suppose." Still he was astonished, as was evidenced by his next question. "Did the Ward boys really buy a copy?" "They did so. Jim came in here as lofty as though he bought a book a week, and said he, 'Parker, I want a history of Rome by a man named Merivale.' If he had asked me for a photograph of the man in the moon I couldn't have been more astonished. But I got it for him, and he paid for it and walked off. That was yesterday. But after all it was nothing to the sensation that we had this afternoon. That was what cut me up so completely. I've sold next to the last copy of that very book, and you couldn't guess in a month of Sundays to whom. Do you happen to know that good-for-nothing youngster, who hasn't a whole shirt to his name, I'll venture? Unless his mother has earned it for him by going out washing? His name is Adams, Paul Adams." "Yes, I know him. You don't say he has bought a book too?" "He has bought a book too," repeated the clerk solemnly. "Came and looked it over with the wisdom of a sage, demurred a little because the cover was black instead of brown, said he always had a hankering for brown things, and hated black; demurred still more at the price, said it was 'most an awful price, he should think, for one book, but he took it and paid for it, and went away peering into it as though it had a spell about it in some way. Now what does it all mean?" "I really am not sure but it means that those fellows are in earnest," said young Bennet musingly. "I declare, it looks as though they had ventured in, but I confess that I am astonished." "Ventured into what?" "Literature," replied young Bennet, laughing immoderately now. "Don't you know we have a literary society? I am sure I asked you to join it. Merivale is one of the books on our course." "And the Ward boys and this young scamp of an Adams have joined." "Why, so it seems. I didn't know they contemplated it. They strayed into the meeting a week or so ago. I don't know how they happened to. I thought it was some good nature or fun of Robert Fenton's. We met at his father's. But really this looks like an attempt at joining us." "Poh!" said Parker the clerk in intensest scorn. "Oh, now, that won't do, you know," was the lawyer's answer. "It isn't impossible that they may have determined on the sudden to make an effort after respectability. Other young fellows have done the same and made men of themselves." "And begun with Merivale," answered Parker. "What egregious nonsense! Why, I know a little of history, and I give you my word of honour that I never saw a stupider addition than this same Merivale. I don't believe even a scholar could get interested in it. And the idea of Paul Adams! Why, he doesn't know 3 lines of the multiplication table. Stuff and nonsense!" It did look funny to them, and the 2 young men burst simultaneously into laughter. Bennett was the first to recover his gravity. "I confess," he said, "if I had been going to mark out a course of study for them, I should not have commenced with Merivale, and I doubt if any of the trio will look into it far enough to know whether it is dry or fresh. But I can't help being sort of glad to hear that they have actually bought one book. It adds to one's self-respect to see the gleams of manhood even in these worthless fellows. I say, Parker, come and join us and watch the joke." "And study Merivale," said Parker with a shrug of his shoulders. Nevertheless, when left alone, he took down the only remaining copy of Merivale and looked it over curiously. If the Ward boys and Paul Adams had brains enough to read any of it, certainly he ought to have. Doubtless the 2 young men would have been more amused still could they have seen Paul Adams that evening in his bit of a room by the light of a tallow candle. For some reason unexplainable to himself, he was averse to sitting by the smoky lamp in his mother's kitchen and studying his new book. He preferred the tallow candle which he had bought with his own money and set in a wooden block which he had hewn out at the carpenter's shop that day. The plan in the Adams household had heretofore been for Paul to take the smoky lamp after his mother was through with it and retire by its vile light. So the tallow candle was an innovation. If I were an artist and could draw a picture of poor Paul as he bent over Merivale on that first evening, you might laugh. Doubtless you would. And yet, unless I am mistaken in you, your heart would have gone out in sympathy. How utterly hopeless it looked to him! He read over the first sentences 6 times without having an idea as to their meaning. He read through the entire page, and then closing the book found that he had not the remotest idea concerning it. The language was such as he was utterly unused to hearing. The subject was one about which he knew absolutely nothing. Of what earthly use was it for him to pore over that array of words? A dismal feeling of the impossibility of accomplishing anything tugged at his heart. Here he had spent a large part of his first earnings on a big book which was written in an unknown tongue. He would take it back tomorrow morning. He would tell that simpering clerk that he had made a mistake. It was not the book that he wanted. In fact, there was no book such as he wanted upon the earth. He would get back his money and buy a gallon of oysters and ask the boys and have a jolly evening, and let old Rome sink if it wanted to, provided it were now in existence, of which he was not perfectly sure. Then he would and then he stopped. Why did there, just at that moment, come a vision to him of the fine form and finer features of Dr. Monteith? Why did it seem to him that he could feel the clasp of his hand and hear his genial voice saying, "Good evening, my friend. We are glad to see you. Mr. Harvey, this is my young friend, Paul Adams." My young friend! When had Paul Adams ever supposed he would hear such a sentence as that from such lips as those? He shaded his eyes from the blinking tallow candle and thought it all over. Was Paul Adams ambitious? He had never dreamed of such a thing. In truth, he had never dreamed of any opportunity for being ambitious. He did not know the meaning of the word. He gave no thought to it this evening, but he knew he liked the sound of Dr. Monteith's voice and the clasp of his hand. I wonder if it is possible that some of those unseen beings who after all seems so near to earth, and who may know some of the ends from the beginnings, all but held their breaths as they waited while Paul Adams hid his eyes from the blinking light. He raised his head at last, and into the face there had come the stubborn look again, and he gave his decision aloud. "No, I won't. I've begun, and I'll stick. Now then, old fellow, if you know anything at all about Rome, and I know myself, and I think I do, I'll find out what you say. If there were 979,000 pages, and each page was a yard long and took a week to read over, I'd go through it now, so there's no use talking." Then he snuffed his candle with his thumb and finger, wiped his fingers on his hair, spread the book on the rickety stand before him, fastened it open with 2 bits of board brought from the shop, spread out his feet under the table, leaned his hands on his knees, and said in a firm tone, "Now then," and set to work. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock struck slowly and solemnly from the bell in the church tower not far distant. The kitchen door opened, and the tremulous voice of Widow Adams called, "Paul, are you upstairs? Whatever are you about up there in the dark?" "I've got a light." "A light! Dear me, where did you get it?" "Bought it." "What for? Are you sick?" "No." "Don't you mean to go down street to-night?" "No." "Dear me, Paul, I'm dreadful afraid you feel sick." "No, I don't. I've got something I want to do." "Can't you come down here with me and do it?" "No, I've got to be up here." "Paul, ain't it something that I can do for you?" "No," said Paul again in a loud tone, and then to himself, "It's nothing that I can do for myself in 75 years, as I see." Whereupon he chuckled a little. Something of the ludicrousness of his mother's trying to read Merivale's Rome for him suggested itself. The kitchen door shut slowly, irresolutely. His mother snuffed suspiciously, and winked her eyes over her long, dark seam. "Something's going wrong," she murmured. Poor woman! As though something had not gone wrong with her most of the time since she was born. "He's been different ever since he went out that evening. There's some dark doings going on, and something will come of it. Oh, dear me!" The bell in the church tower tolled 10, and still Paul Adams sat over his book. A few leaves had been turned and turned back again. In fact, the first chapter had been carefully gone over I do not know how many times. Certain words scrawled in an unformed hand on a bit of paper indicated that a resolve had come to Paul to secure a dictionary somewhere, soon, and discover their meaning. A map that had been discovered had been turned to and carefully studied, and certain heavy dots made with the aforesaid pencil indicated that Paul had a suspicion that the places of which he had been reading were pictured here. The kitchen door opened softly again, and the quavering voice called, "Paul, I've got some real hot water here. If you feel the least bit sick I can bring you some and soak your feet, and I can make you a cup of ginger tea in a twinkling." Then Paul laughed loud and long. "I don't need soaking inside or out, mother, just as true as you live. You go to bed. I'm going in a minute." Then the door closed again, but the long-suffering mother said, "Something's to pay. Oh, dear me!" and 2 or 3 tears fell on the long seam she had finished. The candle burned winkingly now, and needed snuffing sadly. Paul arose at last with something between a whistle and a sigh, unceremoniously blew out the blinking eye, regardless of the horrible odour therefrom, and prepared for rest, his thoughts busy with the evening's work. Not a question as to whether he should "stick" or not. He had one rare and helpful quality. He never took up settled questions and unsettled them again. But he had new thoughts to-night. He moved about slowly. "Queer," he said to himself, "that volcanoes should have pitched up all them hills, 150 feet high. It don't seem possible. But then, how would oyster shells get up on that hill 500 feet high, unless the ocean had been there and carried them? Well, I don't know as it is much queerer than that there was a great lake on that part that's all land now. It must be a pretty place up on that Palatine Hill. I'd like to see it. There's about 150 questions that I'd like to ask somebody. I wonder who I'll ask. None of my friends know, that's certain. I wonder how Joe and Jim get on. If I spend my evenings in this confined and secluded eminence, I shan't know much about them. I believe I know that first chapter pretty near by heart. Well, there's only 80 chapters. That isn't quite 3 months, after all. Oh, I'll stick. I know I shall. I'm as tired as though I had been weeding turnips a week without stopping. But after all, it kind of seems to me as though I liked it. The last and outermost zone of the Roman Empire was lost in regions the geological formation of which may date back to countless ages before the upheaval of the Apennines, the Alps, or the Atlas. It was, eh? Well, if I only knew what all those words meant, I wouldn't care how long ago it was lost. I wonder who I'll get to tell me about things. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Spheres. Mrs. Chester was in her element. It gave her almost more pleasure to gather her friends about her at a select entertainment than to do anything else in life. She was so comfortably conscious that her house was the largest and pleasantest and best furnished of any in town. It was so agreeable to think that her appointments were of the nicest, her servants almost the only really well-trained ones in the neighborhood, and that her guests would be certain to go home commenting on the perfection of all the details. Why should she not enjoy giving pleasure to people? It was not a large gathering. In the first place, she did not believe in "crushes," and in the second place, if she had, there were not choice people enough in Centerville to fill her large parlors. She had none but choice people, so called. To be sure, the Van Martens were always invited, although Mr. Van Marten was not given, at any time, to using very choice language, and, when he was angry enough, was liable to use oaths, and was only too apt to come home frequently the worse for liquor. But then, as Mrs. Chester sweetly remarked, his wife was a most estimable woman, a perfect lady in dress and manners, and for her part she thought it uncharitable to let people suffer for the sins of their husbands. I really suppose Mrs. Chester is correct, though why, since she believed in and adopted that principle, she never invited Mrs. Barber, who lived at the foot of Van Marten's Lane, and whose husband always used good language when sober, and bought his liquor of a man who always bought it at Van Marten's wholesale house in the city, I shall not undertake to explain. On the evening of which I write, a very select company was gathered in the handsome parlors, and sociability was at its height. The Ward boys were not there, certainly; neither was Paul Adams. In fact, at that moment he was poring over Merivale in a way that would have gratified that author. But Mrs. Fenton, in her becoming dark green silk and velvet suit, sat in a cosy corner of the room talking socially with Dr. Monteith, while over at the piano young Bennet turned the leaves of the long and intricate piece of instrumental music which Miss Amy Allison was faithfully banging, for the benefit, apparently, of aiding the conversationalists to be more confidential about their chosen themes, for it was most noticeable that none of the company, if I except young Bennet himself, was listening to the banging. Caroline was there, of course. Mrs. Chester would have felt it impossible to give a social entertainment without Caroline's presence. She appeared from time to time during the evening, now with a salver bearing cut glass goblets of water, again with ices and coffee and fruits, moving quietly, skilfully among the different groups with such a practised eye for details that no one of the company was allowed to realize a moment's neglect; with such quiet swiftness that the business of waiting on the guests to the numerous dishes that fashion decrees necessary to an evening entertainment seemed to be gotten over with much less delay than is usual. Mrs. Fenton, watching Caroline in her dark, plain dress and linen collar and cuffs, her hair destitute of flower or ribbon now, for she was one who never added those little touches save among her friends, could not help thinking how entirely capable the girl was of sitting down beside her and enjoying Dr. Monteith's conversation. She detained her just a moment while she helped herself to fruit. "Dr. Monteith is telling me about his visit to Rome, Caroline, and it is more interesting than Merivale." "Is it?" said Caroline, smiling and flushing. She would not be guilty of saying she wished she could hear it, but Dr. Monteith glanced up quickly at the name of Merivale, and said in a somewhat wondering tone, "Why, good evening." It was evident that he had not recognized her before, though she had served him to coffee. "I am sure you must like Merivale, notwithstanding Mrs. Fenton's insinuation. It is beautifully written, I think." "I did not say that it wasn't," Mrs. Fenton replied promptly. "Still, I like best to talk face to face with one who has seen for himself. Don't you think that is an improvement, Caroline?" "I should think it would be." And then she moved quickly away. What would Mrs. Chester think if she could see her second girl apparently carrying on a familiar conversation with Mrs. Fenton and Dr. Monteith? "How is that?" the doctor asked, and he looked over Caroline with a puzzled air. "Who is Miss Caroline? I can't at this moment recall having heard her other name. Is she a good friend of this family, who makes herself useful?" "Her name is Caroline Raynor. She gets it from a great grandfather of German extraction, I believe, and she has been Mrs. Chester's second girl for several years, and is a good friend of mine. I believe I think rather more of her than of any other young lady of my acquaintance." There was a little flush on Mrs. Fenton's cheeks that had not been there a moment before, and a bright light in her eyes. She was by no means a strong-minded woman, perhaps I mean rather a strong-hearted woman. It cost her an effort to make this avowal. It was such a long stride away from conventionality, and Centerville, like most little towns, having a vein of aristocracy in them, with little to build aristocracy out of, was very particular about the conventionalities. Dr. Monteith regarded her for a moment with a thoughtful air, and a keen glance that looked quickly and satisfactorily beneath the surface of things, and then, screened from general view as they were by the overshadowing of a large and highly ornamented fire-screen, he suddenly held out his hand. "Let us shake hands over the advanced step which you have evidently taken, Mrs. Fenton, in putting real merit before the accident of position. I like that, and if I can at any time serve you in your plans, I shall be gladly at your service." "I wish," said Mrs. Fenton to herself, "that that was something I could tell Caroline. What a grand man he is!" Dr. Monteith was not ready to let the subject drop. He cross-questioned a little concerning Caroline. Wasn't she an unusual person for her years? What had been her advantages? How had she been reduced to her present position? How had Mrs. Fenton fallen in with her? By what means had she been induced to join the C.L.S.C.? "Yes, she is an unusual girl," Mrs. Fenton answered emphatically. "She had never had any advantages save that of a good mother. She was not reduced in position; on the contrary, she had advanced, her present place bringing her better wages and more quiet than she had ever enjoyed before. As to joining the circle," the lady said, warming with her subject, "to tell you the truth, the circle joined her; at least, our branch of it. She was actually struggling on alone; had commenced the course, last year's, and was making a brave fight. I had to go to her for much of my information after I became interested." "But where did she get the idea, or learn of the existence of such an institution? You say she has had no advantages above her present position?" "She picked it up," Mrs. Fenton said, laughing; and then, moved by that subtle sense of being in company with a sympathetic nature which we sometimes feel even in talking with strangers, she told him the story of the faithful struggling mother and her homely watchword, "Pick 'em up, Caroline," which had held itself as a banner over the girl from her babyhood, urging her forward. When the brief story was concluded, Dr. Monteith sat in silence, that sort of silence which can be felt. Mrs. Fenton glanced once at the clear-cut, intellectual features, then dropped her eyes. Was it possible that there were tears in his? "This story moves me strangely," he said at last, and his voice was certainly husky. "I had a good mother, and I came up through all the younger portion of my life in a hand-to-hand struggle with poverty." It was about that time that young Bennet first noticed the existence of Caroline. He studied her face doubtfully for a moment, then bent his tall self to Amy, who had finished pounding the piano and was standing at his side. "Where have I seen that girl who is serving those tardy people in the back parlour to fruit? Her face looks curiously familiar." "Why, Mr. Bennet, I am surprised at your disloyalty to our circle. She is one of the prominent members." "Ah, it is in that capacity that I have seen her. I remember now. Well, what is she doing here, in this position?" "This is her legitimate position. She is Mrs. Chester's second girl." Mr. Bennet elevated his eyebrows. He was a young man of fine family, with high notions as regarded birth and blood, and I am afraid money also. He did not mean to be a simpleton, but despite his usual good sense he could not help saying to the bit of silk and lace beside him, "Upon my word, things are getting somewhat mixed." "Yes," said the fair little parrot, "I think they are." And by so much did he make Caroline's road harder for her. All unintentionally too, for young Bennet was a gentleman, and, having been introduced to Caroline by no less responsible a person than Mrs. Fenton, had he met her on the street the next day he would have acknowledged the acquaintance by a courteous bow, without reference to her position as Mrs. Chester's servant. The most dangerous people in society are the aforesaid parrots, who copy without thought what they see and hear, and who, like the genuine parrots, generally exaggerate the original. Miss Amy Allison determined then and there that she really must avoid noticing Caroline again, as she almost had to do the other day. Later in the evening Mrs. Fenton found herself seated by her old acquaintance, Jack Butler, and it chanced that she had not held any conversation with him since the day he undertook to quench her literary aspirations under a deluge of words about the superficiality of the entire scheme. He had in no sense lost his patronizing manner. "Well, Mrs. Fenton," he said, turning suddenly from a younger face to give her her crumb of attention, "how are your hopes? Do you still have a longing to see a literary and scientific circle flourishing around you?" "Why, Jack," said Mrs. Fenton, who had lost all sense of awe for the wise young man, "you are quite behind the times. Our circle is formed and flourishing." "Is it indeed? I am surprised, and I congratulate you. Who is your presiding officer, may I ask? Upon my word, they ought to have elected you." "Oh, no, we have one much better suited to the position. We honored Dr. Gilbert Monteith with that office." "Dr. Gilbert Monteith!" And Mrs. Fenton will always laugh when she thinks of the unbounded astonishment in Jack's voice, and the sudden way in which he came out of his graceful lounging attitude into an erect posture, and the instant dropping of his unnecessary eyeglasses, to give her a genuine stare from his own honest eyes, as he said, "Why, how on earth—" Just then occurred a diversion. It chanced that Jack's little sister Laura was a special friend of Eleanor Chester, aged 6, and therefore had been permitted to come and help her small friend get in the way of her elders, and enjoy the unwonted lateness of the hour, and unlimited cake and fruit. The said Laura having wandered away from her companion for a few minutes, and found the conversation of her elders uninteresting, had drawn a large book from the table near her, and given herself up to its fascinations, until suddenly, with the utter indifference of childhood to the interests of other people, she dashed into the midst of the conversation with a question. "Jack, what is the Palatine?" "Laura," said the sage gravely, "you should not interrupt conversation." And Miss Laura, who had probably been told that same truth about 500 times, patiently leaned against her brother's chair, and patiently waited while he constructed an unusually elaborate sentence, making it as long as he conveniently could, trying meanwhile to puzzle out for himself a reason why the eminent scholar in their midst should have seen fit to toy with this Chautauqua scheme. At the first semblance of a pause Laura repeated her question, her eyes riveted on the outline picture which had called it forth. " Please tell me what the Palatine is, and where it is, and all about it, Jack? "" Really, Laura, I think I have to petition mother to send you into retirement if you cannot observe better manners." The young oracle had flushed hotly, and his tone was that which in common parlance we call cross. He was so young, and had made so little progress in the career of a scholar, that he really felt it an overwhelming disgrace to be obliged to admit to his little sister that his present ideas of the Palatine were too foggy to present to her with any degree of clearness. Indeed, so great was his present confusion that, for the moment, he hardly knew whether the word Palatine applied to anything with which he had ever been acquainted. Part of his discomfiture was certainly caused by the knowledge of the fact that Mrs. Fenton's eyes had a mischievous smile in them, as though she were triumphing over him in some way, and he had a horror of being triumphed over. " Oh, dear," said the young seeker after facts, " I wish I knew." Then Mrs. Fenton bent forward and addressed her. " I'll tell you, dear. It is, one of the 7 hills of Rome, the central one, very beautifully situated, and interesting because of a great many things which you will learn when you are old enough to study history." " Is it near a river ?" asked Laura, gazing thoughtfully at the outline. " Oh, yes, the Tiber was just a little west of it, not more than 18 miles away from its mouth. That doesn't look like 18 miles, does it?" " Is it a big river ?" demanded the small investigator, as she followed with her eye the little black thread, and evidently set her imagination at work making a majestic stream out of it. " Rather big ; at least, much bigger than it looks there. It is about 200 miles long." " My !" said Laura, much amazed that that small black thread could represent such a stretch of country. 200 miles seemed to her a long, long journey for even a river to take. " Laura is much obliged to you, I am sure." It was Jack's voice, but the crossness had by no means gone out of it, and Mrs. Fenton wondered in an amused way which he would like to shake, Laura or herself, or whether he did not think both deserved it. He went on with his attempt to show himself at ease. "She is a terror to all her acquaintances, a perfect walking interrogation point. It is sometimes necessary to resort to sternness in order to be relieved of the nuisance of turning one's self into an encyclopedia. You are quite a historian, Mrs. Fenton." " I don't pretend to be well posted," Mrs. Fenton said, with dancing eyes, and a mouth that laughed despite her quiet answer. " My knowledge of history is quite superficial, but I believe it is correct as far as it goes." CHAPTER X. of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Accidents ? The Ward family were at the breakfast table. A breakfast table where no mother presides seems at all times a dreary sight. And if, in addition to that, no feminine hand save a hireling's ministers to the comfort of the family, the desolation is increased. Still, there is certainly a difference in hirelings. The one who presided over the Ward household was the poorest of her kind. Therefore the tablecloth was drearily spotted with yolk of eggs, coffee stains, gravy stains, and the like. Also, it was put on in a drearily crooked manner, and had a dreary hole at one end. Mr. Ward Senior looked older by several years than he ought, and stirred his muddy coffee in a desolate way, and looked with a discouraged air at the slices of stale bread and the untidy butter plate, and felt as though he wanted no breakfast, for some reason, and yet must get through the form of eating it. His two sons were seated on opposite sides of the table, and were the only other occupants of the room. Nancy, the housekeeper and maid of all work, who usually occupied the seat at the foot of the table, was absent this morning, intent on some kitchen work, and father and sons were alone. James was rather gratified over this state of things, for he had a matter of importance to bring before his father. Since the evening that we first made this young man's acquaintance, he had had some strange experiences. It would have been impossible for him to have explained to any person the reasons for the numerous revulsions of feeling which he had endured. 100 times, so it seemed to him, had he gone over the story of his past life, and the possibilities of the future, and pronounced himself a fool and a dolt and a hulking scoundrel, and sundry other hard names with which his street life had made him familiar. There were times when he told himself that it was too late to make any changes now. He was nothing but an ignoramus, and would never be anything else. There were times when he told himself that he had not the least desire to crawl in among those upstarts and pretend to be smart when he wasn't. There were times when he assured himself that he had no taste in that direction, and didn't want to have. Their books were stupid, and their talk was stupid, and he wasn't intended to be one of them, and was glad of it. There were times when he was certain that it made no sort of difference to him whether any of those people who thought themselves better than common folks noticed him or not. But there were also times when he admitted that he wished with all his soul that he belonged to that special clique by right of mental power, as did some of the others. Bennett, for instance. He was unlike Paul Adams, in that he could not settle a question at once and leave it settled. Instead, he went back to it again and again, going over the same ground, and coming to different conclusions according to the mood in which he started. There were days when he was not so much disgusted with anything in life as with his copy of Merivale. There had as yet been no time in which he had settled himself with a determination to master it. Such a determination as Paul brought to his first chapter. Yet by degrees had James Ward been drawn steadily towards the decision for which his friends were watching. Such a succession of curious and apparently trivial incidents as had contributed toward this decision. One afternoon when he was coming slowly down street with his head bent on the ground, going over the problem and wondering how he could decently reply in the negative to a note that Dr. Monteith had sent him, giving him a special invitation to the next circle, he came in direct contact with that gentleman. He had studied out an answer by that time, and it was in the negative, and he felt cross and defiant. In the precise mood not to care what Dr. Monteith thought of him. "Now for it," he said, as he saw the gentleman approaching rapidly. "I'll tell him no, I won't come; that I wasn't cut out for a scholar, and there is no use in trying to spoil the pattern. I'll tell him there are too many literary stuck-ups now, and I don't want to swell the number, and that I think my kind of life is the gayer of the two, and I mean to stick to it, and he can just let me alone." Did Dr. Monteith, careful student of human nature as he was, see the defiant glitter in the young man's eyes? If he did, he made no sign. Neither did he ask for any momentous decision. Instead, he said heartily, "Ha, Ward, perhaps you are just the man I want. Don't you pass Mr. Allison's on your way home? I thought so. Could you accommodate me by calling at the door and leaving this package for Miss Amy? It is some C.L.S.C. circulars that I promised she should have this evening. She wished them for special reference, I think, and I am unusually busy to-night." How was a reasonable person to refuse so simple a request as that, even though he were cross? Young Ward did not see his way clear to saying no, albeit he took the package somewhat reluctantly. "Thank you," said the doctor still heartily, ignoring the ungraciousness if he saw it. "If you chance to see Miss Amy, perhaps you will be kind enough to explain to her that the full course is not announced in this circular. There are certain studies not yet arranged that will be duly announced later." If he should chance to see Miss Amy! The suggestion was a startling one. He had never rung Mr. Allison's doorbell. He had never expected to, as a caller. It seemed to him a very near approach to that condition to be sent on an errand to Miss Amy with a verbal message for her. The suggestion was not entirely unpleasant. Still it was not in the least likely he should see the young lady. "I know one thing, I shan't ask for her," he told himself as he transferred the package to his pocket. But behold, Miss Amy was in the hall, on her way to the door when the bell rang. She was in her new walking suit, and the cunningest of fur caps was perched jauntily on one side of her head. A great green bird, looking as though it had just alighted there to peer at her a minute, adorned its front, and altogether Miss Amy was pretty to behold. She advanced and opened the door herself. Now, although her good resolution not to be acquainted with Caroline was taken so recently, young Ward was a different person. He certainly was no second help in any one's house, and he was a young man. Miss Amy was of the type of silly girlhood to whom a young man is a continued and irresistible source of pleasure. To be sure, young Ward bore a most unenviable reputation. She had more than once heard her father say that he was a hard case, and would bring up in state prison yet if he continued to do nothing but lounge around the streets and smoke cigars. But still she could no more help being chatty and agreeable to him than she could help looking like a butterfly that was going to float away into the air. "Oh, good evening," she said. "Are those the circulars that Dr. Monteith promised me? I'm going to send one to my cousin Harvey. I want him to get up a circle, but I don't believe he will. Harvey is a real dunce about books. He doesn't like to read. He hates history, he says, but I tell him this is very different from sitting down alone and reading. Don't you think so?" Young Ward admitted that he did, and then he bethought himself of Dr. Monteith's directions, and gave them as lucidly as he could; and Miss Amy thanked him, and chatted on, and finally it transpired that she was just going down town, and would walk with him as far as the corner. So they went down Main Street together. And it is a singular fact that it was the first time in his life that young Ward ever found himself walking in the pleasant light of a winter sunset side by side with a well-dressed ladylike girl. I am not sure that he was conscious of any connection between the two when he reconsidered the question of the circle, after leaving Miss Amy at the corner, and concluded that perhaps he would do well to try it a little while, anyway. He could drop off at any time he chose. If he could have gone home with Amy, and been invisible while the Allison family gathered at the supper table, and listened to the conversation, I cannot undertake to say what effect it might have had on his resolution. Something like this occurred: "Amy, did my eyes deceive me, or did I see you walking out this afternoon with that scapegrace of a Ward? I put on my glasses and came to the office door to look after you, and even then I felt as though I must be mistaken." It was her father's voice, and her mother exclaimed, "Why, Amy Allison, it isn't possible that you were out walking with him!" In the same breath her 16-year-old brother said, "Upon my word, Amy, you aimed high this afternoon, didn't you?" "Oh, now," said Miss Amy, "what a commotion you are making about nothing. He stopped at the door with some papers that Dr. Monteith sent round to me, just as I was going out, and I couldn't well avoid walking to the corner with him." "Dr. Monteith! Is Jim Ward his errand boy?" This from the brother. Then Miss Amy, "No, he isn't." Then the father, "No, I'll be bound he isn't. He hasn't that amount of respectability about him. He is too lazy ever to be any one's errand boy." "My dear," said the mother, "I am afraid you are too careless about your appearance on the street. I hope you will take care that you are not his companion again, even as far as the corner. I shouldn't like to have your name mentioned in connection with him." Before Amy could pucker her pretty lips for an answer, her father saved her the trouble. "No, indeed, daughter. I suppose your good nature is equal to doing almost anything to save a person's feelings, but James Ward is not the sort of fellow whose feelings need to be carefully considered. I won't have you walking with him even to the corner. Don't forget it." "I haven't the least desire to, papa." And here the conversation drifted into other channels, father and mother Allison feeling comfortably over the thought that they had thus warned their lamb of the danger of evil associates, and helped to guard her against future indiscretions. Life is full of queer places. Of course, every one who has thoughtfully studied the dangers of youth and the temptations of evil companionship is in sympathy with Mr. and Mrs. Allison, and yet their daughter, as regarded the act for which they had been censuring her, was really nearer to accomplishing something worth living for than she had ever been before during her pretty, useless life. After all, there is a way out of the puzzle. One cannot help wishing that Amy had been the sort of girl to whom her father could have said, "Well, daughter, I saw you taking a few steps with young Ward to day. I suppose you remembered whose banner you fight under while you walked with him, and tried to prevail on him to enlist, didn't you?" But then, in order to make that remark, Mr. Allison would have had to be a different father from the one he was. Meantime, I am glad that James Ward did not hear the tea-table conversation in this Christian family. His interest in Miss Amy was a sort of flitting fancy, such as one might readily have for a sunny butterfly, and of course his decision, only half-hearted as it was, varied again with the next breath that depressed the arguments for it. Yet it was worthy of notice that his objections to it were weaker than before. Still, the few peeps that he took into Merivale discouraged him as he had not supposed a single book could; and the more regular life he was trying to lead was becoming a great bore to him. Meantime, he began to grow very weary of this indecision, and to wish that something would happen to settle it for him one way or the other. Something did happen. Curiously enough, Paul Adams had a hand in the matter. His devotion to Merivale, which continued at white heat, so absorbed his evenings that although Joe especially missed him sadly and tried heartily to beguile him into his old haunts, it had been in vain. Joe, by the way, about whom I find I have said nothing, was insufferably bored by this entire matter. It took none of his time to reach a decision. He would have none of it. Books were not to his mind, never had been, never would be. He cared not a fig for Mrs. Fenton's parlour, or for Dr. Monteith's notice. Miss Amy might bow and smile upon him for a month at a time, and it would have made no more difference to him than her ignoring of his existence would have done. Save so far as it had ruined Paul, and made his brother a silent nuisance, Joe bore the circle no ill will, but he wanted nothing of it. It in no sense appealed to his sympathies. What was there that would? "What is Paul about evenings, anyway?" asked James Ward, suddenly waking to the fact that his brother had been grumbling for half an hour over some failure of plans owing to Paul's desertion. "About? Why, he's swallowing that outrageous book that you were such a stupid as to buy. He pores over it all day in the shop, and all night at home, and is going stark crazy, I verily believe, over the blamed old Romans. I wish they had been drowned in their famous Tiber before ever I heard of them." Here was food for thought. James Ward turned the puzzle over and over in his mind during the day, trying to solve it. When at school he had been judged a passable scholar, quick to learn when he chose to apply himself; and more than once his teacher had told him confidentially that there was the stuff in him to make a student of, if he would work. Down deep in his heart James had always carried a sort of fancy that if his mother had lived and had wanted him to, very much indeed, he would have worked at his books and been a scholar to please her. But the father did not care for books, and there seemed nobody to please and no motive sufficiently strong to keep him out of mischief. But here was Paul Adams, who had never done anything in school, never been to any but the very ordinary common school, while James had spent nearly 2 years at the academy; and Paul Adams was poring over Merivale's Rome, while he had not been able to get through 3 chapters of it. It chanced that that very evening Paul took a holiday and came down to see his old friends. They sat up until after 10 o'clock in that same disorderly room, and James questioned and cross-questioned the boy thus suddenly transformed into the student. There was no denying the fact that he was desperately in earnest about Rome, and also wonderfully interested. More than that, he was able to impart information. "See here," he said, and he had drawn from his pocket a thick, smooth board covered all over with dots and lines. "Here are the 7 hills as large as life, that is, if you put imagination enough into it. And here's the Tiber winding along, goes this way and then that. Up here are the Apennines, and over there are the Alps. Tall fellows those, I tell you, but the 7 hills aren't so very high. This old Palatine is my favorite. Nicest location that for a house that I know of. When I build mine I think of putting it there." Then did James pour the puzzled questions at him, while Joe sat with his hands in his pocket, a look of unutterable disgust on his face, whistling "Hail Columbia." There was certainly no doubt about it. Paul Adams was becoming acquainted with Rome. "If he can understand the book and get interested in it like this, there is no reason on earth why I shouldn't." This was James Ward's decision, and just then he leaned very far towards a definite settlement in favor of the C.L.S.C. One more gentle wave would carry him over the bar, and it came to him the very next afternoon, came, too, through Amy Allison's unthinking aid. He was passing up the one main street, and the afternoon being pleasant, it was unusually filled with promenaders, among them pretty Miss Amy in a more becoming street suit than before, and by her side Jack Butler. James Ward was, however, sufficiently indifferent to her not to recognize who she was until just as he was about to pass the couple, being annoyed by their slow progress. Then he turned his head in her direction, and recognized the gay bird looking down into her eyes, and then the eyes looking up. Then he bowed, and Miss Amy, albeit she would hardly have had the courage to have walked with him again to the corner, had no disposition in her gay little heart to ignore so admiring a bow as he bestowed upon her, especially as she insisted to herself that he had real handsome eyes. Some obstruction occurred on the street just then, and James, although in front of the couple, had to move very slowly. The question is, did Jack Butler know that his voice would be heard? Whether he did or not, it was, and what he said was, "What on earth is that fellow bowing to you for?" "What fellow?" And the bright eyes beneath the bird's eyes were raised to the speaker. "Why, that Ward youngster. How does he happen to be sufficiently acquainted with you to bow?" "Oh, we are acquainted. I met him at Mrs. Fenton's, at our circle, you know." "Upon my word, I did not know. Your circle is no respecter of persons, it seems. Really, that is too rich." And Jack Butler laughed in a tone that so finished a gentleman ought to have known was too loud for the street. Then he added, "Why, my dear Miss Amy, your charity is unbounded. But that boy is simply a street lounger. Only that, and nothing more. He hasn't brains enough to be anything very bad, still I would just as soon you wouldn't recognize his bow. As for being a member of a literary society, it is too ridiculous to call forth any emotion but ridicule." The obstruction was removed, and young Ward passed on, but his face was white and his eyes burned. He had not learned delicacy of speech in his street life, so perhaps it is not strange that he expressed himself after this wise: "You unsufferable puppy, if I hadn't more brains than you have, I'd knock them out on the nearest tree. We'll see if I can't provoke some other emotion besides ridicule by belonging to a literary society." And the momentous decision, having passed through as many windings as the Tiber itself, was finally made. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. To the rescue. Between the succession of apparent accidents that had at last brought James Ward to a decision, and the time that he sat with his father and brother at the breakfast table, several weeks had intervened. There had been 4 meetings of the C.L.S.C., and both Paul Adams and James Ward were emphatically identified with it. As for Joe, he might be called a hanger-on. He attended the meetings because it was so much a part of his nature to go where James did that he would not have known himself had he done otherwise. But it was always under protest. He growled continually, and yet between times unwittingly strengthened his brother's resolution by prophesying that this sort of thing wouldn't last, that he and Paul would soon get tired of pretending to be what they were not, and would drop back into the old life. Now, a certain type of character is always strengthened by being assured of prospective failure. James Ward grew more determined with every passing day to succeed. Meantime, his father was watching him with a bewildered feeling that he did not know his own son. That something had changed him was evident. Of his own will he had asked a place in the store from which his indolence had shut him out more than a year before, and was holding steadily to business hours and habits. But the father lived in daily expectation, like Joe, of seeing him "get tired of this sort of thing." The literary society he had heard of and dismissed with a half sneer. Not that he despised learning. He would have been not only willing, but proud, had one of his sons chosen the life of a student, but that they were no students, and could by no process of their own become such, or indeed anything else that was desirable, was a belief so firmly fixed that nothing as yet had shaken it. His manner towards either of the sons had not materially changed, and yet occasionally James imagined that there was a shade less gruffness than usual, and that he listened with some degree of interest when business questions were being discussed. If James could have known how often he said to himself with a sigh, "If his mother had lived, she would have made a business man of him, I believe," he would have understood his father better. On this particular morning James had a request to make, so strange in itself that his face was flushed with embarrassment, and he turned over and over in his mind various ways of presenting it. His father would be severely unbelieving as to the sense of the suggestion, and Joe would laugh. Both laughter and severity James Ward hated. Still he proposed to brave them. "Father, the literary society to which we belong has voted to meet at the homes of the different members. Could we invite them to come here, do you think?" He was mistaken about Joe. That young man was too much astonished to laugh. Instead, he stared. "Literary society!" and the father sneered. "Since when did you become literary?" This question brought Joe's laugh. "I am not over and above literary yet," said James, striving to retain his temper, "but I belong to a literary society, and would like to have them meet at our house if you have no objection." "That is just another name for nonsense, or what is worse, I suppose. Card playing, and the mischief knows what, going on under cover of literature. I have heard of such things before." James Ward felt very angry, especially as Joe laughed. To be sure, Joe was only laughing at his father's mistake in setting the company who gathered at the C.L.S.C. meetings to card playing or anything else that was disreputable. But how could his brother know that? Still, James, having a point to carry, struggled with his insulted feelings. "We have nothing going on at these meetings that you could object to, sir. The names of the members are a sufficient guarantee for that." "Your name, for instance," this time with an undoubted sneer. "No, sir, not my name. No one can understand better than I how worthless that would be in your eyes." The moment the words were spoken he was sorry for them. With all his faults, James Ward had never been guilty of actual face-to-face impudence towards his father. It had always seemed to him that a certain dim memory of his mother came between him and the words that he might have said. Silence fell between them for a little, during which time James Ward told himself that this was the last favour he would ever ask of his father, that he had been trying for weeks to do his best, and had been treated as sternly as though he were making rapid strides toward ruin all the time, which only served to show how little his father really cared for him. Just as soon as it was possible to get away from home he would go. He had been treated like a baby long enough. Just at this point the grim-voiced father spoke again. "What names do you propose to offer as a guarantee of respectability?" "Young Bennet, the law student, is a member, and the Fentons, and Mrs. Dayton Allen, and Judge Allison's daughter, and the Burtons, and Dr. Monteith is our president." How James Ward enjoyed pouring out this list of eminently respectable names, to the utter astonishment of his father. "Who?" said the amazed man, apparently not daring to trust his ears over the last mentioned name. "Professor Monteith, sir. He is spending a year here, you know." There was no reply to this. Whether the father was stunned, or whether he was doubtful, did not appear. Joe chuckled a little. He was capable of seeing the ludicrous side of almost anything, and he rejoiced over his father's astonishment. In fact, much as he hated the circle, he decided to volunteer some information. "You might keep on, Jim. We have a good many names more stunning than the ones you have given. We've got the top of the heap, sir, in our set, this time." Still no answer from the father. James drank another cup of coffee, helping himself, since the slovenly Nancy chose not to appear, and concluded that his plans were a failure. Then Mr. Ward said slowly, doubtfully, "Our house is hardly in condition to entertain company. We used to keep things in shape years ago, but we are far from having things like other people now." Then James, speaking eagerly, "Oh, it is not like company. They don't need entertaining. All we want is a room with lamps and a fire in it. The parlor would do very well, if Nancy were to sweep and dust it." "I don't believe the chimney will draw. It is almost a dozen years, seems to me, since we had a fire in that stove. Still, the chimney might be cleaned, ought to be, I suppose." "It will be a good thing to have the room dusted. I went in there the other day, and I raised such a cloud of dust that it set me to coughing." This from Joe. His father turned toward him, a puzzled look on his face. "Do you belong to this wonderful literary set too?" he asked. "Yes and no," said Joe, laughing. "I go because Jim does, and because Dr. Monteith invites me every time he sees me, and because Bob Fenton, for some reason, likes to have me come. And he's a plucky little chap, and I like to please him. But I don't plunge into the books as though my life depended on knowing just how many times the old Romans turned around, as Jim and the rest do. I don't think literature is my forte, sir, but I give them my encouragement all the same. I'm a kind of honorary member, I guess." "I hope they feel honored," was his father's sharp reply. But there was a little drawing at the corners of his mouth, as though if he had only been used to it enough to know how, he would have liked to laugh. Then he finished in silence his coffee which James poured for him. At last he said, "There ought to be 2 or 3 new lamps before anything of the kind is done. Nancy has about ruined the old ones. They were bought a good while ago, I suppose." And another sigh testified to his sense of the dreariness of the time since his home had fallen into decay. "Well, tell Nancy what you want, and I'll see that she does it. As long as you bring respectable people into the house, it can't hurt. But mind, I'll have no nonsense. None of the things that I forbade years ago must be done under this roof." A moment of hesitation, then a tremulous clearing of his throat, and the silence of years was broken. "Your mother didn't believe in any of those things, and if I did myself, which I don't, I wouldn't have her memory dishonored." "It never shall be, sir," James Ward said in a low, moved tone, and Joe looked gravely down at his plate. And if the father had but known it, he had done more to draw his sons into the right road by that one sentence than by any words that he had spoken before in years. So the formal invitation for the circle to hold its next meeting at Mr. Ward's was given, to the amazement of some, and the intense satisfaction of others. Indeed, Mrs. Fenton and Dr. Monteith shook hands over it, as a token that a long stride had been taken on the upward road. "We must do everything that we can to make that meeting a success," Dr. Monteith said heartily. But it was very near being a failure. James Ward did his best. He mended the broken hinge of the stove door, and glued the broken ends of 2 wall brackets, and put new cord on his mother's portrait, and finally pulled off his coat one morning and gave the old stove such a coat of black and then such a polish as it had not known for years. The father on his part was mindful of the new order of things, and selected and sent up from the store 4 of the finest lamps in stock, and himself gave most careful directions to Nancy regarding their management. As for Nancy, she was much dazed. She had lived in the Ward household for several years, and an innovation like this had never been seen. She grumbled not a little to herself over her extra work, and declared that these new doings were not at all to her mind. Whether it was for punishment, or whether she hailed it as a relief, I will not attempt to say, but on the very day before the important evening, what did Nancy do but let her 2 cheeks puff out like pillows, and her neck on either side swell even with her cheeks, an unmistakable case of mumps, and poor Nancy, unused to pain of any kind, rebelled at this, and believed that she was sick unto death, and insisted on being bundled into a sleigh and carried home. And the parlor was still unswept, to say nothing of hall and stairs. Neither were the 100 little things done that crowd together calling for attention so sure as company is expected. What was to be done? James and Joe discussed the question with dismayed faces. Joe was sympathetic. He did not believe in the circle, still he desired that it should receive all honor in his father's house. There was a free-hearted hospitality naturally about Joe that would have made him a good host, given the chance. "We shall just have to give it up," James said at last, intense disappointment on his face. Just then came Paul on his way to afternoon work. "What's up?" he asked, halting, seeing the look of dismay on the faces of both brothers. How could Paul Adams help them? Still feeling the need of sympathy from some quarter, they gave him a detailed account of Nancy's unfeeling behavior, and the disaster that had followed. Paul stood first on one foot and then on the other, to keep himself warm, and whistled. Presently he spoke. "There's mother." So confident did he seem of this fact that the Wards looked around, expecting to see the small lean form of Mrs. Adams appearing in sight from around the corner. But Paul's eyes were cast meditatively on the ground, and after a brief silence from all parties, he continued. "She knows how to sweep and dust, and all that kind of thing, you know. And she isn't going to be very busy to morrow, because she was wishing this morning that she had some more shirts to make. And she is always ready to do things for folks, so that if you wanted her, you know." Here Paul paused, in doubt as to how to proceed. It was entirely new business for him, this offering to accommodate people with the loan of his mother. Light began to dawn on James Ward's troubled face. He felt a sudden sense of respect for Paul, nay, almost of envy, for had not Paul a mother? But he spoke eagerly. "I begin to see daylight. You are pretty sure she would come, Paul, for a little while and help us through?" Paul nodded emphatically. "She would if I wanted her to," he said, with a certain confident air in her willingness to gratify him, which made the hearts of the Wards twinge again with a little touch of envy. They felt sure that their mother would have done things to gratify them. So it was agreed that this new idea should be presented to the elder Ward forthwith. He received the intelligence with that sort of ejaculation which may mean almost anything according as you are in the mood to interpret. But at the tea-table, after a more silent meal than usual, he said precisely in the tone that he would have used had the subject been up for discussion between them, "Very well. One of you go around to the widow Adams this evening, and see if she will come to-morrow morning and spend the day and do what is to be done. I'll give her $1." And the Ward boys knew enough of the widow Adams' condition, and of their father's habits, to be aware that this was a good offer for her, and benevolence in him. Directly that dismal supper was concluded, and the family were each secretly astonished to discover how much more dismal it could be without Nancy than with her, James proceeded on his way. The widow Adams was not exactly adverse to the proceeding, but she was bewildered. She had by no means recovered from her bewilderment over Paul. Every added day that saw him go steadily to his work was an astonishment to her. For weeks she had believed that he was working to raise money to carry out some dark scheme, the details of which had been planned on that first memorable week day evening when he had insisted on having a clean shirt. For she was still in lamentable ignorance of the proceedings of that evening. She had no friends who could enlighten her, she had heard nothing further of the C.L.S.C., so she brooded in silence. Do Paul the justice to understand that he had forgotten all about the mystery, and had no idea that he was daily wringing his mother's heart. Within a few days a wonderful thing had occurred. Paul had brought home and placed on the kitchen table a brand new lamp, filled and trimmed, which, when lighted, shed a halo of brightness over the dismal room such as it had not seen for years. Over this present the widow Adams had both laughed and wept, since which time she had gone around in an utterly dazed way. She did not know what she thought. Still, she looked upon this new departure with grave suspicion. What could the Ward boys want of her? Likely they wanted her to come to their house and sweep and clear up. Why, they lived in that great square brick house on the corner. The boys were just playing a trick on her. They were hard boys, up to all sorts of pranks. It had troubled her all her life that Paul would have anything to do with them. "I don't care if their father is a rich man," she would say with great earnestness, for to the widow Adams' vision Mr. Ward was a rich man. "I'd rather you would grow up poor as Job was after he lost everything, and be respectable." Then would Paul good naturedly assure her that he was poor enough, and that as to the respectability he would think about it. He gave over trying to enlist her sympathies in favor of the Wards, since he could not make her understand what was wanted, and trusted to their own efforts to bring matters right. It proved not to be a very difficult thing to do. Dollar bills were not so plenty in the widow Adams' experience that she could afford to lose this opportunity of earning one by spending a day at the Wards, with nothing in life to do, as she expressed it in a bewildered way to Paul when he ate his early breakfast the next morning. "Nothing in life to do but sweep and dust, and get them poor creatures some dinner and supper." "Get 'em good ones," said Paul, taking huge bites of his johnny cake. "I don't believe they have good things very often. That Nancy looks as though she didn't know how to comb her hair, nor get dinner." What connection there was between the two occupations Paul did not explain. He looked his mother over from head to foot in her neat, straight, dark dress, without ruffle or pucker, her gray hair combed plainly back under the meekest of widow's caps. Paul wouldn't have undertaken to have explained the difference, but, in his estimation, there were miles of distance between his mother and "that Nancy." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Enlarging the circle. Good land! This was the strongest form of emphasis of which the widow Adams was known to be guilty. Even this she used only on extreme occasions. That the present was a very extreme occasion, and that the exclamation was intended to show her dismay, not to say disgust, was apparent from her face. The occasion was when she first looked into Nancy's kitchen. It really was a sight to drive a neat housekeeper wild. Greasy floor, greasy tables, sooty walls, gray ash-bestrewn, grease-streaked stove, greasy tins and sticky tins, and dishes roughened by long months of mussy washing setting in a sort of dreary confusion on sticky shelves, plates of mouldy bread and a jar of fat, mouldy cucumber pickles, a plate of wilted baked potatoes, another of ends of meat, a bowl of very sour milk, another of mouldy gravy. This was the furniture of the pantry. No wonder that Mrs. Adams, as she surveyed the scene with neat skirts gathered in a gingerly way about her spare form, and intense disgust on her face, said again, "Good land! How anybody can be so nasty, beats me!" Mrs. Adams was not a member of any literary society, had never been, and she did not know that the adjective that she used was an inelegant word. As for the dishcloth, which she found lying in an ill-smelling little heap where the dismal Nancy had left it when the mumps got possession of her, with the aid of the tongs she unceremoniously landed it in the stove. Then she tucked up her skirts, put on a large apron that covered her clean dress, pushed her sleeves above her elbows, and went to work. The hard-working little woman had spent many busy days, but perhaps none were ever busier than that in which she reorganized the Ward homestead. She felt herself in honor bound to begin in the parlor, because of the mysterious performances, which she did not yet understand, that were to take place there in the evening. She still believed that the doings were to be more or less disreputable, but even in that case there was no reason why they should be carried on in such a musty, dusty, ill-conditioned room as she found that parlor to be. So, though she sighed, she worked vigorously. The first move was to carry every article of movable furniture into the hall, then the systematic worker, with damp cloth and dustpan, carefully removed the dust that had accumulated on mantel and window seats, then spread the floor half an inch thick with cornmeal, and used her broom vigorously. Even the carpet must have been astonished over the treatment it received. When every washable article in that room had been washed and polished, and arranged with a careful eye towards hiding faded spots and soiled spots and defects generally, even the widow Adams herself was astonished at the result of her handiwork. "I'll be bound if it isn't a nice pleasant room as ever was," she said admiringly. "When the fire gets made, and the shades drawn, and them lamps get lighted, it will look as cheery as need be. I'm free to confess that my heart felt as heavy as lead at the idea of making it fit to sit down in. That Nancy must have been a lazy creature before she took the mumps. But then maybe the poor thing didn't know how to do." With which charitable conclusion of her soliloquy she closed the renovated room and trotted back to the kitchen, for it was time to vary her duties now and get the Wards some dinner. Rapidly as she had worked, the short winter morning was going fast. "Get us a bit of something," the head of the house had said to her. "Joe will bring up a piece of steak, but I don't suppose you will have time to cook it, and it doesn't matter much." All this he had said with a sigh and a dreary face, as though life were in every sense a burden, and the widow Adams, without doing much logical reasoning over causes and effects, still told herself that Mr. Ward was growing grey most dreadfully fast for a man of his age, and she would cook the nicest bit of steak for his dinner that he had had in many a day, poor man. Had she known Nancy better, she would have been even more sure of that. There was very little time for the dining room. Mrs. Adams sighed over it, and shook her head at it, and assured it that it should have the hardest scrubbing that was ever heard of, that afternoon, if she could but get around to it. Then she swept and dusted, and foraged for a clean tablecloth, and took brisk little runs from the pantry to the kitchen, and from the kitchen to the dining room, and accomplished wonders in a short space, considering the fact that she stopped to wash every dish she touched. It was just a small, common table, with a coarse clean tablecloth put on very evenly, and with dishes set squarely, every one of them shining with cleanliness. It was just the simplest of dinners: a dish of baked potatoes, a platter of beefsteak, a plate of butter, a plate of steaming johnny cake, and a pot of tea. No pickles or fruits or relishes of any sort. Very little attention had Nancy paid to these unnecessary additions. But I find myself pausing in doubt over my ability to give you even a hint of the effect that it, the sum total, had on the Wards. They did not take in a single detail. They only knew that the hole was something that they seemed to have lost way back in the past and found again that day. It was just a little bit of home. The potatoes came out of the oven at just the right moment, and their clean shining coats had been scientifically "cracked," although Mrs. Adams had never even dreamed that any science was connected with the act; and the steak was broiled briskly over a bed of coals, turned and returned, and slashed, and patted with skillful hand, seasoned just right, and came to the table smoking hot. The johnny cake had been dashed together in almost breathless haste. Mrs. Adams having put her skilled nose to the sole remaining loaf of bread, and uttered an emphatic "Bah!" She regarded her effort with sour milk and egg and meal a little doubtfully. "It was done in such an awful hurry," she said excusingly. "I couldn't blame it for not being good." But no one in his senses could have blamed the brown, flaky, dainty looking loaf which sent out such a delicate aroma. Certainly the Wards did not. Mr. Ward Senior took his second potato, and his second bit of steak, and his third bit of corn bread, and finally remarked, in a grave way, that for some reason he was uncommon hungry. He guessed he ate less breakfast than usual. Well, the widow Adams certainly performed wonders in that house that day. Hall and stairs testified to it, as well as parlour and dining room. These all in fine order, she had intended giving the whole force of her being to that dreadful kitchen pantry; but it chanced that in her search for something needed, she penetrated to the boy's own room. Mr. Ward's she had seen before, and made up the bed, not without sighs and regrets that she must not take the time to sweep and dust and otherwise purify; but the dismal Nancy had done better for that room than anywhere else, and although her best was far below Mrs. Adams's worst, still, after all, there was a decided difference between this and the boy's room. This Mrs. Adams instantly recognized. She stood still in the middle of the floor, and placed both hands on her hips, said "Good land!" in her most expressive tone, turned her eyes in each dreary direction for a relieving glimpse, and finally, her dismay having reached its climax, she said, "Why, dear me! Good land!" Then she set to work. Broom, dustpan, duster, hot soapsuds, clean bed linen, clean spread. There were clean things enough piled away on the closet shelves, but more than anything else did Nancy hate to make use of them, because then the soiled ones had to be washed. But oh, the transformation in that room! What wonders a little sweeping and dusting and putting away can accomplish! Add to this a carefully kept bed, with every sheet and cover straight and smooth, the whole tucked scientifically in at the sides after being scientifically rolled down at the top, and you have changed a dreary waste into a home room. It would be a curious study to trace the laws of influence, and see in what remote quarters they touch, and how strangely unlike the starting point is the message which it brings to some. Here were certain people apparently as far removed from the Chautauqua literary and scientific circle as though they lived in a world where it had not reached, and yet its influence was reaching out and touching them through unexpected and unintended processes. The small round table set carefully for supper, with its small white puffs of cream biscuit, its hard shining pat of butter, its hot apple sauce, its plate of soft ginger cake and its fragrant tea, each one of them so simple in itself, having apparently nothing whatever to do with science or literature; and yet it spoke to that weary father and those motherless sons of the literature of home as nothing for years had spoken. Mr. Ward went swiftly through the cheery room to his own private bedroom, to hide tears that started in his fading eyes. He did not know why they started. It was all such a surprise to him. He had not known before that he had no home. As for Joe, when he first entered his own room that evening to make ready for the unwonted scenes below, he stopped midway in the room, even as Mrs. Adams had done, and, surveying the transformation with an air of utter astonishment for a moment, suddenly made known his opinion. Upon my word, if the CLPXYZ is to be thanked for this whole performance, from the Johnny cake and biscuit and gingerbread up to this sort of looking bed, why, I bow down to it, and from this time am its most devoted admirer. I say, Jim, Paul's mother is an institution, isn't she?" So the 4 new lamps were lighted, and the shining stove glowed, and the fire snapped and sparkled, and the long unused doorbell rang, and Mrs. Adams, her big apron laid aside, her dress unpinned and smoothed down, her face red and her manner a trifle flurried, received the guests. Mr. and Mrs. Fenton, the latter shaking hands with her cordially. The Butlers, even Jack, who had condescended to come as the guest of young Bennet. Professor Monteith, whom she knew by sight, and who astonished her so by his appearance there that she had nearly dropped the lamp. What strange hallucination was this that her boy Paul actually supposed himself to belong to this gathering? Her heart began to tremble over him. What a dreadful mistake he must have made! And he actually intended to come here this evening! Could she prevail upon him to stay in the kitchen with her? It was all some mean trick of those dreadful boys, and there she had made cream biscuit for their supper! For about 1 minute she regretted this act of motherliness. The next came Paul himself, came while she was putting a shade on the lamp, and Joe had opened the door to him, and behold, he walked into that parlor, his clean shirt in perfect order, his clothes brushed neatly, his hair carefully combed, and behold, Professor Monteith said, "Ah, Adams, good evening." And then, could the widow Adams believe her eyes? She shaded them with her hand, and reached for her apron to rub away the mist, before she remembered that on this strange evening she wore no apron. Professor Monteith deliberately arose and gave his hand to her Paul, and shook it cordially; and Paul, in no wise discomposed thereby, bowed right and left, and said, "Good evening, Mr. Bennet. How are you, Ward?" and dropped into his seat as one who was at home and at ease. The porcelain shade slipped from the poor widow Adams's trembling hand, and it was only her own Paul's quick spring and deft-handedness that saved it from crashing on the floor. Then she made a hasty retreat, and perhaps, could that C.L.S.C. have peeped through the keyhole at her, and have seen the way in which she dropped on her knees, and have heard the tearful outpouring of thanksgiving that her Paul, her darling, her one treasure, was actually sitting in that parlor which her own hands had made neat, joining in conversation with those whom she had not hoped he would ever know, they would surely have discovered that they were building better than they had known; that the circle of science was reaching farther than their most daring ambitions had dared to think, actually reaching to widow Adams herself, and warming her heart as it had not warmed in all the 17 years of her widowhood. Speaking of keyholes, I shall have to admit that widow Adams spent a good deal of her evening that she had meant to be a busy one, peeping through one. She could not hear a word that was said in the parlor; indeed she had no desire to. It was enough for her to see. It was such a sight as she had not expected to see in this world. Her boy Paul sitting among the aristocracy of Centerville, with Dr. Monteith's arm actually resting familiarly on his shoulder, actually bending over him to point out a certain something in a book. She knew not what the something was; she cared not. She would never wade through Merivale; she might never hear his name; but such joy as he had given her mother heart he might well rejoice over in heaven. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Circle and its Center. A quieter and yet perhaps a busier winter was never passed by certain of the dwellers in Centerville than that one in which had ushered in the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle. It was surprising even to the leaders thereof to see how the circle widened. As the winter advanced, and Merivale was conquered by some, endured by others, and laid on the shelf by all, another and less ponderous volume taking its place, many of the townspeople who had been least expected, roused to interest and looked in on the monthly gatherings. The organization, having no cast-iron rules to hold it in check, smiled approvingly on what were known as honorary members, meaning a class of people, many of them young, and some older, who, not having leisure or inclination for the full course of actual study, yet liked to come when they could or would, you might use both words on occasion and be correct, and listen to the questions and answers, or essays, or lectures, or informal conversation as the case might be, putting in a word of suggestion, or inquiry, or actual help sometimes, and who yet were not bound by any rules to come when there was any other place which they preferred, or any other method of spending the evening which chanced to suit them better. Of this latter class were Jack Butler and his sisters Irene and Effie. Jack had been led to come at first from curiosity. He found it too much for even his cultured brain to solve the problem how such representations of the antipodes as Professor Monteith and James Ward were held together by a common interest. So he came to see. And, being a really well-read youth, who had done at least a little hard studying while in college, he became in a degree interested, and so came often. His sister Irene came because Mrs. Fenton constantly urged her to do so, being moved by a benevolent desire to set that lady's enthusiasm off in another channel, and so save the world, or at least her father's house, from a flood of paintings. As for Effie, she complained that it was a wretchedly dull winter, and half the time there really wasn't any place to go to, unless one looked in on that stupid circle over which so many were going wild. For her part, she could not see what its attraction was. Meantime, the winter and early spring sped rapidly. Matters outside the circle had also prospered. Paul Adams, for instance, and the carpenter's shop in which he worked. He had assured himself that he would stick, you will remember, and had been true to his word. Never had Mr. Tucker known a more faithful workman. Prompt as the sun, every morning and afternoon quiet, busy, persistent in his efforts to learn just what and how, this was the character that the boy had earned. So unlike that which was confidently expected of him that his employer watched him at first with suspicious and then with puzzled eyes. "What in all nature can have come over the boy, I don't know," he would say in confidence to his wife as they sat together in the pause between the day and the night, which the hard-working carpenter allotted to his own hearthstone. "He was the laziest, loafingest fellow that ever lived and breathed in this town, and that's saying a good deal, for, whether we get our member elected this time or not, we've got our share of folks who have nothing else to do but loaf, and talk it over. And I used to think that when Paul got old enough to vote he'd join that set if he didn't do a good deal worse, and go on talking and loafing to the end of the chapter. But he's got to be the stiddiest kind of a fellow, don't go nowhere of nights. I asked the widow particularly, and she says he is next to never out of nights at all, and then to some kind of a society that he belongs. I don't like that. Societies for boys of that sort are apt to mean mischief. But his meets only once a month, and he gets back inside of 10 o'clock every time, and I'm beat if I know what has come over him." Mrs. Tucker sewed away steadily on a pair of pants she was mending, fitted the patch neatly, gave a skillful twitch to it at the corner, and then rounded the corner like an engineer before she suggested a meek solution. "Maybe he's got religion." Mr. Tucker poked the coals decisively and shook his head. "No, I thought of that, and watched him, and hoped with all my might that was the thing, and he had got turned round for good and all. But it ain't nothing of that kind. He don't go to church more than he ever did. His mother sits there alone, you see, every Sunday, and he never comes inside the prayer meeting. No, it ain't anything of that kind, and I don't know what it is. He doesn't waste his earnings, that's sure. Spends them as fast as he gets them on the house and his mother. He's bought her a new lamp, and a new chair, and made her a wash bench, and got her a new dress, and I don't know what all. A dozen little things that don't take much money, but show which way his thoughts is going. The widow, she cries about every time I see her over some new thing he has got her. She cries for joy about half the time nowadays. It all looks well in the boy, but I'm puzzled to make it out. I watch him as close as a cat could watch a mouse. The other day I caught him working away, planing a board, and muttering to himself as if there was a dozen folks around him. Says I to myself, my fine fellow, you're mad at something at last. He's as good-natured, you know, as the day is long. Says I to myself, if I could catch what you was muttering about, I'd maybe be able to make out what wind is blowing you along, and where the harbour will be likely to be. I listened for quite a spell, and he kept on like mad, and every time he got to the end of one lingo he'd look back behind him a second, and then turn around and go to planing and muttering again. I couldn't make anything of it, and I didn't know but the fellow was going crazy. At last I see that he had some kind of a book blocked open with 2 bits of board, and he kept looking at it and muttering, and planing and looking and muttering. "Why don't you have a talk with him?" suggested the wife, who had by this time conquered her patch, and was hemming it down with neat stitches. "About what? I don't know what to say to the boy. He does everything on the square, and is by all odds the best boy I have had around for years, though to be sure that isn't saying much. I haven't got any fault to find. I'm just puzzled to know what has turned him around. I did ask him what he was muttering about, and he said, oh, he was running all over the dates for the next circle. Whatever that meant, and then he got off a lot of stuff, figures and names, regular jaw-breaking fellows. I couldn't make anything of it, and there's nothing in that would turn a boy like Paul Adams around, and I'm beat." Equally felt, but more silent, was the astonishment of Mr. Ward over his son James. He was not quite so bewildered, it is true, for he plainly saw that the C.L.S.C. was the talisman which had apparently charmed his son, and being a man who had a sincere respect for learning, he was gravely glad over not only the result as shown in James's steady attention to business and quiet evenings, but the producing cause thereof. His chief bewilderment arose from the fact that, having listened carefully to the essays and reviews that were read on a certain evening when the C.L.S.C. gave a general invitation to its friends to attend, he confessed to himself that what James saw in all those names and dates to interest him was more than he could imagine. From that time forth he was more bewildered, and had more respect for learning than ever. He believed in his honest, sad heart that James was becoming learned, and there were whole evenings when he sat in silence behind the dining-room stove toasting his slippered feet, and pondering, not over the day's accounts, but as to whether it was possible that the boy's mother knew of the turn which he had taken, and was glad. What about Joe? Well, that in some form was the question which this father often asked himself anxiously. Joe was not a member of the literary society, was not interested in their books, nor their plans. He grumbled constantly over their infatuation, and apparently believed with all firmness that both his brother and Paul had been ruined. At the same time, apparently from the force of circumstances, he changed his course of life. With neither James nor Paul to help him go astray, it proved not to be so pleasant a path as he had trodden before. Casting about him for something with which to while away the hours, he found that his father was entirely willing to furnish him with employment. So in a fitful and rather exasperating fashion he also became a clerk in the store. True, he absented himself on the slightest provocation, and when present oftener lounged on the counters and whistled than he did anything else. Yet even this was better than the life of entire lounging which he had heretofore followed, and his father recognizing it, was really trying very hard to be patient with him, harder than Joe dreamed and the other interested lookers-on trembled, lest after all Joe should suddenly slip away from this slight hold and go hopelessly astray. "We have caught the leader," Mrs. Fenton said anxiously one evening, "but the other seems bent on being his own leader, and going to destruction in spite of us." and she counseled young Robert to be more earnest in his efforts to win a hold on the young man who still thought him "cuter" than any of the older ones. Dr. Monteith made almost no reply to Mrs. Fenton's anxious remark, but carried a grave, thoughtful face, and spent a longer time on his knees that evening than usual. Dr. Monteith had by no means given up Joseph Ward. Because the literary society had failed to reach him, it by no means followed that nothing would. What he earnestly wished was, that he could have asked every member of that C.L.S.C. to make a special subject of prayer of young Joseph Ward. But some of them would hardly have understood what he meant. So he bided his time, and said a few thoughtful words to Caroline, and Mrs. Watson Bates, and young Marshall. During the sunny days that ushered in the spring that season, there was a sensation among the members of the circle. Its first meeting was to be held at Dr. Monteith's, and behold, a day or two before the appointed evening, each member received a little note from their president, stating that after the general exercises he proposed a social reunion, during which time certain friends who were specially interested in the C.L.S.C. would be introduced and talk with them, and it would give him great pleasure if every member of the circle would take special pains to be present. No further intimation was given in the note, but it got out, as such things will, and fluttered through the membership, that they were actually to meet the inspirer and instigator of the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle; for that matter, the instigator of Chautauqua itself. Moreover, it was by degrees discovered that the invitations had not been confined to the members of the circle, but were scattered quite generally through the community. "It is nothing more or less than a large party," explained Mrs. Fenton to her husband, her eyes dancing with delight. "A gathering of all the literary and most of the fashionable people in town, to meet the members of our circle, among whom none are more prominent than Paul Adams and Mrs. Chester's Caroline. I believe those two know more about Merivale than Dr. Monteith himself does. I do think that man is the sharpest and at the same time wisest planner I ever knew." "Why?" questioned her graver but equally satisfied husband. "Because he doesn't know so much about Merivale as they do?" Among the invited guests was Mrs. Chester herself, and thereby occurred one of those curious incidents which are liable to happen in a town where distinctly marked grades of society exist, and somebody succeeds in mixing them. Mrs. Chester, by the way, was all unaware of the hold that the circle had gotten upon her second girl. She knew indeed that Caroline belonged to some sort of a society, and was dabbling with books that were much beyond her comprehension, and that Mrs. Chester in her own world, among her chosen friends, did not fail to speak of and deplore this as a thing that was likely to unsettle Caroline's wits, and give her false ambitions and vain aims. But she had no idea how should she who the persons were that were engaged in helping to unsettle her. She had heard, indeed, that Mrs. Fenton was interesting herself, and that the Ward boys had reformed, or were at least much improved, but neither Mrs. Fenton nor the Ward boys came into her world very frequently. With the former, you will remember, she had only that sort of calling acquaintance which resulted in an exchange of calls once in 6 months, perhaps, sometimes even more rarely than that. As for the Ward boys, they occasionally brought home her purchases from their father's store. So when Mrs. Chester heard of the efforts toward literature as associated with such as these young men and her Caroline, she smiled pityingly and said, "Mrs. Fenton was a well-meaning little woman, but it was a pity she tried in such wild ways to do good." And then she dismissed the whole subject from her mind. An invitation to an evening's entertainment at Dr. Monteith's was, however, a matter that she could appreciate, and she made preparation with evident satisfaction. The professor's house was rarely opened for large gatherings. "Caroline," she said to that maiden, "you may leave the parlors until afternoon, and finish that wrapper. Let the china closet go this week. I shall want your help elsewhere tomorrow. And I want Miss Celia's dress pressed out and the ribbon run into the puffs again. You may do that this afternoon. I shall need a great many little things done tomorrow, and shall want these other matters out of the way. Oh, by the by, tomorrow is your regular evening out, isn't it? You will have to make some different arrangement for this week. I am going out, and shall want you to remain at home with the children. I don't like to trust them with Hannah, she is growing so careless." Then did Caroline stand transfixed with a feeling very like dismay. Stay with the children! Was she not the one appointed to read the main paper of the evening? Yet at the same time, was she not Mrs. Chester's hired help? Had not that lady engaged and paid her for time, evenings included? Had she not a right to command even this evening of evenings, if she would? Swift thinking did Caroline, and the conclusion was that she answered simply, "Yes, ma'am," in almost her usual composure of tone, and turned away without giving her mistress so much as a hint of the heavy cross that she had laid upon her. Yet the engagement upon which she had so heartily entered must not be left thus. It involved a brief, carefully worded note which Caroline contrived during the morning to send to Dr. Monteith's. "What an idea!" exclaimed that gentleman, after a hasty reading. "Look here," to his guest with whom conversation had been suspended long enough to read the note, "this is the young woman of whom I told you. She thinks she cannot come to the circle to morrow evening because her mistress has an engagement. Preposterous! Half of my idea is to get her here to read her essay before certain ones who need to hear it. This thing must be arranged. What is the way to do it?" One result of this talk was a morning call. Mrs. Chester heard the bell from her dressing room, and opened the door to say to Caroline as she passed through the hall, "You may say that I am engaged this morning. I cannot see any one." So Caroline, flushing over Dr. Monteith's cordial greeting, made haste to say that Mrs. Chester was specially engaged that morning, and— "But we haven't called to see Mrs. Chester," interrupted the doctor. "Our call was, I may say, almost entirely on you." Whereupon he introduced to Caroline the name which was so associated with one of the dearest pleasures and the highest hopes of her life, that to see him, and hear him speak, and shake hands with him, was a greater honour than she had actually even dreamed of. That she was intensely, almost painfully embarrassed for a moment was evident. That she was quick-witted was equally so, for in an instant, though her cheeks were the colour of the carnation pinks on the window, she said, with a quick deprecating look at her trim kitchen apron, throwing back the door of the parlour as she spoke, "Well, if you have really called to see me, I will go and get on a clean apron." And she actually did slip away to don a trim white apron with pockets, and possibly to put a touch of cooling water on her glowing cheeks. Then she returned her quiet self, and sustained her share of the bright conversation which followed. "Why, I don't know," she said thoughtfully in answer to their inquiry. "I can hardly tell you how I get the time to do the regular amount of reading. I have to economize. There have been days when I was hard pressed and thought I was going to fail, but some fortunate lull in the round of work was almost sure to come in an unexpected way, and I would push through. Then there are certain duties which fall to my share that I find can be attended to while I am actually engaged on something else. I've proved the falsity of the idea that the mind cannot be occupied by two opposite strains of thought at the same time," she added laughingly. "For instance, I committed long passages of events condensed from Merivale while I was setting the table for dinner. I suppose I must have thought where the plates and the castor and the napkins were, for they came into line all right, and I know I thought about Coriolanus and Cincinnatus and Claudius and all those, memorized those lists, you know. Sometimes, too, when I was drying the china or rubbing the silver, I would pin my little pink book open with a fork, and make my brains keep my hands company. In that way I got through with Augustus Caesar, and Tiberius, and Caligula." Thinking of it afterwards, Caroline was amazed to recall how many items she had given the callers concerning herself, how fully she had been betrayed into explaining her plans and hopes, yes, and fears. It was not her nature to be communicative with people in general. She could only attribute it to the delicate way in which the two gentlemen evidenced their interest in her progress. As Dr. Monteith arose to go, he asked if Mrs. Chester would see him later in the day as a matter of convenience to himself. He wished to consult her on an important subject. When Caroline gave this message and awaited her answer, Mrs. Chester arose from her chair in astonishment. "Dr. Monteith! Is he in the house now? I will see him, of course. Why should I not? Why, Caroline, I heard no bell. Who admitted him?" "I did, ma'am. You will remember that as I passed through the hall you directed me to say to whoever it was that you were engaged." "But that was nearly, if not quite, half an hour ago. That ring of the bell surely could not have brought Dr. Monteith." "Yes'm, it was Dr. Monteith and his friend." "And pray where have they been all this time?" "In the parlor, ma'am. I gave your message, and the doctor said he would like to see me a few moments; and just now he directed me to inquire if you would see him later." "Well," declared Mrs. Chester, perplexity and annoyance struggling together on her face, "this is certainly most extraordinary." But she went downstairs immediately to confront Dr. Monteith. If you had been in her parlor that afternoon, you might have heard her talking in a somewhat excited tone to her intimate and somewhat confidential friend, Mrs. Bacon. "I never heard of anything more absurd in my life. Fancy me standing before Dr. Monteith, he declining to take a seat on the plea that he had already overstayed his time, and petitioning that my hired girl might be allowed to attend the social gathering at his house to morrow evening. I was so amazed that I really did not know what to say. I believe I blushed and stammered, and acted like a girl in her teens. My dear Mrs. Bacon, what are we coming to? What are those ridiculous people trying to do? And what am I to do? I couldn't, of course, refuse Dr. Monteith's request, but I wondered at his impudence in repeating his invitation to me. Does he suppose that I wished to mingle socially with my hired help? "Oh, well, my dear friend," and Mrs. Bacon's voice was one of those soft, soothing ones which remind you of the purring of a favorite kitten, "it is a benevolent scheme of some sort which these good people have on hand. They really think they are helping the poor girls and boys who have had no other chances, and possibly they are, though it may be in a mistaken way. Still, I think the intention is good. I am told that they propose to greatly encourage the members of their little society by letting them read some extracts, or something of that sort; exhibiting their acquirements, you know, after the fashion of the school exhibitions of the olden time. Dr. Monteith is peculiar, we are all aware; but then, he can afford to be, for, with all his peculiarities, he is so grand a man. I don't think I would mind if I were you. Caroline is uncommonly bright, I think, for a girl in her sphere; and really, I don't wonder that a man like Dr. Monteith is tempted to interest himself in her a little." In her way, Mrs. Bacon, who was about as clear-brained as the aforesaid kitten, did a certain amount of good. She rarely stroked fur, either her own or others, the wrong way; and her claws, if she had any, were so effectually hidden in velvet as never to do any active damage. What damage she did to society was of a passive nature. She succeeded in so quieting Mrs. Chester's nerves that her voice was almost pleasant as she said to Caroline the next morning, turning back as she was leaving the breakfast room as though it were an afterthought, "By the way, Caroline, Dr. Monteith tells me he is interested in your literary aspirations, and proposes to give your reading class, or whatever it is, a lift this evening. I wasn't aware of anything of the kind. Of course I would not deprive you of the pleasure of being present. I will make some other arrangement for the children." And Caroline, although her face flushed deeply, was able to express her thanks, and felt them too. She sang over her work that morning. Chapter 14. Of the Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The tables turned. In some respects, that was a unique gathering in Dr. Monteith's handsome parlors. I am inclined to think it was the first attempt Centerville had ever made to unite the actually intellectual with what had hitherto been purely social. A carefully prepared program was presented, which interested many and astonished all. Moreover, these persons who, like Mrs. Chester, came with a vague idea of seeing certain young people gathered, perhaps, on benches in the dining room, and put through the process of examination to the end that others might see what commendable progress they had made, and pat them on the cheek, metaphorically at least, saying, "Good children, you shall have a cake and an apple to take home," a little after the industrial school style, you understand, were greatly mistaken. There seemed to be no social lines drawn between the guests, nothing to distinguish the circle from the friends invited to mingle with them, unless, indeed, I except a certain flash of intelligence passing between them as they met during the evening, a sort of indescribable look and tone indicating oneness of feeling and cordial sympathy in regard to some subjects at least. But these things were only noticed by the initiated. Outwardly, it was merely a gathering of well-dressed, well-behaved people met to enjoy themselves. Caroline's appearance astonished no one but her mistress. She had indulged herself in a new dress this spring, of some silvery gray material that fitted the light in her eyes and the color in her cheeks perfectly. It was made in so simple a style as to be almost striking, and yet was wonderfully becoming. She wore no ornament whatever, unless the mass of soft white lace about her throat could be called an ornament. Yes, I forget. There was a single white rose in her hair, and another at her throat, whose cool green leaves lay nestled among the folds of lace and fitted the rest of the toilet well. As I said, Mrs. Chester was the only person whom this young woman in her holiday attire astonished. It was too simple and plain, after all, beside most of the others, to invite special attention, and the members of the circle were used to seeing her in something that was always neat and becoming. But Mrs. Chester had not known before how she would look outside of the plain dark calicoes and carefully made house aprons in which she daily went her round of work. She actually gazed after Caroline as she crossed the room, even wondering, for a bewildered second, who that graceful girl was, and the next she said, "Well, really!" and tossed her head, and hardly knew what she thought. It must be confessed that James Ward astonished more people than Mrs. Chester. The fact is, no one had ever seen him dressed as he appeared that evening, nor had had an idea what a difference dress would make in him. His father, without seeming to be specially interested in what was going on, awoke one morning at the breakfast table to ask some questions. What was this party at Dr. Monteith's that he had heard talk about? Who were to be there, and what was to be done? James was posted. Dr. Monteith took care that he should be most thoroughly posted as to all that was planned and much that was hoped. He explained somewhat in detail, and with an eagerness that could not escape notice. "And you were invited?" was the next somewhat abrupt question, whereupon Joe laughed good-naturedly. "He invited! Why, father, he is Dr. Monteith's right-hand man. Nothing can be done without him at the circle, or anywhere. He and Paul will be running the whole thing before you know it." "What nonsense!" said James, not without a flush on his cheek. To his father he only gave a brief answer in the affirmative. "Are you invited too?" This to Joe. "Well, sir, I have that honour, but I've made up my mind to have a pressing engagement somewhere else that evening. The quality are all to be out in full force, and I don't stand high enough in the literary world just yet to be quite ready to show off, so I mean to make off." The father smiled grimly, a smile that closed with a sigh. He was much more troubled over Joe than that good-hearted, foolish young man had any idea of. Nothing more had been said about the entertainment, but in the course of the day Mr. Ward handed James an order on the best tailor in the town to make his son as good a suit of clothes as could be made, out of the best material in stock, and send the bill to him. What tailor would not have done his best to make the clothes good and the bill large after that? The final result exceeded even the father's expectations, both as to the amount of the bill and the changed appearance of his son. The one balanced the other, according to his view of it. Had he known what a tender feeling there was in James' heart over the thoughtfulness of that note, they would have been more than balanced. As it was, not even young Bennet himself came to the gathering in better attire, nor indeed carried himself better in it than did James Ward. Of course Paul Adams had no father to balance Taylor's bills, so he came in the clothes that he had worn for best until they were a trifle small in every way. Well for Paul that he had not yet reached the point where he cared greatly about this, or indeed gave it much thought. Besides, he was of that happy temper to whom a word of ridicule, such as would have flushed James Ward's face with rage, would only provoke laughter. It was his mother who shed the tears for that family. If he had but known it, she wept copiously over his coat the evening before, while she darned a small break, because she could not replace it with a new one; wept the next day as she starched and ironed his best shirt, because it was so old and so coarse; but the linen shone beautifully, and Paul whistled while he dressed, and whistled when he went away to the party. He presented a striking contrast to most of the guests, but of this he did not think at all. He had an important part to sustain in the evening's exercises, and this absorbed his attention. A word about the literary portion of that entertainment. Dr. Monteith's aim had been twofold: to explain in a detailed and interesting manner what had been accomplished by the circle, and to increase its prospective size. To Caroline had been assigned the task of preparing and reading a paper which should give her views of the lessons to be learned, and the errors to be avoided by studying the greatness and weakness, the splendor and the meanness, the rise and downfall of the seven-hilled city. It had been discovered that this young woman possessed an accomplishment as rare as it was pleasant. She was a natural reader, clear-voiced, round-toned, sympathetic. Dr. Monteith had declared in confidence to his friend that it was a perfect rest to listen to her. As for Paul, the same watchful scholar had discovered that he had a peculiar talent for repeating striking and important events. He was able to forget the lapse of time and change of scene since those events had occurred, and give them as though it had been yesterday. He was able to forget something less easily forgotten, himself, and give the story as though he had been present and seen and heard. Therefore certain vivid scenes in the history of Rome had been selected for him to tell the audience. "Tell them exactly as though you were the only person who saw the act or heard the words, and it was not possible that any of us had as yet heard of the event." This was Dr. Monteith's direction, and he expected to have an entertainment worth listening to. All the more delightful, possibly, because Paul was not in the least aware that his talent in that direction was unusual. Besides these two central appointments, another that caused much more heart-throbbing was in contemplation. A careful list of questions had been papyrographed, and a card containing them was to be given to each guest, with the understanding that any question in the list could be asked of any member of the circle, said member having expected to answer if he could. An effort had been made to ask such questions as would bring out striking events and interesting details. The list was long. Not that it was supposed that 1/2 or even 1/3 of the questions would be asked, but for the purpose of allowing the guests to select that which most interested them, and also to prove that this was no prepared list of 20 or 30 questions, answers to which had been memorized in a few hours. Perhaps you can imagine what a Herculean task it had been to prepare this list of questions not only, but to prepare to answer them. It was long before the circle would give its united vote to any such plan. "It will be just horrid," one quite young member had declared. "They will be absolutely certain to pick out the questions that we don't know. People always do. I might study up a few, but none of them would come to me, and I really think I am well enough known as a dunce now without proclaiming my fame in that line abroad." Others less outspoken were yet inclined to be of like opinion, but after eager discussion, during which their president reminded them that the very fact of the list of questions being so long would make it the most probable thing in the world for all to fail on many of them, consent was at last obtained. Precisely at the hour named on the notes of invitation, the guests were called to order, and the exercises of the evening commenced. Another opportunity for Mrs. Chester's astonishment. "Who would have supposed that she could read like that?" This was the lady's bewildered thought as she listened to the clear, full voice. That the paper read was really one of marked strength, Mrs. Chester was not sufficiently well read to know. But there were those in the audience who did, and who thanked God with full hearts that the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle had given this earnest soul a chance. I will not stop to tell you in detail how well Paul Adams fulfilled his trust. Suffice it to say that there were those listening to him who, knowing absolutely nothing about the early history of Rome, were moved to indignation, and then almost to tears, over his simple yet graphic way of giving the details of certain startling events. But the crowning act in the evening's exercises was yet to come. It so happened that the list of questions suggested to young Butler the idea of having what he was pleased to term "a little fun." He had not forgotten his own great, though foolish embarrassment at being asked a question concerning the renowned old city, which at the time he was not ready to answer. Why should he not have the pleasure of witnessing the embarrassment of another? Paul Adams he considered too far beneath him to make an effort in that line interesting. He had thought of asking Caroline a few questions, but listening to her paper, and overhearing certain whispered comments by a scholar whom he knew was a judge of brains, he determined to level all his forces on James Ward, being, if the humiliating truth must be told, moved thereto by a certain feeling of annoyance over the fact that Miss Amy Allison still bestowed bewitching bows upon him whenever they chanced to meet. No sooner was the general exercise fairly opened, and by the way, the audience was interested in it from the first, the questions having been selected and worded with such care as to provoke eager desire to know the answers, than Jack commenced his fire, levelled constantly at the head of James Ward. In vain did others, not in the circle, being able to see through his small design, try to avert the stream of questions into other channels. From every diversion he came back to James. There was little chance for any of the other members to distinguish themselves, save as some of Mrs. Chester's friends in great curiosity made several attempts on Caroline, attempts to which she promptly responded. It gradually became apparent, even to the dullest perception, that young Butler was resolved to give James Ward a thorough examination. Now it so happened that James, having occupied a very quiet background at most of the circles, was supposed to be only in a very limited sense acquainted with Merivale, while the actual truth was that, next to Paul Adams, no one had worked harder or mastered more of the facts in that volume than James. He was incited thereto first because Paul Adams had taken hold of the book in such fierce fashion, resolved upon making its contents his own, and secondly because his cheeks daily grew more ready to flush when he remembered the fact that it was the first book he had ever actually studied with all his heart. The little that he really knew made him bend over Merivale with a dogged determination to know at least all that one book could tell him. He was aware that he had not the actual genius of Paul Adams, but he knew that he had a better literal memory, and he battled with and conquered dates and names in a way which presently gave him pride. Since the list of questions had been made out, he had found it a very satisfactory way of testing his own knowledge, and he found, to his surprise and delight, that the answers were as familiar to him as though he had actually been present at Rome's triumphs and defeats, as Paul Adams seemed to have been by the familiar way in which he talked about them. From sitting erect, with a bright red spot burning on each indignant cheek, as the storm of questions and answers went on, Dr. Monteith gradually settled back in his chair, a look of composed amusement on his face. Jack Butler's small scheme had already failed. Why had not the young man sense enough to know it? If James Ward missed every question that was asked him after this, he had already shown sufficient knowledge of the history of Rome to stamp him as a student. Apparently, however, he had no idea of missing a question. His voice was steady, his face controlled, his whole manner assured and quiet; and Jack Butler, nettled exceedingly, beginning to wish that he had let this whole business alone, and not brought himself into such conspicuous relations with this hero of history, yet was actually too much embarrassed to beat a retreat, but continued his questioning, helped only by an occasional voice that was bent on giving Caroline a chance to distinguish herself. Gradually all other voices died away, and more than 2/3 of the list of questions had been composedly answered by young Ward. This would-be tormentor, who had actually become his helper, paused with flushed face and unquiet voice. "I beg pardon," he said. "I seem to be monopolizing the entertainment. Don't let my interest in the subject keep you all quiet." Dr. Monteith's answer was prompt and decisive. "By no means, my dear young friend," with possibly a slightly marked emphasis on the word young. "It is true we had in no sense designed this for an evening of special examination, and our friend Ward has not been working for a diploma. Still, since it has progressed thus far, I beg that the examiner will kindly continue, at least, until the student makes a break. That is the way we used to do in the old-fashioned spelling school, you will remember. I confess myself intensely interested in this very thoughtful and brilliant plan of yours, Mr. Butler. What say our friends? Shall the few remaining questions be asked until there is a failure? My friend the doctor here has engaged to be our umpire for the evening, and will promptly announce the slightest mistake." Long before this the greater number of the guests had entered into the spirit of the exercise, and the vote to continue was unanimous. Thus invited, there was nothing for the now exasperated examiner but to proceed, rushing at railroad speed over the remainder of the list, not one of which failed to receive an assured answer by the young man whom he had set out to mortify. It was a schoolboy scheme, and deserved to meet with a real schoolboy defeat. Therefore was Dr. Monteith rejoiced over the whole. Especially when, with the last question and answer, the entire audience, circle included, broke into an involuntary burst of applause. "Victory!" exclaimed Dr. Monteith, rising to his feet and holding out his hand to James Ward. "My dear friend, I congratulate you on knowing more about the history of Rome than I ever expect to." This frank statement produced bursts of laughter. Formality and literature were alike at an end. Everybody was laughing and talking and shaking hands with young Ward, thus suddenly and most unexpectedly transformed into the hero of the evening. The dining room doors were thrown open. Coffee and cakes and ices became the matters of special interest just then, and the pleased company broke into little groups to laugh and exclaim over the peculiarities of the entertainment; and it chanced that, entirely by his own planning, the only discomfited person in the company was our immaculate and unsuperficial friend, Jack Butler. I shall have to confess that his discomforts were not even yet at an end. Dr. Monteith, feeling confident that his greatest fault was an overpowering self-esteem, sought an early opportunity to congratulate him on his tact in having given them an unexpected entertainment, and then proposed that the company be invited to select from the same list questions that they would like Jack himself to answer in his own way, thus giving them a chance to compare the different shades of thought which would be presented by different minds. In the painfully eager negative that poor Butler felt constrained to press in answer to this flattering invitation, every vestige of self-esteem vanished. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. A Theological Review. There was one other person at that unique gathering who was an object of special interest. This was Kent Monteith, the doctor's son. None of the residents of Centerville were acquainted with him except by reputation, which was that of a scholar and traveler like his father, added to which he was a not unknown artist. Indeed, for one so young, he had achieved an enviable reputation even in Europe. This fact was well known to the Centerville public through the industrious tongue of Miss Irene Butler, who was never tired of quoting what was said of him in the art reviews. Proud was she to be even so remotely connected with an artist destined to be famous as to have a speaking acquaintance with the father, and be able to ask of him the latest news in art as reported by his son. For days together had she looked forward to this eventful evening when she was actually to have the pleasure of meeting him face to face. Indeed, he was one whom almost any person might have been glad to meet. "He looks very like his father," declared Mrs. Fenton, after an earnest searching of the frank face. "A younger edition of his handsome father, and I am sure that flattery can go no farther, for his father is really the handsomest man I ever saw." "I hope he will be half as good a man as his father," was Mr. Fenton's addition to this verdict. And when I tell you that even his own mother was satisfied in this respect, you will readily see that Kent Monteith was a man to admire. More than Irene had looked forward to meeting him on this occasion. Now it happened that among them all only one young woman had been suggested to Kent as a person of interest. His father, after giving him a detailed account of the C.L.S.C. as it had branched at Centerville, and a running commentary on most of the prominent characters belonging to it, had finished after this fashion: "There is one person who will be here tomorrow evening, and who is a member of the circle, that if you can find it in your heart to pay even quite special attention to, you will succeed in pleasing me." "Upon my word, father," Kent had answered, laughing, "that is really a somewhat startling and rather foreign than American way of managing things." "Oh, well," the father answered, joining in the laugh, "I am only planning for one evening, you understand, with a purpose in view, one with which you will sympathize when you hear her story. Her name is Caroline Raynor." Whereupon he began at the beginning of Caroline's story as it had been detailed to him by Mrs. Fenton, and brought it down to the last meeting of the C.L.S.C., when Jack Butler had distinguished himself by giving her a cool stare and no other recognition, though Mrs. Fenton herself had undertaken to introduce them. "Now, you understand," explained Dr. Monteith, "that I don't expect to revolutionize society, neither do I have any particular desire to do so. Society, in one sense, will take care of itself, at least in this country, by which I mean that people reach their level in due time, fill the places that they are fitted by nature and taste to fill, and make a channel for their own lives, which is satisfying. But where a person occupies for a time a niche in the world to which she manifestly doesn't belong, and out of which she will assuredly move, to recognize the accident of position and ignore the mental and moral worth is despicable, is, I beg your pardon, Kent, intensely un-American." "Which is one of your synonyms for wickedness," the son said, laughing heartily. Nevertheless, he asked many questions concerning Caroline, evinced as deep an interest in her welfare as his father could desire, and promised, without any further clue, to try to single her out from the large number of ladies who now, nominally at least, belonged to the circle. It was soon after Caroline's paper had been read that Kent bent forward to the chair in which his father was sitting, and said in a low voice, "If I am not greatly mistaken, your protégée adds to her other accomplishments that of being a very good reader?" And Dr. Monteith, with pleased eyes, bowed assent. It was therefore with a deference that had a purpose, and that certainly was very marked, that Kent Monteith crossed the long parlour when the dining room doors were thrown open and refreshments announced, and offered his arm to Caroline. I really think it was at that time that Mrs. Chester's eyes became opened to what was going on. Before that she had been dazed, had hardly gotten away from her industrial school idea, and kept vaguely expecting the apple and piece of cake era to commence. But to see her second girl walk out to supper with Kent Monteith, the rising young artist but recently home from Florence, was too much for ordinary flesh and blood. Mrs. Chester promptly expressed her mind to her next neighbor. "I really think, Mrs. Howard, that these quixotic people have taken leave of their common sense." Do you? In utmost good humor. Well, it cannot be said that your second girl has taken leave of hers. What a remarkable paper that was which she presented! I always thought there was something quite uncommon about her, but I did not suppose she had so cultured a mind. What an excellent thing this new society is for giving people a chance. After that outburst, Mrs. Chester turned away in dumb disgust. But the acquaintance begun in the refreshment room in utmost good nature, and, in order to further his father's wishes, was carried on by Kent Monteith because he became interested. She could converse, that was evident, for he began at once to talk with her about the Rome which had been the topic of absorbing interest thus far, to controvert some of the ideas which she had advanced in her paper. But while she steadily and intelligently held her own, she yet questioned him as to his different views in so keen a way that he speedily saw he must be clear and logical in his reasons if he expected them to have some weight. She was not to be talked with like the average young lady whom he met in society. She knew almost nothing about society, but, without ever having seen it as he had, she clearly knew a great deal about Rome. The question was, how much did she know about other things? "Do you think the same ideas which you have just been advancing apply to France?" he asked her suddenly, fixing a keen glance on her intelligent face the while. And if she could have seen his thoughts, they would have been somewhat after this fashion. Now, if her intelligence is all confined to one book, she will try to generalize, to say yes and no, and flounder hopelessly over that question. He was mistaken. Her knowledge of literature was chiefly confined to one book, it is true, which she had very thoroughly studied. But she did not flounder. Instead, she fixed her calm, steady eyes upon him and answered promptly. "Oh, I don't know. I am not in a position to know, or even to have an intelligent opinion. I don't know anything to speak of about France, or indeed about any other part of the world except Centerville and Rome." This with a little laugh. "You must know that we have been working very hard over Rome half the winter, and of course I know a little and think a little about that country, but I know nothing else." "She is honest," he said to himself. Then aloud, "Were you fascinated with Rome, that you held so closely to it and excluded every other country?" "Not at all. I had one book that told me a great deal about Rome, and almost nothing about any other place, and I wanted to learn all I could from that book, because books are scarce with me, as well as opportunities. This Chautauqua Society is the largest chance I ever had." "Merivale's Rome could not have taught you to read," he could not help saying, with a marked emphasis on the last word. Her reading had pleased him because of its extreme naturalness. "No," she said, the ready color flushing into her cheeks. "I never was taught to read. I read aloud a great deal to an invalid lady with whom I lived when I was a young girl, and she used to correct my pronunciation. But I never have had any lessons in reading." "May you never have," he said, speaking with more energy than the subject seemed to her to demand. He had been the victim of many professional readers. "Tell me about this circle," he said, as he helped her to an ice. "I was at Chautauqua for a few days last summer, but I don't know about the actual practical working of this scheme. Did you give the winter entirely to Merivale?" "Oh, no, we left him in the distance some time ago. Indeed, we are thoroughly interested in another book now." "What author is being honored now? If you bring the same oneness of thought to bear on him that you must have done to Merivale, he should be a happy author." "We are studying the philosophy of the plan of salvation." "Theology?" a little startled. "I don't know. Is it theology? It is very interesting, and I don't know whether it would be called by that name." "Do you like it as well as Rome?" "Why, there is no comparison, and no chance for one. Of course, it treats of topics away in advance of Roman history. I don't suppose I am a judge as to whether it is as well written as the other, but of course it is more interesting." "Why, of course?" Caroline tried to steal a look at her questioner, a little in doubt as to what all this catechizing might mean, but he was giving careful attention to the pickled oysters before him, and his grave quiet face told her nothing. "Why, of course," she said unhesitatingly, "whatever tells us of God, and of our relations to him, is of infinitely more importance than the books that tell us only of other people like ourselves, how they sinned and suffered and died." "Is that your epitome of human history? But you forget that you have not explained to me anything about this latter book. I know Merivale's Rome quite well from having listened to you this evening. Now what does this philosophy prove to you?" "Do you mean what view of the question does the book take?" "Isn't that equivalent to saying what view you take? Do not you and the book agree? But never mind that question, tell me what it says." "I am not sure that I can. I should think in general that the argument was the same as that used by other writers on the same subject." "And what is that?" "You do not need that I should tell you," she said, speaking with gentle dignity. "You are, of course, more thoroughly posted in regard to this matter than I could possibly be." "May I ask you on what ground you use that authoritative 'of course' in this connection? What leads you to suppose that I am better acquainted with the subject in question than yourself?" "Because you are a scholar. You have had opportunities to study books and men, and have been at work in that direction all your life, while I have had almost no chances at all. I cannot even compare this book with any other book of the kind, because it is the only one I have ever read." "Suppose, for the sake of the argument, I admit the first part of your statement. You will remember that there are many books to study and many phases of opinion to choose from. How do you know that I have yet had opportunity to take up this subject?" "I do not know it. I suppose I judged from the supposition that students selected the most important topics first, letting secondary matters take a secondary place." "And this topic is first in importance?" "I should think that there could not be two opinions about that." "Would you mind giving me the steps by which you reached such a conclusion?" "They are almost self-evident, I think," she said quietly, though with flushing cheeks. "What has to do with my life in a world that will never end would seem to me to be of greater importance than what simply concerns the few days that I am to live on earth." "Ah, but I don't accept your proposition. I believe that the knowledge we acquire here is not to be thrown away in a future existence. If I am to live at all in another world, I expect to keep growing wiser there, and not to begin at the alphabet either, but where I stopped when the soul was called upon to change homes." "I suppose that is true," she said, looking frankly at him after a moment of thoughtful silence. "It is a somewhat new thought to me, and a very pleasant one. But I think it increases the importance of the one subject, because I want to be very particular about the place where I continue my studies." "I see," he said, smiling. "Now you are ready, I hope, to enlighten me as to this particular book." "Well," she said, trying not to be carefully literal in her reply, "I cannot do justice to the book, but I think I can introduce you to it. In the first place, it states 3 facts to be considered: that we are so made as to want to worship something or someone, that we grow like the person or object which we worship, and that no human means could have cured the world of the sin of idol worship." "Do you believe the first 2 statements?" "Why, I suppose so," she said wonderingly. "My own heart experience, as well as all history, confirms the first, and the second is common sense." Her companion laughed. "That is certainly a brief and comprehensive way of stating your reasons," he said. "Go on." "Go on with what?" "Why, with the book. Haven't you engaged to give me a review of it? Suppose these statements are correct, what then? Or rather, in the first place, how does your author prove that we couldn't help ourselves?" "By showing that we didn't. That the idolatry of the world grew worse and worse with every succeeding generation." "Well, and the remedy?" "The remedy was to give us a perfect object to worship, and to furnish a power that should turn our hearts toward that object." "Yes. Well, I think I see the scope of the argument. What point does your author take up next?" "Oh, we went to Egypt next. learned why so many years of bondage were necessary to give the nation a bond of union and sympathy." "A bond of union! Is Egyptian bondage a necessity in the formation of such a bond?" "Perhaps not a necessity. At least, I suppose some other way could have been devised had God chosen to do it. But I should think it would help. If you and I, for instance, were slaves in a foreign land, far away from our mutual home, suffering the same trials, looking forward to the same release, having the same plans, I fancy we might grow daily more alienated from those who did not and could not understand us, and sympathize with each other more closely every day." "I am inclined to think that that is a very good argument," he said, looking down on her with curious eyes, which look, however, she lost. She was engaged in earnestly calling to her aid the arguments of the book which she was seriously trying to review. Her intense earnestness had a strange fascination for him. "I'm all attention," he said at last. "Why don't you proceed?" Then she looked at him again, puzzled to know how much he meant. "You don't expect me to give you the entire book this evening?" "I don't know. You seem to be doing well. I'm guessing at the filling in, you see. You are only supplying outlines. What next?" "Next, I became greatly interested in the miracles of Egypt. I presume it is an old story to you, but I had never heard before how perfectly the 10 plagues were suited to the needs of that idolatrous nation, and how wonderfully they showed the wisdom of God." "You give me credit for too much research. I don't at this moment remember a single argument in that line. Won't you give me a hint of how it was managed? The plagues used to astonish my boyhood, and I doubt whether I am much wiser in many respects than I was then." "I never realized the necessity for miracles until this writer proved to my satisfaction that if the true religion when first revealed had been accompanied by no exhibition of power beyond that which human beings could exert, men would not have believed it. He declares that every leader of a false religion has recognized the necessity of producing miracles, and has tried to claim that power. Then, too, he reminded us that the Israelites seemed to believe the Egyptian jugglers capable, in the name of their gods, of performing miracles, so that the true God would need to show them that he not only could perform miracles, but that his power was not to be compared with that of the magicians. I had never known that serpents were worshipped by the Egyptians, and that when Moses' rod swallowed up the serpent which the magicians had seemed to make, it actually had swallowed what the lookers-on considered a god. Neither did I know that they considered the Nile a sacred river, and that when Moses turned its water into blood, he proved the folly of their worship. Sometimes it has seemed to me so strange that the great God would descend to showing his power in so small a way as to send swarms of flies upon his enemies. Now I know that it was my ignorance which made the miracle into smallness, for I did not know that those wretched idolaters had a special God who was supposed to be able to deliver them from flies. In what a terrible way they discovered their idol's powerlessness." "What does he do with the plague of boils? When I was a youngster that seemed to me queerer than anything else that happened to that idiotic people." "That is another miracle, the explanation of which gave me a humiliating sense of my own ignorance," Caroline said eagerly. "You must remember that I knew nothing about Egyptian history. I did not know about the altars for human sacrifice, nor about the awful custom of gathering the ashes of the victims and throwing them upward in the belief that wherever they touched evil would be turned aside. Think of what an object lesson it was for Moses to take a handful of ashes, perhaps from the very furnace where these human sacrifices had been burned, and throwing them into the air, let terrible disease and pain follow their touch." They had left the refreshment room long before the talk had progressed thus far, and had joined the promenaders who were refreshing themselves in strolls through the long parlors. They were entirely engrossed in their subject, Caroline at least being utterly unconscious of the fact that Mrs. Chester was surveying her with astonished eyes, and Miss Irene Butler was almost overpowered with her impatience to talk with a real artist who had studied in Florence. She interrupted them at last ruthlessly. I beg your pardon, Mr. Monteith, but it does seem to me you have been unselfish long enough. You ought to be rewarded with a little pleasure on your own account now. Besides, some of us are longing to know about your experiences in Italy, and I, at least, have been looking forward to a feast when I might have opportunity to converse with you about our beloved profession." She had kidnapped the promenaders just as they were about to pass into the library. The rich blood mounted to Caroline's very forehead, and she made an attempt to drop her companion's arm, but he held hers firmly as he answered Miss Irene. "You have entirely mistaken my character. I never felt more selfish in my life. I am hearing about a book which interests me intensely, from one who has evidently made its contents her own. And if there is any one subject more than another for which I have an unconquerable horror this evening, it is my profession. I've been working hard and have come home to rest. Miss Butler, are you a member of this literary society which seems to be creating such a sensation in your midst?" Miss Irene gave a very positive shake to her head, with uplifted eyebrows. "Oh dear, no! My pursuits and aims in life are so entirely removed from this line of study that I have felt very little interest in the enterprise. Besides, I suppose the design of the circle is to give an idea of what is going on in the world of books to those who have had no other opportunities. Isn't that the special aim, Caroline?" It was the first time she had hinted that she even saw Caroline. Before that young woman could collect her startled thoughts to answer, Mr. Monteith saved her the trouble. "Oh, I think the aim of the circle is far wider than that. I happen to know that it is considered a very valuable review of work, even for thorough students. My father, for instance, expresses himself as richly repaid in personal advantage for the amount of time which he has given to the scheme. Scholars gifted with very keen brains planned the course of study, with a view to benefiting a great variety of people. I'm inclined to think I shall find a circle somewhere to join next year, if for nothing else but the comfort of belonging to the Round Table. Do you know about the Round Table, Miss Raynor? No? Then you have never been to Chautauqua? There is a special delight in store for you." "I have never been anywhere," said Caroline simply, "and I have almost as much hope of going to Europe as to Chautauqua." "She positively will not pretend to have any advantages that she has not had." This was the mental comment of the young man who had set out to study her. Miss Irene held her ground firmly, resolved upon pressing the celebrated artist into communicativeness regarding his profession, but it was all to no purpose. Whether he detected the ring of affectation in her questions, or the utter meagreness of her knowledge, or whether he was really too weary of the subject to want to talk about it, Caroline could not tell. In any case, he gaily resisted her efforts, and would try to make her talk about the Chautauqua Circle, which subject she could not even pretend to understand, having kept herself until recently far above it. "How do you do again?" said a fourth voice at their elbow. It was the special guest whom all the others had been invited to meet. It was to Caroline that he offered his hand, as he said in hearty tones, "You gave us as fine a condensation of history tonight as is often put into a few pages. Monteith, how many people do you think study Merivale as this circle evidently has this winter?" "Very few," said young Monteith, and added, "I have been telling Miss Raynor that there is a delight in store for her, such as she can hardly imagine. She tells me that she has never been to Chautauqua." "And that she has no idea of being there, at least for years to come," Caroline said, much confused over her position in this central doorway, held a prisoner by Kent Monteith, and talking with the most prominent personage in the company. "I think I must go," she said in undertone to Mr. Monteith. "Mrs. Fenton is waiting to speak to me." "Is she? Which is Mrs. Fenton? I used to know her when I was a very small boy, and came with my father and mother to the old homestead. As long ago as that, Miss Raynor, this house was the old homestead. Just introduce me again to Mrs. Fenton, will you?" And with a parting bow to the lady and gentleman, he passed on with Caroline, she more embarrassed than before. She had meant to slip quietly away to Mrs. Fenton's side. "That was the truth, and nothing but the truth," her companion said gaily, when they were alone. "But about its being the whole truth, I am more doubtful. I think I wanted to get away from that indefatigable lady who wanted to talk ought to me. Did you ever chance to hear the way the imitation article pronounces that word, Miss Raynor?" Then, as seemed to be his custom, without waiting for a reply to the question, he dashed into another subject. "I can't tell you how sorry I am that our review of that book was interrupted. I wanted to hear the logical progression of the argument. I'll tell you what, Miss Raynor, let me see you safely home this evening. Then you can finish the review for me. Will you?" Then was Caroline's embarrassment intense. She had supposed it to be a sort of accident that had given her the company of this distinguished gentleman at the refreshment table, and the gratifying of a scholarly whim to see how well one book had been studied, that had prompted his persistent questioning since. But to receive still more attention from him, without acquainting him with her place in society, seemed to this painfully honest girl an impropriety. What if Professor Monteith's son should take the long walk from his father's house to Mrs. Chester's door, in company with Mrs. Chester's hired help? Caroline was sufficiently versed in the style of gossip rampant in the little town, to know that it would be a painful experiment to the young man, if he were sensitive. At the same time, she appreciated his kindness and his conversation, and disliked to decline his courtesy with apparent rudeness. As often before in her life, she resolved on the alternative of entire honesty. The parlor was long and their progress slow, surrounded as they were by other promenaders. Besides, Mrs. Fenton, eager little woman that she was, flitted twice from the station where they expected to meet her, so there was time for explanation. Caroline's voice was as quiet and self-sustained as it had been when she was reviewing Walker for his benefit. "I thank you, Mr. Monteith, but it is not right that I should accept your kindness. You mistake my position. I am not in society." "Not?" repeated Mr. Monteith with a purposely puzzled tone. "I supposed you were. I have been absent from my native land for a number of years. What has that term come to mean in this region? I thought you were my father's guest." "I beg your pardon." Caroline did not want to laugh, but she could not help it. "I mean that I was never in society before, and do not expect to be again. It was your father's great kindness. I am not in the same circle with his other guests. You have met Mrs. Chester here this evening? I am her hired help, have been for 2 years, and expect to be as long as I succeed in suiting her." "I know Mrs. Chester. She belonged to one of the old families that my grandfather used to tell about when I was a tow-headed boy. I remember I used to think she did not look so very old, and I could not understand why that term was always applied to her. They live in the old homestead, my father told me, or in the grand mansion that they have built in its place. Not half so fascinating a place, I'll venture, as the rambling old house was, but nearly a mile from here, is it not? Unless your author was a decidedly prosy old fellow, you will just have time to finish the review. May I walk home with you, Miss Raynor?" She did not want to laugh. Her cheeks were the color of the scarlet fuchsias they were just passing, but there was such a sparkle of mischief in his eyes, and such suppressed fun in his voice, that she could not help it. Chapter 16 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Questions and Answers. There was one pair of ears that evening eagerly listening for every crumb which fell from anyone's lips concerning Chautauqua. This was none other than young Robert Fenton. You will remember that he was the inspirer of this special branch, and certainly was as much interested in its success as any human being could be. Were not his father and mother both members? And had he not had nicer evenings with them since this circle came into existence, talking up Roman history, than he ever remembered before in his life? I will even admit that it added spice to his enjoyment to discover that he was an authority when controverted points were being discussed, and that his mother had once said to Caroline and young Charlie Mathers in his hearing, "I think you must be mistaken in your date, for my Robert says thus and so, and he is generally very correct." Oh yes, Robert Fenton was an intense believer in the C.L.S.C., and had an intense longing to visit Chautauqua. He drew near when he heard the name, and presently made a bold petition. "Won't you tell us all about Chautauqua? I mean to go there this summer if I can, and I think I can." Now anybody who knows the man that has made Chautauqua what it is, knows that the keen questioning eyes and eager smiles of a wide-awake boy fascinate him instantly. He turned quickly at the sound of the fresh young voice. "All about Chautauqua? Yes, sir, with pleasure. Where shall I begin?" So it transpired that there was another catechetical exercise that evening. One by one the promenaders halted in his vicinity. Little by little the circle widened, until fully 1/3 of the guests had arranged themselves within hearing, to listen and question, while the one best posted told them about the place which had such a charmed life to some of them. "You ought to go this season, every one of you," Dr. Monteith said, suddenly, breaking away from the listening group and joining a company who were trying to listen and yet were too far away to hear much. "I hope for a very large delegation from our circle. Mr. Fenton, have you decided to take your family?" "Yes, sir," was that gentleman's prompt answer. "If nothing prevents, I hope to spend about 6 weeks there this summer." "If Robert were within hearing he would applaud," Mrs. Fenton said, laughing. "He has never been able to bring his father to so outspoken a decision as that." The group around Dr. Monteith were eager to question, and finding him well posted, they poured out their queries. Several of them had already arrived at definite decisions. Even pretty little Amy Allison declared she could go if she wanted to, and she believed she wanted to. She had intended to go to Long Branch, but someway it seemed to her that this would be "nicer." There were those who were gravely silent about the matter. James Ward had canvassed the subject somewhat thoroughly in his own mind, and decided that it would be foolish to expect his father to expend so much money for what would look to him like a mere entertainment. Caroline, as she had said, had as much expectation of going to Europe as to Chautauqua, and as for Paul, he had not even given the matter a thought beyond the one involved in a very positive statement made not long before to Robert Fenton. "One of these days I mean to go there, but it won't be for several years yet." So these three, while they listened interestedly, did not give such listening as those who said, "I'm going." But many were listening and questioning, evidently with a view to future plans. "What about the teachers' retreat?" questioned Mr. Fenton. "Any benefit in that to people who never expect to be teachers?" "Decidedly, yes. The very best educators in the country are to be there to exhibit what they consider the best ways of presenting thought to young minds. Aside from the personal benefit to be obtained through those lectures, conversations, and the like, no parent can afford to do without the knowledge and the stimulus which they present." "What is the expense of living at Chautauqua?" came from another side of the room. "Now that question is almost as difficult to answer as it would be for you to tell me what is the expense of living in Centerville," their victim said, smiling. "The truth is, it depends on the sort of living which you are pleased to want. If you keep house, it will depend on the number of rooms in your house, the size of your party, the brains of your clerk, and the economy of your cook, as well as on several other things. If you board, it will depend on the size and style of the room you require, and the number and variety of the delicacies which you are willing to pay for. There is a hotel with good accommodations. There are any number of private boarding houses, with prices varying according to location and accommodations. There are cottages to rent, where you can, as I said, set up an establishment of your own. There are restaurants where you can buy almost any necessary that can be thought of. There are tents which you can rent for a trifle and roll yourself in a blanket at night, and buy a pitcher of milk and some rolls at the baker's in the morning, and live as cheaply as you can anywhere on earth." "Somebody told my Fred that there was a school of languages, or something of that sort," said Mr. Morris. "Is there any special advantage in that line?" "6 weeks of thorough drill in whatever language you choose, or as many of them as you choose, the teachers being the best. Some go so far as to say the best that can be found in this country or any other. Such work as that is worth a great deal to any scholar." Thus the questions and answers continued, Dr. Monteith's clique seeming as deeply interested as the circle in the front parlour, and all attempt to introduce any other topic having been suspended. It is safe to say that certain ones at least were wiser when they went home that evening than they had been when they came. This matter of going home deserves a little attention. It marked an important era in the lives of some. James Ward, by the merest chance, had been standing near to pretty little Amy when supper was announced, or it is probable his courage would not have been equal to waiting on her to the table. But the bright little efforts at conversation in which they two had indulged had had all the charm of novelty to him. And besides, was not Jack Butler exactly opposite, bestowing an occasional supercilious glance in their direction? What if he should ask to see Miss Amy home, and what if Jack Butler proposed to do the same thing, and he should be in advance of Jack, and Miss Amy should not refuse him? Would not that be a delightful triumph? It was a bold undertaking. How bold it appeared to him you will hardly be able to imagine, unless you are a young man who have been entirely isolated from the society of young misses until the very thought of attempting any of the most ordinary courtesies towards them flushes your face and sets your heart to throbbing. It was a miserable motive. I regret that he had not a better one. But truth compels me to state that every time James Ward thought of his enemy, Jack Butler, and of his possible intentions toward the pretty Amy, the desire grew upon him to attempt, at least, to discomfit him. Now it happened, strangely enough, that the head of the pretty Amy was somewhat troubled with a like thought. Since young Ward had been under the ban of her father's command, she had not even talked with him at the circle. Not that she had avoided this entertainment, but he had been so absorbed in his work there as to have given her no opportunity. But on this evening, when he, having canvassed the subject, boldly invited her to the dining room, she had been standing beside her mother, and, receiving that mother's smiling nod of assent, little Amy had accompanied with a light heart the one who was certainly the hero of the evening. Half an hour afterwards, she twitched her mother's sleeve with an important question. "Say, mamma, suppose Mr. Ward should ask to walk home with me, what am I to say?" "Well," said the mother, looking with admiring and yet half troubled eyes on her pretty daughter, "I don't know. He appears like a very nice young man." And her eyes wandered over to where he stood, and bestowed a swift glance of appreciation on his new and finely fitting suit. "He has made a most creditable appearance this evening in every way. And Dr. Monteith tells me he thinks very well of him indeed. I don't think papa would object, Amy, for this one evening." "I don't believe he will ask me," Amy said with a foolish little laugh. She referred to young Ward, not to her father. But he did ask her, and had the intense satisfaction of hearing her soft pretty voice say to Jack Butler, "I am engaged, thank you," when he asked the same question soon afterwards. Much ado was made in one way and another about that matter of going home. "I suppose," Mrs. Chester said to her husband as she met him in the hall, herself wrapped for the walk, "I suppose we ought to have Caroline go along with us. It seems a very singular idea, but I really don't see how she is to get home unless we see to it. Would you send a servant down to tell her to get ready?" "I don't believe it will be necessary for you to take that trouble," Mr. Chester said with twinkling eyes. "I saw her disappearing through the front door in company with young Monteith just before we came upstairs." "Well, really," declared Mrs. Chester, "I never heard anything to equal that in all my life." There had never been anything in Caroline's experience quite like that pleasant walk home in the moonlight. You will remember that she had no girlish memories to look back upon of walks with companions of her own age, who talked with her about things in which she was interested, or cared particularly to hear her talk about anything. As for Kent Monteith, his real or pretended interest in the book that she had been studying had not subsided. "Tell me the rest," he had said, almost as soon as they were fairly on their way. "I think your author is clear-brained at least. Let me hear more of him." "The rest," Caroline said, laughing. "I cannot think that you expect me to give you a history of our last month's work in one short evening." "Well, not each word in detail, I presume. I will be contented if you give me an idea of its effect on you. What new ideas beyond those which you mentioned has it given you? Or, in other words, what good has it done you?" "What good?" repeated Caroline thoughtfully. "I think that is a question not easily answered. I cannot tell what great good it may do me in the future. I feel as if a great many weapons had been put into my hands that I had not before. How I am to use them, or with whom, my Father in heaven knows, and I thank him for giving me this opportunity to arm my mind." "Then you accept all the ideas and suggestions found in the book?" "Oh, I long ago accepted the facts about which the book treats. I found them in the Bible, and took them for my own. But what is very pleasant to me is being helped to show others, some others who have had even less opportunity than I, the reasonableness of it all." "That is just what I want. Show it to me, please." "You do not come in my list," she said gently. "And why not?" "Because you have had abundant opportunities, and I cannot but think that you have availed yourself of some of them. It would be so exceedingly foolish to suppose that you had not." "Well, suppose I have, and suppose that I find myself not helped as you have been. Suppose I feel utterly unable to see the reasonableness of it all. Suppose, for instance, I were to confess to a belief that the evangelical idea of prayer was entirely inconsistent with the idea that God knows everything, has planned everything, has settled everything, and therefore it cannot be changed, not even if the whole created universe were to pray that it might be. What have you learned from your book that can help me?" "Nothing," said Caroline promptly. "I suppose there may be arguments for that class of persons, although this writer did not take up that phase of the subject. But I should think there was only one that would be perfectly satisfactory and unanswerable." "Well now, if there is one which answers such a description, it is clearly your duty to give it to me, for I tell you frankly that I have never found it." "I know it," was her quiet and to him surprising answer. "May I be permitted to ask just what that quiet little sentence means? You know that I have never met this one answerable argument, do you mean?" "I know you have never given it a fair and careful study, or you would not now be questioning the fact." "You are very positive," he said, laughing a little. "All minds do not work alike, you remember. Possibly it would not be so perfectly convincing to me as it has been to you." In his heart he said, "What an opinionated little thing it is, after all! I fancied I had found a curiosity, a woman who did not suppose that she had scaled the heights of all wisdom because she knew a little about 2 or 3 things. The absurdity of her supposing that she has alighted upon an argument which I have not studied and could not answer if I chose." Then, carefully hiding all this undertone of thought, he added, "I am all attention, and really almost overwhelmed with curiosity as to this unanswerable argument which has been hidden from me for so many years." "I should think it would be an unanswerable argument as to the power of prayer for a person to pray daily, sometimes hourly, and receive unmistakable answers to prayer. All the combined wisdom of the world, though it was poured into my ears in the form of arguments to which I could make no answer in words, would not convince me that God does not hear my prayer and answer, because I have daily proof from himself that he does just that thing. As to how he can do it, or why he chose to do it, or how the seeming contradiction between that and his foreknowledge is reconciled, while it would be very pleasant for me to know, as it is pleasant for me to know so many of the things which I have learned in this book, after all it is not essential to my belief in the fact. And I really should think, as I said, that the personal knowledge of the fact would be the only unanswerable argument to some minds. What is perfectly unaccountable to me is the fact that honest questioners do not apply this simple test to themselves and settle all doubts. Now was the scholarly young artist astounded. He had studied carefully, he was gifted in argument for one so young, he believed himself to be thoroughly posted, yet there was undeniable truth in the fact that he had never personally tested the power of prayer. "It is a test which it is impossible to apply," he said at last, speaking shortly, all his gay courtesy apparently gone. "An honest man could not kneel down and pray when he did not believe that there was any such thing as an answer to prayer." "An honest man could kneel down and ask God to give him a belief in the doctrine of answered prayer. And if I were an honest unbeliever, I would ask God for that, on my knees, day after day, until I was convinced that I had come to him with all the sincerity I possessed, and laid the fact of my unbelief before him, and asked for help and had not received it. I have often thought that if all honest unbelievers would but stop their reasoning, trying to plan out God's work for him, and go to him with the whole story, how quickly it would silence all doubt, for faith is the gift of God. What proportion of them do you suppose really put that test, Mr. Monteith?" "I don't know," he answered briefly. Then, after a moment, "You say Walker does not discuss this phase of the subject?" "Not at any length. Indeed, I should hardly say that he touched upon it. He takes certain truths for granted, among them the power of prayer." "Where do you find the unanswerable argument which you have been presenting so skilfully?" "In the Bible. 'If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine.' Have you studied that book carefully, Mr. Monteith?" "Cross-examined, I declare!" exclaimed that gentleman, but the sentence was mental. To the questioner he gave a somewhat evasive answer, and then most skilfully changed the subject. He had had enough of both Walker and theology for one evening. Chapter 17 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Yes, I like it. He went home in a somewhat thoughtful mood. The quiet, clear-eyed girl who was "not in society," and whom he had thought to honor by his attention for one evening, partly to honor his father's whim, partly from mischief, because of the undoubted sensation that he knew he could create in thus transgressing all the society people's sense of propriety, and partly out of pure good nature, because he judged that it would be a new world to her, which he, knowing no one, and caring to know no one in this region, could afford her as well as not. This same unimportant being had given him food for thought. It was a curious fact that the argument which she had presented had been, in a sense, unanswerable. What was a man to say to a person who calmly asserted that she had received not one, but many direct and emphatic answers to prayer? That she was mistaken? True, but then no argument lay therein, and you had by no means succeeded in convincing the person that such was the case. In fact, when one reduced the matter to actual logic, was not the weight of testimony against his side of the question? Here stood arrayed an army of scholars, among whom was to be found his honored father, calmly declaring, "All other proofs aside, we know this to be true, that God has heard and answered us." Could he in reply say, "I know this to be true, that God has not answered me"? No, he couldn't, because the first part of the statement was lacking. God had not heard him, therefore how could he be expected to answer him? He actually was not a petitioner at all. had never tried to obtain audience with the king, and yet was presuming to declare, in the face of those who had tried and been admitted, that he knew no such thing was possible. In this clearly unanswerable light did the folly present itself, having been called to mind by Caroline's few quiet words. And yet, I grieve to tell you that, gentleman though he was, a reasoning being, with more than usual brain power, he yet dismissed the whole subject with a careless "Nonsense, the idea of my plunging into theology, when I came home on purpose to rest. I wonder why that tiresome Chautauqua circle, which is aiming to circle the world, I verily believe, had to put that into its list. Why couldn't it have been content with Rome and other tangible matters? She is a sharp girl, rather, for one in her position. Well, I've done my duty, and given the sleepy old aristocratic town a 9 days' sensation, and she has done hers, and given me a lecture on what is evidently her favorite topic, so we can both sleep with easy consciences tonight." But they didn't. The cultured young artist tossed for hours on a restless pillow. It is plain language, a word not often used in polite society, a word that he by no means allowed himself to use to himself, and yet he knew as well as though he had said it aloud that he was a fool. Mr. Fenton went home chuckling. He was very much amused with his wife. "I don't care," said that little woman, setting her lips firmly. "I don't like it." "Don't like what?" "This, any of it. I won't have Caroline made sport of." "I don't believe he has the least idea of making sport of her. He is a good-natured young fellow, and his father has given him a hint, quite likely, of the way that Jack Butler and a few other apes of his stamp have treated her, and he thinks he will teach them all a lesson, and give her a pleasant time in the bargain. I don't see why it wasn't a nice thing to do. A great deal better than letting her walk home alone, or trot on after the Chesters." "Oh, well now, Robert, I know young men, and so do you. If Kent Monteith were a grand Christian man, like his father, and did such things with a purpose, it would be different. But he is just the sort of man to make the whole thing into a burlesque to entertain his artist friends with when he goes back to the city. They will shout over his caricature of Caroline, and he will think he is witty, and they will think he is jolly, and a nice time they will have of it, tossing her name about among them. I thought Caroline had more sense. I wonder she didn't decline his attentions on the spot." All this set Mr. Fenton off into another laugh. "You women are queer," he said, when he could speak. "It isn't 2 hours since you were admiring young Monteith because he was so fine a copy of his father, and now you are in a rage with him because he has treated your particular pet like a gentleman, instead of making a monkey of himself and pretending to be above her. How is a man to go to work to please you?" "I don't quite know what I mean," confessed Mrs. Fenton presently. "Only I know I am very much attached to Caroline, and I can't like to think of anybody laughing or talking about her, as so many will now. He has made her conspicuous, don't you see? And no woman ought to be made conspicuous. Still, if I thought he showed her attention from real kindness of heart, and not for the fun that was to be gotten out of it, I should feel differently. In fact, if I was sure it wouldn't injure Caroline herself, I wouldn't mind the rest." "Injure Caroline? How? What do you mean?" "Oh, it isn't easy to tell what I mean. Give her ideas, you know. Kent Monteith is in the very first society in the city, rich and talented and admired and all that, and he has sort of singled her out from all our young people and given her special attention. It would be no more than natural if she should, on the strength of that, get some foolish ideas and go fancying that he was struck with her appearance, you know, and all that nonsense, and get dissatisfied with her position and oh, well, I tell you I don't know how to express it. In fact, I hardly know what I think myself, this whole question is such a muddle to me. But I know I think a great deal of Caroline, and I don't want her spoiled, nor hurt, and I am afraid of such things as we have had tonight." "I should think it was a muddle," declared Mr. Fenton, still in utmost good humour. You are mad at people who slight Caroline, and you are twice as mad at people who show her attention. So I don't know how you are to be pleased." Mrs. Fenton laughed over this picture of her own inconsistency, yet was troubled and perplexed. It was true, as she said, that she didn't know what she thought; only that she wanted to shield Caroline from gossip, and from every possible harm. Mr. Fenton essayed to help her, or to think aloud. "Women are queer. They do it." "Do what?" "Why, make distinctions in society, of which men would never dream, and when they get them made, they don't know what they mean by them. Did you see young Bennet walking away with Miss Harper to night?" This question seemed an entirely irrelevant one to Mrs. Fenton, so she answered wonderingly. "Why, yes, what of that?" "She is nothing but a music teacher. Why don't you exclaim over that as mischievous?" "Robert Fenton, what do you mean?" "I mean," he said, laughing at her astonished, not to say indignant face, "that she affords a good illustration of the distinctions about which I was talking. It is all right to receive her into good society, though I do hire her to give my boy music lessons. That is, we receive her into our society. We must remember that there is a society, here in America too, that would look down on her with contempt because she earned her living. We have none of that nonsense. But because Mrs. Chester pays Caroline for sweeping her rooms, she mustn't be introduced to our friends. Now isn't that queer?" "Oh, well, Robert, you know as well as I do that it isn't the mere difference in the kinds of work. Whether it is our fault or not, it is a fact that, as a rule, the girls who work in our kitchens are not fitted, either by education or taste, to associate with us. They wouldn't enjoy it any better than we." "But you don't think Caroline one of the ordinary sort. Isn't she well fitted by education and taste as most of us?" "Of course she is. I think she is better fitted than half the girls in town." "Then why not accept that fact, and not worry about her, or act as though the accident of her position as a hired helper to Mrs. Chester had anything to do with it?" "People won't," said Mrs. Fenton, laughing, yet vexed. As for Mrs. Chester, she grumbled a little the next morning before she left her dressing room. "I suppose my lady will be too lofty to wait on the table this morning. I am really afraid I shall feel embarrassed at the idea of soliciting her help." And she set the hairbrush down with a little bang, and looked annoyed. She believed her comfort with her rare help was gone. Yet nothing about Caroline contributed toward this conclusion. Her dress was as neat, and as severely plain as ever; her manner as quietly respectful, and her forethought for the comfort of the household as strongly marked as heretofore. Watching her with wide open, jealous eyes, during the day, seeing her go about her many duties with quiet care and usual success, Mrs. Chester gradually changed her mind. "She really is an unusual girl," she told herself. "I don't think I ever even read of one like her before. And yet in English novels one is always reading about those rare maids who are more like friends of the family than hired help. I declare, I believe Caroline is superior to any of them." Thenceforward Mrs. Chester adorned herself with a new character. She became the patron of her second girl, talked with her as to her hopes and plans for the future, aided and abetted them as well as she could, arranged that the hours when she was off duty should be absolutely her own, and not interrupted as heretofore by her mistress's whims, and in many ways showed herself a friend. Well for Caroline that she had the rare sense to take this help for what it was worth, and appreciate it. She did not resent the evident air of patronage that hovered about it all. She ignored the constant reminder that her sphere in life was low, and, realizing that special kindness was meant, showed her gratitude in 100 nameless ways. In short, mistress and maid grew nearer to each other with each passing day, nearer than Caroline at least had ever supposed it possible for her to come. As for Mrs. Chester, she grew daily so satisfied with herself and her experiment that she was in danger of becoming a reformer along the very line in which she had hitherto especially failed. But all this is looking ahead. I am glad for Caroline's sake that she could not hear the conversation which passed between Mr. and Mrs. Fenton on that evening, especially Mrs. Fenton's share in it. She would have known then that, staunch as that little woman was in her friendship, she underrated the girl she was befriending. Not a thought of silliness connected with Kent Monteith entered our Caroline's mind. There was just this outgrowth from the evening's experience. "He was very kind," she said musingly, "very kind indeed. It is his father's kindness, of course, handed down to me through him, but it was thoughtful. It made the evening what it could not have been to me but for his forethought." Then, after a moment of serious thought, "Poor young man! With all his advantages, his superior education and high culture, not to have even tasted of the true wisdom." And she added his name to the list of those whom she daily brought before God in prayer. And really, if they had all but known it, this was precisely what Professor Monteith had hoped that the "rare girl" would do for his son. Before the next day's sun had set, one member of the Centerville circle had what was to him a marvelous experience. Paul Adams, the next afternoon between 3 and 4 o'clock, was driving his plane vigorously over a rough board, when he was interrupted by a question from his employer, suddenly put, yet having that indescribable air about it which lets one see that it introduces an idea that has been industriously turned over in the mind for some time. "What you going to do all summer, Paul?" "Work," said Paul, sending the plane skillfully on its way, yet bestowing a shrewd glance on Mr. Tucker. What did the man mean? Wasn't he going to employ him? Then silence lasted for some time, Mr. Tucker seeming to have exhausted his resources for conversation with that one question. Presently, however, he jerked out another. "How would you like to take a little trip with me?" A trip! The plane stopped now for a full half-minute, while Paul took time to look amazed. He had never been 20 miles away from home in his life. "Aye, a trip." And the reflective, irresolute look on the face of the carpenter settled into one of determination. "I've about made up my mind to do it. I don't object to going just for the sake of going. I've never had no opportunities of that kind, and I've about made up my mind to give you the chance to go along. There's others that have worked for me longer, and know more about work than you do, of course, and perhaps could help more. But I always had a liking for your father, and I don't mind saying that though I'm kind of astonished at myself about it, I've taken an unaccountable liking to you. The long and short of it is, you can go along if you want to." And the carpenter tossed down the bit of board that he had been whittling, with an air of satisfaction that at least so much was settled. "Where to?" was all the astonished boy could say. "Well, I ain't too sure that I know myself." The bit of board was picked up, and the whittling went on again. "Do you happen to have heard, ever, of a kind of place in the woods, or near the woods, called Chautauqua, or something like that? Indian kind of name, I guess." If he had not been whittling, he would have noticed the sudden gleam of light in Paul's eyes. "Chautauqua!" He flashed the word out as if it might have been a talisman. "Yes, I guess that is the way he pronounced it. You see, there is a kind of settlement there in the woods. I don't understand much about it, and it don't make no difference. Mr. Monteith, the professor, you know, has got interested in it, and he wants a house built, 2 of 'em, in fact, and he says he wants to put the work into the hands of somebody that he knows he can trust, and not have to think anything about it. And he has made me a good offer, and I'm going to do it. He put it into my head to take help along with me from here. He thinks it will pay if it is a long journey. And I don't mind telling you that I said to him at once I'd rather have you at my heels to do just what I told you than any other hand I had." By this time Mr. Tucker looked up from his whittling and caught the gleam in the young workman's eyes. It was so bright that he felt almost startled. "You like it, I guess," he said wonderingly. "Yes," said Paul, catching his breath and trying to speak in a natural tone. "I like it." Chapter 18 Chapter 18 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. This way to the Hall. And so it came to pass that as the newest steamer on Chautauqua Lake, shining with paint and cleanliness, slipped softly into harbor one July afternoon, freighted with the Centerville delegation, to say nothing of several hundred other people, it was Paul Adams in his neat business suit and thoroughly business air who stood on the dock waiting to receive them. He had been at Chautauqua for 4 weeks, and was prepared to do the honors. Various things had combined to make the Centerville representation much larger than had been anticipated. The Fentons were there, of course. They had looked forward to the treat for so long, and planned so systematically, that no trifling intervention could have kept them away. Young Bennet was there, not because he had at first intended, but because he discovered at a late hour that a certain professor whom he had long been anxious to see and hear was to be at Chautauqua during the teachers' retreat. Therefore he came. Miss Amy Allison was there because there seemed no reason in the world why she should not come. Mrs. Fenton had been so kind as to promise to take care of her, and it was such lovely weather, and they said the boating on the lake was just splendid, and the bathing ditto. Why shouldn't she go? So she went. Caroline Raynor was there, because the Chesters had suddenly determined on a trip to the mountains, which did not include her. Therefore her time was at her own disposal. And because Mrs. Fenton, planning day and night ways of bringing it about, had finally hit upon a plan of cooperative housekeeping, with Caroline for commander-in-chief, meeting her share of the expenses by assuming the care of the household, and because, oh rare and blessed experience, Mr. Chester had, after days of hard work bestowed by Caroline to aid the family preparations for departure, placed in her hands a roll of bills, and said, "Now go to Chautauqua or somewhere, and enjoy yourself. You deserve to if anybody does." On examination there proved to be bills enough to give her the round trip. So, all these unexpected events combining to make her way clear, she came. The Ward boys were there, because, well, I find on consideration that it is very difficult to tell you why they came. They did not know themselves. No one could be more astonished than themselves over the fact that they were actually on the steamer. Certain consultations between their father and Dr. Monteith undoubtedly had much to do with it. Of this the young men were sure. Only, what arguments could the doctor have brought to bear on the father to cause him to be the prime mover in the matter of their going? Actually suggesting it, indeed, I may say urging it, not only for one, but emphatically for both sons, entering into the details of plans, furnishing the money, and in every way pushing the enterprise. The boys did not understand it. They had not said much about it to each other, but both had lain awake of nights, revolving the matter. Possibly, had they heard certain words of Dr. Monteith's one morning, as he stood in Mr. Ward's store door and talked with that gentleman, they might have been wiser. And yet, so little did they understand their father, that I am not sure about this being the case. I look to Chautauqua as a means of helping your son James to a discovery of what place he was made to fill in life. That is one reason why I hope you will conclude to send him there this summer. It is a good place in which to develop to a young man his own powers and the line in which he ought to cultivate them. James has reached the point where this discovery is of the highest importance to him. I think there are grand possibilities about the young man. As for Joseph, I think you will pardon the suggestion, knowing how thoroughly interested I am in both the boys for their mother's sake. I knew their mother, you remember, when she and I were young. I should like to isolate Joseph for a time from all his old companions not only, but his old haunts, and surround him by such influences as his mother would have liked. I know of no better field than Chautauqua in which to experiment. This in substance is what Dr. Monteith said about it. I think he understood Mr. Ward better than the sons did. Whether from that, or from other causes, the boys were of the Chautauqua party. Of course it is unnecessary to state that the Monteiths were of the party, also the Wheelers, and the McChesneys, and the Stuarts, to say nothing of certain men and women not so prominent in society or culture, but who were thoroughly interested by this time in Chautauqua. It is a curious thing how impossible it is, as a rule, to convey to people a correct impression of any place by merely telling them about it. As a matter of fact, every member, at least of the Centerville delegation, had heard of Chautauqua as a place where were many cottages, some fine ones, boarding houses, hotels, stores, telegraph office, post office, and other indications of civilized life. Yet not one of those who were nearing the grounds for the first time but realized afterwards that he had believed himself about to land in the woods and camp out in very rural style for a few weeks, a taste of pioneer life, with many discomforts, and a fair chance to immortalize himself by being good-natured under difficulties. To each of this number there came a sensation of bewilderment as the boat fairly touched the broad wharf, and the stream of human life began to pour off. "How do you all do?" was the characteristic American greeting of Paul Adams as he stepped briskly forward to meet them. "Claim your baggage at the other entrance, Mr. Fenton. One at a time, Mr. Parsons, the wheel won't register in couples. Mr. McChesney, the express man will attend to your luggage. You are booked for 279 Forest Avenue. Mr. Bennett, I secured number 20 for you at the Palace Hotel. Here is a gentleman who will show you the way. Just give your checks to him and it will be all right. Oh, Mr. Stewart, there is a telegram awaiting you. You will find it at the office, 2nd Avenue to the right. Now, Mrs. Fenton, if your party is ready we will move on to your house. You are on Jane's Avenue. Just pass around the park to your left. It is a short walk." How fast Paul Adams could talk! This was the only clear sensation some of that party had, for a few minutes at least. Where were they? Where were the woods, and the camping out, and the uncivilized surroundings, and the chance to be heroic? Palace Hotel, and Forest Avenue, and Jane's Avenue, and telegrams, and the park. Were they set down in the midst of a whirling city? To be sure, there stretched the woods green and cool, but the lovely park on one side, so carefully laid out, the broad winding avenues reaching away into the distance, the rush and bustle of business on every hand, the shout of newsboys with evening papers, the band of music in the distance, the immense piles of luggage that were being systematically disposed of by trained officials, all these things gave them a curious mixed sense of being in the woods and yet in the world, that was as unique as it was interesting. Arrived at the house which the Fentons and their party had secured for the season, the effect was no less bewildering. Here, in place of the barest log cabin surroundings, they found a neat frame building, modern French windows reaching to broad piazza floors, carpets, curtains, and in short all the needful belongings of a tasteful summer home. "Tinted walls and lace curtains, I declare!" exclaimed Mrs. Fenton, standing in the center of one of the pretty rooms to make a general survey. "Why, Caroline, this isn't the woods." "Yes, it is," returned that young woman with a happy little laugh. "See that row of trees just at the side door, and those in front, and that pretty little group across the way, and hear those birds." This was really all the time that she bestowed on the outdoor world. Her mind was intent on getting everything within the small bright house reduced to homelike order. This, as every housekeeper knows, is no easy task, especially when you have stepped into an abode already furnished to remain only a few weeks, and do not feel justified in sending to the store or the warerooms for every little article that has been overlooked. Steadily did the presiding genius of the house in the woods betake herself to her task. The others worked spasmodically, leaving off in the midst of a task to go to the dock when the afternoon boats came in, or to go to the office for a walk, or to rove through the ever fascinating avenues just to see where they would lead, or to follow the sound of martial music and get a glimpse of the picnic excursionists on parade. It would be impossible to give even a hint of the numerous devices which nature planned during the next few days to allure the dwellers in that cottage. Only Caroline worked on, insisting on planning until each thing was just where she wanted it to be, set in just such a way as would contribute most to the comfort of the inhabitants. "I believe you like it," declared Mrs. Fenton to her, as she arranged and rearranged the dishes in the tiny china closet with a view to economizing space. "Here you are working away and the rest of us are just wild to get out. You haven't even seen the auditorium yet, nor the hall, nor anything. What do you mean?" "I'm saving them," said Caroline, laughing. "They'll keep, but my yeast won't unless I use it tonight. I'm going to bake some bread. It will seem ever so much more like home than that which we buy." Truth to tell, she did like it, this pretty new house, small enough to be homelike, simple enough so that she might let the wings of her imagination soar into realms that would make of it her very own. What if it were, and she had the entire control of its management, surrounded always by people with whom she would like to be? In that case, how would she arrange this closet, and that sitting room, and that front chamber? These were endless sources of innocent pleasure to the lonely, homeless girl. Almost from childhood, her only home had been that of a hired helper in houses of wealth and elegance. Perhaps this is the reason why such houses never meant home to her. "They are too large and grand and cold," she said to herself with a shiver. "I could never think of cuddling down in any corner of them and being just myself. I don't know what is the matter with them, but this little cottage is perfect. I wonder if the man who planned it has a wife, and talked with her about these corner cupboards. He could never have thought them out himself without her help. How much obliged I am to her for them." Caroline Raynor enjoyed a great deal that summer at Chautauqua. If you should ever see her and talk with her about it, she will undoubtedly have much to tell you about the lectures and the concerts and the rare and highly appreciated opportunities on every hand, but so queer are human hearts that I doubt if she says a single word to you about those corner cupboards over which she worked with such quiet pleasure, and with such a sense of making the most of a convenient little home as she had never felt before. There came an evening when, the after-supper dishes safely stored, and the room in dainty order, Caroline washed her hands, unbuttoned and hung away the trim house apron behind a convenient door that looked as though it had been hung with a special view to hiding away work aprons when work was done, and gave a satisfied little sigh as she told herself that now they might begin their meetings as soon as they pleased. She was quite ready to listen and enjoy. She knew just what she was going to have for breakfast, and in just how little time it could be made ready. There was no occasion to give another thought to the house that evening. She resolved upon a walk. It was just at the fascinating hour when the soft gray mist of the departing day was hovering over all things, and yet when the sky was aglow with stars. Had she planned it all, she could not have chosen a better hour in which to get first impressions of the beauty that overhung Chautauqua. The question was, whom could she secure for a companion? The large family had scattered itself after tea as if by magic, irresistibly drawn in the ways of their various fascinations, Mrs. Fenton having been the last to go, half provoked at Caroline meantime because she would not be prevailed upon to leave some household task until the morrow, and come and see how lovely the lake looked in the twilight. "Robert," she said suddenly, discovering a gray-coated figure sitting out on a bit of log under one of the tallest trees, gazing steadily up into the sky, "suppose you come and show me a little piece of Chautauqua." Whereupon Robert Fenton jumped up from the log with great alacrity, and came towards her. "Are you really ready?" he said eagerly. "I shall be delighted to go with you. Caroline, do you know anything about astronomy?" "Not a thing," said Caroline, smiling over the earnestness of his tone. "Well, I wish I did. I wonder why they don't have boys study it more. It seems strange to know almost nothing of a lot of worlds that we can look right up at. Think of Europe, for instance. I know a good deal about that part of the world, though I never saw it, and perhaps I never shall, though I think I shall. But anyhow, I've not seen it yet, and I know pretty well what is going on over there. But what do I know about that star, that largest one looking right straight down on us? But then, people can travel through Europe and learn the languages, and make the acquaintance of the inhabitants. And after you have learned all there is to know about that star, how much will you know of the people who live there, if there are any? That's true, said Robert thoughtfully. But that's no reason why a boy should not learn all that he can about the star itself. To this Caroline heartily assented, and Robert, with increased earnestness, began to tell her of a certain lecture that was to be delivered soon at Chautauqua by one Dr. Warren. All about astronomy, and just as fascinating as any story book. Mr. Monteith says so. Not Professor Monteith, but the young man. He says it's just splendid. Stopping himself in the midst of this tide of explanation, as they reached a turn in the avenue, with the question, "Now, which way do you want to go?" "Whichever way you are pleased to take me. I have not seen anything save what I couldn't help looking at when we arrived." "Then I'm just going to take you to the hall. The rest rush to the auditorium first and rave over that. It is splendid, I suppose. Large, you know, and makes one think of crowds and grand things. But I can't imagine people enough here to fill it, not to begin. With the hall now it is different. Just a nice audience would fill that, and it is so white and so, oh, well, I can't explain, only it's nice, and you will like it. Some people don't care about it much, but I know you will." "Thank you," said Caroline, and her heart was smiling as well as her eyes. She understood the boy, imagined something of what he would have said if he could have expressed his feelings, and she understood and appreciated the delicately sincere compliment. "This is a lovely avenue that leads to your favorite building," she said, as she turned back to look at the straight, wide road they had traversed, lying clear-cut amid the shadows of the overhanging trees. "Isn't it?" declared Robert, with ever-increasing enthusiasm. "This is another thing I like so much, this avenue. I'll tell you, Caroline, when it must be just grand. And that is in full moonlight. Ha! There it is!" It is impossible to describe for you the delight that was in the boy's tones as the gleaming pillars of the Hall of Philosophy rose up before him. Something in the purity and strength and quaintness seemed to have gotten possession of him. Whether it was a shadowy link between him and some ancient scholar or worshipper I cannot say, but certain it is that Robert Fenton, boy though he was, treading the Chautauquan avenues for the first time, felt his young heart thrill with a hope and a determination, neither of which he understood, every time he saw those gleaming pillars. "Oh!" said Caroline. Now what a foolishly insignificant word that appears on paper! And yet you are no student of language if you do not to some extent realize the shades of feeling which it is capable of expressing. Let it but explode from living lips able to give it just the right intonation, and it becomes eloquent, pathetic, sarcastic, according to the mood of the speaker, but always effective. It satisfied Robert. "There!" he said in triumph. "What did I tell you?" They walked with quiet feet up and down the echoing floor. They walked to the outer edge and looked down on the hillside below them, over toward the lake, spanned by gleaming lights, and up at the ever-increasing stars. They walked back and stood in front of the platform, and gave free play to their almost equally vivid imaginations. They were really beginning life, these two, although counting by years one was nearly a decade ahead of the other. Robert's opportunities had been by far the greater, and this bridged the difference in years and made them companionable. Robert liked her. He was not fond of most young ladies. He had arrived at the age when a certain type of free and fearless boy needs to struggle hard with the temptation to look down upon all feminine natures, except perhaps his mother's and grandmother's, with something very like scorn. They were, as a class, so hopelessly weak and feeble, so afraid of a fence or a stream of water to cross. They screamed at bugs and worms, and shrank from dogs, and even cows, as terrible creations. They were, in short, so lacking in those elements which a real boy cannot help at a certain time in his life putting foremost among the virtues, that Robert at least knew few beside his mother that he cared to like, always putting Caroline first among the few. The quiet poise of her nature seemed to tone and rest his impetuous one. She was so calmly brave where many drew back and shrieked, that in Robert's eyes she was a model. He stepped on to the platform at last and said, "Now I will be Professor de Profundis and deliver a lecture on the biological construction of the galls say. I know as little about them as any people. Will you be audience?" "Yes," she said, laughing, "I will, if you will have a conversazione instead of a lecture, and explain to me the meaning of the words which compose your topic." Whereupon he shrugged his shoulders and declared conversazioni in his opinion to be dangerous things. Suppose every lecturer were called upon to explain the meaning of the words he used? What would become of the lecturer? Thus they, like two happy children, gave themselves up to the pleasure of the hour. Robert, after indulging in a strain of bombastic eloquence for a few minutes, suddenly broke away to look after a passing squirrel, and Caroline moved toward one of the busts which adorned the hall, wondering much whose face it was, and finally growing so interested in the dim outline of feature that she set about learning. "Robert," she called, as she heard his step approaching. What? I beg your pardon, ma'am." This was the answer, in a strange voice, to her call, and turning, somewhat startled, she saw that the hall had another occupant. Chapter 19 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Simple Addition. A young man, tall, strongly built, leaning against one of the columns, roused apparently and suddenly from complete absorption in a book which, in the waning light, he was still trying to read. "I beg your pardon," he said again, as Caroline turned. "I heard my name, and imagined myself wanted. I suppose there are other Roberts in the world, though just at that moment I was ignorant of it." "How do you do again?" This was the other Robert's voice, and, with the unceremoniousness of boyhood, he proceeded to introduce his friends after a fashion of his own. "This is Mr. Masters, Caroline. Mr. Monteith introduced me to him this morning, and said he was a friend of his. This is our friend Miss Raynor, Mr. Masters." There was something so entirely boyish, and at the same time courteous, in this presentation, that the two strangers could not help smiling at each other. "I am not sure that your friend will like to make acquaintances in so unceremonious a manner," the gentleman said, yet he lifted his hat. "I am glad to meet you again," this to Robert. "I think you have a young man in your party whom I am anxious to meet. Mr. Monteith told me I would be likely to find him at your cottage. Mr. James Ward." Robert promptly assured him that he knew of James Ward's whereabouts, and if he would join them on their homeward walk, he could probably see the young man that evening. Caroline, seeing the stranger hesitate, and look inquiringly toward her, could not do other than assent to so simple a way of piloting him, nor was she sorry. Keen interest in James Ward, and intense anxiety to have Chautauqua in every sense a blessing and not a bane to him, made her alive to the importance of the companions which he chose. Who was this young man expressing such anxiety to seek him out? What would be his influence? Almost unconsciously, while these thoughts passed rapidly through her mind, she gave him careful scrutiny. He had a frank, kind face. It seemed impossible not to trust it. Yet, after all, could one really be sure of faces? What sort of a book was he so intent over? Her eyes lighted with pleasure as she recognized it. This at least was an old friend. Philosophy of the Plan of Salvation. She did not need to read the letters on the title page to make sure that the book, so like her own, bore that name. "C.L.S.C.?" she said, hardly realizing that she said it, and yet feeling pleased that the circle was widening. Possibly this was but the beginning of her hope to come in contact with people who were interested about the same things as herself. "Yes, indeed," he said with energy. "I'm a C.L.S.C. and a C.S.L. and a C.F.M. and anything else that Chautauqua offers for people like me who have a reasonable amount of brains and not much chance to cultivate them. I'm an enthusiast, Miss Raynor, a hobbyist, any name you like that will shadow forth something of the love and gratitude and reverence that I have for Chautauqua." Her eyes sparkled over this. She was enough of a hobbyist about Chautauqua to admire enthusiasm in another. "Have you been here before, then?" she said. "Indeed I have. I was here when Chautauqua was picked up out of its original woodsiness and developed step by step into the city that it is. To appreciate the contrast, you should have seen it as I did, an unbroken wilderness of trees and underbrush, inhabited by birds and squirrels in summer, and snow and silence in winter. I saw it in both aspects. I could not have shut my eyes and dreamed out the contrast much faster, it seems to me, than it has grown upon me. Still, I'm good at dreaming. I have royal hours roving over these grounds, looking at things with prophetic eyes, as they shall be but a few years hence." "Why?" Caroline asked, with amused yet interested face. He was so eager she could not but be interested. "What do you expect in the future?" "Oh, I don't know. Anything that can be wrought out of my brain. In one sense I may be said to expect it all. Actual marble here, perhaps, instead of this white paint imitation. Statuary worthy of the spot. One figure, possibly, to the memory of the great founder of this Parthenon, and one, it may be, to the memory of the one who helped to lay this floor and build this platform. That's myself, you see." His tone had changed from an eager to a merry one. He was recognizing the folly of his rhapsody, addressed to this, a perfect stranger, who, perhaps, did not sympathize in the least with his love for the place. The sentence closed with a gay laugh. But young Robert did not laugh. His whole face was eager, and his eyes bright. "And marble steps leading down towards the lake, and a marble roadway to the Pnyx," he said eagerly. "It is like the Pnyx, isn't it? I never thought of it before." "Go ahead," declared the young man, with a happy-hearted laugh. "You are as good at dreaming as I am. Between us we will make Chautauqua famous." They had started for home, but paused for a last look at the hall in the twilight. It gave their new companion a chance to see Caroline's unsmiling, wistful face. "Did you ever see such a building as that before?" he asked her suddenly. She shook her head. "No, and have no knowledge of the names which you gave it. Why do you call it the Parthenon, for instance?" "Well, you know about the original Parthenon?" "Nothing at all." "It was a wonderful marble building in Athens, on the Acropolis. Do you know what that is?" And again her only answer was a slow shake of the head and a wistful smile. "It was the name given to the strongholds of cities, the highest points, you know, where the great monuments were placed, and where the finest public buildings were. Athens had the finest Acropolis in the world, so fine that when we say the Acropolis nowadays we mean Athens, though there were others. One of the most wonderful buildings on this Acropolis was the Parthenon, or the Athenaeum, or the Temple of Minerva, whichever name you please. It was built of white marble in the Doric style of architecture." "What is the Doric style of architecture?" his eager listener interrupted him to ask. "Well," looking up at the many-columned hall of philosophy, "it is this style, an imitation on a small scale, and in wood, of one of the grandest works of art to be found in the world." "I don't like that it is patterned after a temple of Minerva," she said, looking up, nevertheless, with a new interest at the gleaming columns which, in the brilliant starlight, one could readily imagine were hewn from marble. "I do," he said promptly, intense earnestness in voice and manner. "I like it exceedingly. Let the beautiful white temple be rescued from its heathen desecration and dedicated to the service of the good and true God our Father and his Son Jesus Christ." He lifted his hat reverently as he spoke, and Caroline felt her heart thrill with gladness as she recognized in this a fellowship beyond that of any literary and social bond, strong as these may be, even a relationship through Jesus Christ. "You belong to his circle, then?" she said inquiringly. "Aye, I do. I was admitted into fellowship with him on these very grounds. He found me here, or rather it was here that he opened my stupid eyes to see him. I plainly realize now that he had followed me for many a year before that day, only I did not know it. Oh, I told you I owed everything to Chautauqua." They had left the Parthenon in the distance now, and were rapidly nearing the cottage. Caroline had lost her anxiety about this newcomer's seeking James Ward. Rather, she was anxious that just such companionship as she already believed this would be, should be thrown around him. She liked this clear-eyed, frank-spoken man, and a curious feeling that she had known him a long time, and could talk with him as a friend, took possession of her. Something of this took shape in the form of a question which she suddenly asked. "Out of the immense program that is offered here, what can be selected to the best advantage by a person who has only a portion of the time at her disposal, and who wants to make the most of the opportunity so offered?" "That is an immense question," he said, laughing. "You see, it depends on so many things, whether you have already a special line of study and need help, or whether you need a start in a certain line which you desire to undertake, or whether you are after general information. The fact is, a person can get just about what he or she wants out of Chautauqua now. What do you want?" "Everything," said Caroline, with perhaps a startling amount of energy. Then she laughed. "That is too literally true to be altogether a pleasant admission," she said. "I am having my second good opportunity for learning anything. My first was in our local C.L.S.C." Her companion turned and regarded her with an earnest look. "Then you are a special friend of this scheme," he said with feeling. "I am glad. I like to meet those who are indebted to the movement started here. I believe there are already thousands of them, and I believe there will be millions. There are people who call the enterprise superficial," he continued with increasing energy. "I never knew anything that was less so. It begins at the roots of things, prepares the soil, drops the seed, tends and waters it, and says to it, 'Now grow, become an oak if you can, or an elm, or a fruit tree, anything that God intended you for. You are started.'" "I have heard that argument urged against it," Caroline said, laughing and thinking of Jack Butler. "Of course, there is nothing better for brainless people to urge against it. And there is nothing more foolish. Superficial indeed! Is an oak tree superficial, I wonder, because it started from an acorn? Chautauqua never pretended to give men and women finished educations. It only starts them, or gives a vigorous push to those who are started. Brains will do the rest. I like it, too, because it does start people. I mean, it doesn't begin too high for men and women who had to work during the period of their boyhood and girlhood. I, for instance, who had to leave school when I was a boy of less than 15, and earn my living from day to day, found that I could come here and have my bits of knowledge gleaned from various sources, spread out for me until I could see what I really did know, and then push on. I'm a mechanic, a builder," he said, dropping suddenly into quieter tone. "A bit of an enthusiast on that subject, too, I suspect, as you will surely conclude I am about Chautauqua. Is this your house, Fenton? Why, I designed this. It is one of my pet houses." Caroline laughed again over her own thoughts. She remembered the corner cupboards. She wondered if his wife had planned them. I am not sure that I can explain to you in what a happy mood she went to her neat kitchen and looked after the sponge for her next morning's baking. The evening had been such a pleasant one to her. The change was so great and so restful, this quiet woods and lovely lake and the gleaming, many-pillared building, and the new acquaintance who had started a conversation simply from a platform of good sense, and given her so much information and inspiration. That, after all, was the key to her happy feelings. She had added to her stock of valuables. She knew just so much more than she did an hour before. Certain names which she had met in her reading, and wistfully peered at as strangers, were known to her now. When she heard them again, she would be sure what they meant. "Robert," she said a little later, as Robert, having found and introduced young Ward to his new acquaintance, wandered out to the kitchen in search of companionship, "what did you mean to night by the Pnyx? Isn't that the name you called it?" "Yes," said Robert, eager to impart information. "Why, you know the Pnyx. It wasn't more than a quarter of a mile from the Acropolis. It was a semicircle, and had a platform carved out of the rocks. More than 6,000 people could be seated there, and it was there they used to have the great speeches. You wait until you see the amphitheater, and you will understand it." "I understand now," said Caroline. "Thank you." And she added the Pnyx to her little store of wealth. She had reached the stage where each new item of information could be labeled as so much added property. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Gifts differing. I really don't know but that girl's coming to Chautauqua just counts as a waste of so many more muslin dresses and kid boots and fancy neckties. I don't believe she has secured a single idea since she has been here. And, what is worse, I'm afraid the ideas are set too high for her to reach, especially as she has no notion of trying. This was Mrs. Fenton's grim sentence as she stood on the south piazza one morning and watched pretty Amy Allison step daintily over the dewy grass, skillfully raising her fresh lawn to shield it from a baptism of dew. She made as pretty a picture on the exquisite landscape of the summer morning as one need care to see. Yet Mrs. Fenton's face was grim as she watched her. Truth to tell, that motherly woman found it a difficult task to mother the pretty butterfly. She flitted so airily and carelessly from flower to flower in the Chautauqua bed, and so sweetly refused to do anything but flit and flutter, that the earnest woman knew not what to do with her. Chautauqua ought to help her. Yet how could it help the humming-birds that hovered over the vine-wreathed window? Miss Amy seemed to have about the stability of the humming-bird. There was another trouble, if she had owned it to her own heart. Half of the gloom on the matron's face this morning, as she watched the pretty girl, was owing to the fact that her special protege, James Ward, went far too often over the lawns and down the avenues by the side of this fair butterfly. At least, so Mrs. Fenton thought. Why would not James see that now was his opportunity for cultivating other society than this brainless girl's? Good, earnest girls all about him. He met them every day, and had opportunities enough to form acquaintances, not only, but friendships such as would help him. Why couldn't he realize and appreciate his opportunities? Instead, he seemed to like nothing so well as the taking of morning walks with this giddy, brainless girl. Such was the severe name which Mrs. Fenton gave her on this summer morning, as she watched her step carefully over the underbrush from a recently hewn tree, James Ward meantime carrying her parasol and her fan and her camp chair, as though he had nothing else in life to think of. What can such a pretty little piece of pink and white flesh get out of the intellectual table spread here? I don't like her influence over James. He is just at the age to be fascinated with a pretty face, without regard to brains. Caroline, why don't you help me growl?" "You don't seem to need help in that direction," laughed Caroline, as she came through the room with a regiment of fresh towels in her arms, which she was prepared to distribute. Besides, I think you are rather hard on poor Amy. She may secure an idea or two in spite of her pretty muslins." "I don't believe it," was Mrs. Fenton's still grim response. But Mrs. Fenton was mistaken. At that very moment the pretty Amy paused in the midst of a sentence that was interesting to James Ward, and stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of something within a large, airy room in the Children's Temple. It was a pretty sight. The room was cheerful looking, was comfortably seated, was decorated on one side with innumerable bright colored somethings, was filled with a pretty buzz of life, girls like herself, many of them young and pretty, seated before tables, with here and there a young gentleman, seeming like themselves, merrily absorbed in some work. "What in the world are they all doing?" questioned Amy, stretching her neck for a better view. "They have pieces of bright silks, red and blue and all colors. No, they are not silks. I declare, I believe they are paper. What can they be doing? How pleasant it looks in there. Do you suppose we could go in?" "Why, certainly," her companion said with alacrity. "Our tickets admit us to whatever is taking place on these grounds." And, being in the mood just then to do whatever his fair companion suggested, whether it was to climb a tree or join a Latin class, he immediately led the way to the side door which stood invitingly open, and they were promptly shown to seats among the eager workers. Straightway a watching assistant laid before them the bright colored papers arranged in squares. "What am I to do with these?" whispered Amy, smiling and blushing, addressing her neighbor on the left, a serious-faced girl. "Why, follow the motions of the leader, if you can," with a strong emphasis on the last three words. "I can't." And she looked up at the newcomer. Her face was serious, but her eyes were laughing. She held in her hand the rose-colored paper, partly folded in a curious shape. "But what is it for? What are they trying to make?" "I don't know," and here her whole face laughed. "This is a kindergarten, you see, and we are supposed to be taking lessons in paper folding. It looks simple enough until you undertake to do it, and then a problem in geometry is nothing to it." Still, by this time, the most of the workers had succeeded in finishing something, which they held up before each other's admiring eyes. A curious little bird's nest, looking intricate enough to have required hours of care and skill in the making, yet having been made almost in a second by the deft fingers of Madame Kraus Bolte, the skilled leader. "Isn't it pretty?" declared the admiring Amy. "I wish I knew how to make it." Whereupon she seized upon a square of pink paper that matched the ribbon at her throat, for the lady on the platform had taken one up and was evidently about to launch out into something new. How pretty Amy looked now! Her lips parted slightly in their eagerness to hear and to see and to do. Her small shapely fingers moving deftly, following the innumerable twists and turns which the teacher suggested, until, with a little cry of triumph, she made the last fold and produced a star-shaped treasure that delighted her eyes. "I see how to do it. I can make those. How pretty they are. They would make lovely trimming for paper baskets. Oh, can't you get it? Let me show you. See, you made the wrong turn back here. This is the way." This to her companion on the left, and in a moment more she had reconstructed the blue paper star, and set it on the table in triumph. "How quickly you learn," said the owner admiringly. "Perhaps you understand kindergarten work?" "No, indeed, but I wish I did. What pretty work it is! What are all these ladies learning for?" "Well, you see they are teachers, some of them, and others want to be, and Mrs. Kraus Bolte is considered by many the finest kindergarten teacher in this country. It really is wonderful how skillful her little scholars become. All those lovely designs hanging over the blackboard were made, she says, by little fingers." "Is it possible?" said Amy. "What fascinating work it must be to teach little children how to do all those things." "Do you think so?" laughed the other. I'm afraid I should never be able to do it. I should have to be taught myself first, and that seems impossible. Look, what is she making now?" "I don't know what it is going to be, but I can do what she has just done," said Amy, seizing a fresh bit of paper and working with speed and skill. Lo, it proved to be a boat. Her own finished, she gave help to her neighbor, then to a lady in front of her, and finally, right and left from all around the table they reached forward their papers in various stages of unrepair and begged assistance. "You are so skillful," said one and another, admiringly; and Amy, bright, pleased to be of avail, and to exhibit a gift that was prized, smiled and bowed and worked with a will, eager and happy. "The young lady in buff is very skillful with her fingers. She should join the class," said in tones of admiring approval the sweet voice and foreign accent of the teacher; and Amy blushed and laughed as all eyes were thus turned upon her. As for James Ward, he admired her exceedingly. He liked to see her shine, to have her discover to others how bright and quick and altogether admirable she was. As for Amy, she had never been so pleased with anything in her life; and I will not deny to you that her pleasure was greatly increased because she was presently called upon to extricate James Ward from a maze of confusion into which he fell in attempting to manipulate the bright papers. She blushed and laughed a great deal, but worked deftly at the same time, and quickly constructed for him a little boat. "I don't see how you do it," exclaimed she with the serious face and laughing eyes, watching the fingers half enviously. "I can't do anything with the little wretches. I think it is a great deal worse than Merivale." "Oh, are you a C.L.S.C.?" asked Amy, looking at her with a new interest, as one with whom she had several ideas in common. "Oh, yes, I am in my second year. Are you a member?" Whereupon Amy gave proud assent, and held her pretty head high, and made boats, stars, and birds' nest with astonishing celerity, and felt literary and happy. "You ought to join the class," the new friend said, watching the swift moving fingers. "They make lovely things, ever so many of them. I don't belong to the regular class, because I am so unskillful it isn't worth while, but I come in occasionally to see what is going on, and secure ideas that I can adapt to the Sabbath teaching of the little ones. I'm a primary teacher. That is my forte, if I have one. Are you also?" "Oh, no," said Amy quickly, and the flush on her face deepened. The idea of her being a teacher of any kind was embarrassing. "I should think you ought to be. I am sure you are talented in that direction. It is such a fascinating work. The little ones are so bright, and catch real deep, solid thoughts so quickly. My children are pretty good theologians, though they never heard that word in their lives, I presume. I think they could talk about all the essential doctrines of the church in a way that would be plain to others." "Do you try to teach such things to little children?" asked Amy, much astonished, and wondering greatly what her new friend would say if she could know how impossible it would be for her to pass examination on theological doctrines. "I shouldn't think they would be able to comprehend such puzzling subjects." "Oh, indeed, they have much better capabilities than is generally supposed. If they hadn't, do you suppose they could do all these puzzling things that I find so difficult to see into? Yesterday Mrs. Bolte taught us the use of the cubes, and explained to us how skillful the little people were with the different forms in which the blocks can be arranged. I thought then that at least a kindergarten teacher would find no difficulty in understanding how readily little children grasp large subjects, if they are only presented to them in a childlike way. I get ever so much help here for my Sunday work. Not that I can bring the toys into the Sunday school, of course, but I am constantly saying to myself, 'Yes, that idea could be worked out on the blackboard in a sort of picture, and it would illustrate such a thing.' You ought to study this subject. I can't help fancying you would make a grand primary teacher. Are you interested in little children?" "I don't know," said Amy thoughtfully. I have no little brothers and sisters, and I don't often come in contact with little people. Still, when I do, I enjoy them ever so much, and I'm always stopping on the street to kiss the sweet babies and cunning toddlers whom I meet. Yes, I think on the whole I must be interested in children." "I know you are, and I'm sure you would be just fascinated with a primary class. We get such good help here in that direction. Last year Mrs. Seymour gave receptions every other day for our benefit, and we learned ever so many things. Did you come to take up any special line of study this year?" "I came for fun," said Amy, with a sudden sparkle in her eyes. "A large party from our circle was coming, and I could come as well as not, so I did. I have never been here before." "Oh, then you are just the one to take up the kindergarten and primary work. I'm sure you will like to study in that line. It is a great deal more profitable to settle on a certain line of work to carry out here, and when once it is settled, you will be surprised to see how many lectures and talks and the like, that are not on the subject you have chosen, can still be made helpful in that direction. Look at this obstinate paper of mine. It will not bend in the right way." "You have given it a wrong twist on that last fold," laughed Amy, and she reached forward nimble fingers and righted it. All this talk had not flowed on uninterruptedly, but had come in bits between the paper foldings and the words of the leader. During another pause in the sort of familiar lecture on kindergarten work in general that was being given from the platform, Amy's new acquaintance found opportunity to say, "There is one thing that makes my work among the children fascinating and hopeful. They are so fresh and innocent, so childlike in their ways of dealing with truths. They find it so easy to trust, so natural a thing to pray. When they are taught that they may pray to Jesus about everything, they seem able to realize that it means just exactly that. Their faith is beautiful. I have a great many earnest little Christians in my class. I confidently expect to see them strong men and women in the church, if they live. Don't you like to work where you can see results?" Pretty little Amy laughed, not lightly. If it were not a strange use of language, I might almost say she laughed gravely. To be talked to about "working" anywhere impressed her as a singular, almost an amusing, and yet, withal, a startling thought. She glanced over at James Ward. He was giving attention just then to what a new acquaintance was saying, and his face was grave, thoughtful. Amy could see that he knew how to be in earnest. There flashed over her an impression that one of these days this young man would know how to work in many ways, and there came to her a wistful feeling that she would like to be numbered among the workers. "Don't you think little bits of people can be Christians?" questioned the young lady, watching the shadow of thought grow on Amy's face, and mistaking the cause. "Oh, I don't know. I am not a proper person to judge. The truth is, I don't quite know what you are talking about. You see, I am not a Christian myself." By this time there was the little bustle of breaking up going on all over the room. The 2 hours' lesson was concluded. There was little time for further conversation. Yet she with the serious face, and eyes that had now grown gravely tender, had a last word to say. "Oh, I am sorry to hear that. You have a very important question to settle first then. Won't you give it immediate thought, and then consecrate yourself to the work of teaching little children? I cannot help thinking that you have a marvelous talent undeveloped in that direction." She smiled brightly, held out her hand, and grasped the other's cordially, then mingled with the crowd. And Amy, feeling a strange new sensation of companionship, looked after her wistfully. Very few of the people who could have helped her had ever cultivated Amy. She turned toward the platform now, listening with eagerness to the after-meeting chat that was being enjoyed, wherein choice bits of kindergarten knowledge were being scattered. The leader recognized the pretty face as belonging to the skillful fingers, and turned toward her. "The child should be a teacher," she said kindly, "should fit herself for service. The good God has given her a talent that she ought to cultivate." This time Amy had much ado to keep back a rush of tears. There was something strangely sweet and tender to her in this being singled out as one who should occupy a place in the world of workers. There had been times in her life when this fair butterfly felt in her secret heart a touch of sorrow that she should be always and only reckoned among the butterflies. She went home across the fields. It was well that all the morning dew had dried away, for she was reckless as to her fresh muslin, and let it trail over the long grass, her hands full of bright colored papers, her face full of pleasure, and her voice so triumphant as she told her story of acquired knowledge at the dinner table, that the lady of the house, at the head of the table, and the housekeeper at the foot, exchanged significant glances, the one saying almost as plainly as words could have done, "Is it possible that she is at last interested in something besides her ribbons and laces?" And the other a sort of half triumphant, "I told you so." But neither of them knew, nor did Amy for that matter, how the serious faced girl went home thinking about the bright new face and deft fingers, and coveted that soul to shine as a jewel in her crown. End of chapter 20.